Oh boy. Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は300日目です。Right? It's day 300. Very special day. We're gonna end our WaniKani session this evening with a bit of a different take on our tentative takes. Right? But until then, we also have a long day. We did Hanzo Hero first so that I can get all the items from our Saturday set. Hello there, Bree. I'm doing pretty well. How are you? Happy 1st of November. We have completed our Inktober stuff. But we start off November with a big day. It's day 300, so lots of things to do starting November. Although the first half of November is going to be taking it a little bit easy. How have you been? I think it's been close to a month since the last time. Or actually, I think there was a 1 or 2 times in there. Hopefully, Twitch is cooperating and you hear most of this. But yeah, what have you been working on? Obviously, most of the time I've been working on the artwork, and now that's behind us. Alright, so got a bunch of things to do today. Probably 3 units, and then lots of yap afterwards. Hopefully I complete it before 5 a.m. my time. How much time do we have? 8 hours? We have 8 hours to accomplish today. Let's get into it. I'm gonna try to be a little bit more relaxed today on the lesson stuff. Alright. I just got over discussing with my father about a portable power storage device. Complicated. Manual was kind of incomplete and kind of figured it out. That's warm work. You've been doing meh? Haven't really felt like doing anything? The new Pokemon game came out? Yes. Right? You played a bit, but other than that, that's honest, it's just been alive. That's about it. Fair enough. Yeah. The last time we spoke was right before the Pokemon game dropped. How was the Pokemon game? Dang it! I thought it was immediate onsen. This is a... What is Atata? Oh wait, not onsen. Onsen, not onsen.
Onsen.
Really good so far. You're probably 3/4 through it. You say? I see. I'm gonna have to hear that. That is meeting your expectations. Atakai. Huh. Yuki? Iki? It has wave in it, so it's kind of like water, right? Oh, I think this is different. It's like you get. Steam? I might want to write a GIF for this. And GIF was used for gecko. I don't mind gecko. Although that is the read. So have Yort. You think we talked about your worry about them not letting you turn off autosave? Yeah, but they actually added another feature to compensate for that, so it's definitely exceeded your expectations, yeah, going into it. Oh, okay. Yeah, we also talked about the whole trading thing. So you works out. The hot water, the Yort. Steam for the gecko provided. So they do so they did do some for the trading as well. There are places in the game where you can catch the final evolution of most of the trade evolutions. There are still a handful that you can't find, but overall it's not too bad. That's fair. I think in this case it was more of a all or none situation when it comes to most. Is that he? Hyo. Skin illness. No. No. I'm thinking of symptom. Not entirely sure.
間違える
You mean there's only 10 trade evolution in the game? You can find 6 in the other 4. You have to trade there. So in the grand scheme, while it's inconvenient knowing they remove linking cable for 4 Pokemon, it's not really that bad. I understand what you're trying to say, but this is an all or none situation where like you either do it or you don't. So 4 out of 6, it's not 40% less inconvenient. It's the idea that you're still going to engage in that action, is what we were referring to. If it was 1, it would still be a degree in which you engage in that action. And I guess most of our conversation, at least I had the intent of having the conversation about keeping that functionality in there. Not so technically 6 is not Trevolution. They're collected. So the default is collecting in the game. So there are 4 Trevolution games. Trevolution in the game. Now the other one is you can collect and trade. So I typically would not interpret it as, oh, it's 10 where 4 of them you need to trade. It's 4 of them you need to trade and the other 6 you don't. So it's no less worse or bad unless you're telling me the last game had 10 as well and then none of them were acquirable. Like there's no standard to this, so it's not either bad nor good that within the game you're comparing 6 and 4. But maybe the previous game, which I don't know, I didn't play Arceus or whatever, maybe there were fewer in those than now. I can kind of see that as not as bad. But comparing a standard to itself is not, I don't understand that. I don't actually see how you can say it's not bad or good, since it's comparing to itself. So was it like 10 before in a different game? Because I could see a decrease in the number would be fine. A way to compare. Trades. What do I think this is? Oh. Like in the previous game, there were almost not trade evos that you could obtain over a world until the DLC dropped. The only way to obtain pre-DLC was link cable. Okay. I see. I guess trade evolutions are in other games too, so how often are those? Is there greater than 4 or less than 10? I guess that's a way, in my opinion, to establish whether it's bad or good, because if it's more than 4 before, then it's an improvement, I suppose. If it's less than 4, then it's worse than it was before, if that is a source of convenience. Here this is Shidis. Shirizoku. Hopefully you get them. I'm not sure if you got them already, like if you did the trade evolution stuff. I have my reservations about that, but I haven't played a game-free game in a long time, so I haven't encountered such things yet in a long while. There are online games that I play that involves interacting with people, like you have to interact with people, but not for the sake of ownership or accessibility. I haven't played trading related things in a while. Collecting, yes, not trading.
とんかつ
I understand what they're trying to do, right? I guess the goodwill and trustworthy. Now I'm gonna sound like a little cynical here. I understand that you can argue that the ideal situation is that it promotes community. However, I think to be a bit of a cynic or to ground that idealism, generally speaking, when you buy something and you have accessibility dependent on other people, that is in good faith. And in my opinion, when it comes to consumerism, good faith is to allow one to do that voluntarily or do it themselves, so that the control is in the consumer. But providing a link and a mandatory trade, that's creating less choices, not more choices. So in a way, I do like the idea that 6 of the things can be traded, but the default is being acquired without trading. So they have created a demand that doesn't have to be there. And that is interesting. And that can be for the goodwill, being good faith and the goodwill of Pokemon. However, that is like saying you're investing in something that has no value. And to me, I don't see the benefit of, if they are going to let you collect traded evolution Pokemon, then doing it for all of them is an addition of value to the person. Removing some, to me, is a predatory way of insisting that, hey, you can collect some of these, but since you can't collect all of them, you have to use a functionality in which we demand that you use in order to get the thing. That is, in my opinion, predatory. But it's a very minor thing until you think about the principles of creature collection. 299 out of 300 is emotionally more FOMO-ish and deleterious and predatorily business oriented, profitable, than missing like 20 or missing 40. So if your collection is, if you're known going into something, this is my personal take on things for emotional things, when it gets closer to completion, the last couple, a smaller number, gets exacerbated by FOMO than having a large discrepancy. So if you play a game and you realize that no matter how well you consistently do, you'll probably ever collect 200 out of 300 of the Pokemon, and it might be some random assortment. Knowing that you're going to miss 2 or 1 or even 4 out of a substantially large number, that becomes, in my opinion, a way to dramatically emphasize and convince people that a feature is a feature that is acceptable because it's what you have to do, the lengths you have to go to do those things. To me, I don't think that actually leads to more communal sharing. It leads to more predatory competition. And I think Game Freak, I don't particularly think it's more of an ideal or a goodwill situation. But that's spinning the other, like a balancing perspective on these. Take for instance Scarlet and Violet, the game client after Legends arcades before it didn't have linking cable. There were somewhere around 16 trade runs that had to be done with other players. Okay. Yeah, and they preserve that. Only now you might be, in my opinion, if you think that missing 16 is not as bad as missing 4, I would say yes, for someone who's very rational about these things, right? Or someone who knows that they're going to go through the length of collecting all of them. So if you have to do it 4 times, you're going to have to do it 4 times. If you're going to do it 16 times, you're going to have to do it 16 times. For those who don't, 4, in my opinion, hurts more than 16 or 20. But you're not one of them. So I imagine you're gonna do it regardless, or in some way, shape, or form, or I guess you already circumvented by buying both the copies. So to me, that's like Game Freak. Game Freak succeeded in what they wanted to do, right? It's a win-win for Game Freak, regardless if you have to trade or not. It's interesting that they continue to add that stuff in. I understand the joys of trading. I just happen to not find it appealing anymore for many years now, right? Typically, I play creature collectors, not creature traders. And I feel like Game Freak tries to hold on to the trading aspect in order for a goodwill, right? To understand and promote the goodwill of building communities. It's interesting how they go about it. I think building communities could be based on trading without exclusivity. Like, how can Game Freak understand their community better? Offer them both the choices and see how often a feature is used in their game. I would like to bet, I'm willing to bet, that if given the choice that even 50 of the Pokemon can be traded to evolve, it would do better than having fewer that need trading to evolve. Because then people can evolve their Pokemon without needing to do other tasks that competes with it. Well, there's also Pokemon Home, which is like a place to store Pokemon from many games. So to be honest, I don't enjoy trading either, and we'll probably just move those four, which I have from previous games, from home into the game where the Pokemons were. Oh, okay. For their Nintendo platform, or for their Game Freak platform. Here's my thought, right? Here's a wonderful experiment that I've often thought. When you force someone's choice, do people think of it as a business move when the feature exists halfway? So I'll give you an example. If you're able to play the game, right? If you're able to play the game and get something versus paying to get it, right? This happens a lot in live service games. What do your community do more? And the answer often is not clear cut. It often deals with a perception of the person's game versus the convenience. So if you deliberately increase the inconvenience of one of your game features, you can force the hand of someone to do the thing that you want them to do. So you juggle this. And in my opinion, Game Freak deliberately does this masterfully. They do it in a way that regardless of the threshold of the absence or presence of a feature, you will do it to complete the thing, however small it may seem, so they can dial back the inconvenience until you still have to do all the features they invest money in, while also gaining the pleasure of someone who finds it inconvenient enough to go from like, so like for example, how low can they reduce, in my opinion, the number of trade evolutions in which it doesn't hamper their double buys? That's kind of what I think about like Game Freak's design, where the difference between 16 and 4, right, for example, is if they're double buy, their bottom line goes down. If it stays the same, then they actually win by saying, oh, well, we're generous, right? You get to win on 4. However, the people that are going to do it didn't go down. So that means they're not losing anything. They're actually winning by appearing like they're generous, and then they're still winning in money. And that's kind of how I feel about not we're not talking about Game Freak anymore. We're talking about like other games like gacha games and live service games. Because live service games and gacha games, they often have a masterclass in this. So for example, if you bought 50 draws, right? And if you have, that would be equivalent to like say 20 hours of gameplay. Now they can appear generous by giving you free draws to offset the necessary draws. So you need 50 draws to, I don't know, get something, get a. They can give you free draws, but they can increase or decrease the amount of gameplay so that these draws, these free draws, and if you can buy draws, become more convenient. And that to me feels a little bit unfortunate to me. And it's hard to say. The whole lore of completing the Pokédex for you is usually completing the Dex award you the shiny charm. However, that isn't the case in this game, so the 4 sitting there unevolved don't really give you that FOMO, feeling like they wouldn't otherwise, where completing the Dex is necessary. That to me is what I hope to hear from a lot of people who may or may not have the time or the resources to worry or concern themselves about this stuff. I think I've been on a gambling, like talking about gambling and looking at gambling addiction, or not necessarily gambling addiction, but normalization of gambling, where the way people make decisions about their finances and like the purchasing decisions and how they enjoy things, like the value you're getting, which is your emotions, right? Your feeling of satisfaction, and how games and marketing and whatnot are affecting the way you make your decisions. And what you said is you're not the target, basically. You're not the target audience. Most of the time, it's wild how a company, in my opinion, and I'm talking about games that I've played for some time now, where they can make it so that they will seem generous by giving you free stuff, but what it does is it creates the gap closure. So like if 70% of the game is accessible, like in a collection, right? In a collection, and then the other 30% requires, let's say, more money, they can bring it even closer by giving you the free stuff. So they'll give you 27%, and it'll inch closer to that 100%, right? When they get to the 99 and 98%, the purchase won't necessarily change significantly. And I feel that's where businesses have been really, really good, pragmatically speaking. They have been very excellent. Like, for example, a Switch 2. A Switch 2, right? Exclusivity works this way. It's not how many games you have. It's not how many games to get a person to buy Switch 2. It can come down to a singular game. So the difference between having 20 good games and 19 different games is very subtle. It can go all the way down to one game. And so if you include all of this, it can be whatever they determine the value is. The idea is you're looking for the lowest number of things in order to get someone to do a huge purchase or a commitment. And to me, a lot of times when you're collecting things, especially FOMO, it happens with gacha games. I'm specifically talking about gacha games. I'm not necessarily talking about Pokemon, because there are other things that are, when you have 99% and you're missing the 1%, they can charge you for anything. Like charge any amount of money or like time and whatnot. And obviously I'm not talking about you, because you've already told me specifically that you do not feel that FOMO. I think this stuff is really scary when people have that problem, right? So you can't see the difference between having 70% and 99%, because the goal is 1%, like 100%. So when they inch closer to this, the business can seem like it's doing you a favor, but this is when it's satisfying. Right this moment is satisfying. All this stuff, not satisfying. You know, the process of going from 70 to 99 is not satisfying. This is where all of the money is achieved. So they put the highest cost at the most satisfying point. And in gacha games, oftentimes it's like the last level, like level 6 of, 6 levels. Level 1 through 5 is like meh, it's fine. Like, you play the game, you can experience it, but for a investment of money, the difference between 5 and 6 is larger than the whole difference of 1 to 5. It's crazy to me when I think about this stuff. It's very normal, by the way. Like in gacha games, actually evolution is a good example. Evolution is a quantized movement. So up to a point, until it evolves, it doesn't have a spike in value. So this would be what the Evo trade is to me. And then in like a gacha game, when you have it, like your game, it's usually like in levels. It kind of looks like this a lot of times, and it's every 10 levels. Or the thing that you're collecting, to level it up, you need to collect 6 dupes, right? Of one thing. And each dupe is increasingly, it will matter less compared to the very last level. And so what happens is you feel like this gap is the actual gap, but the most important part is this last one. So no matter what the person does, the business can get you to pay figuratively, not like, it doesn't necessarily have to be money. It could be time. And that's not, I'm not saying all businesses do this. I think live service games and gacha games and like sports betting and that type of thing, those things do this. It's the, oftentimes it's the big thing. Kind of like how lottery work. I think lottery works the same way. You know, though, what it takes to get to become a winner is discounted. It's only when you win, which is technically one ticket. So whenever someone wins, they're thinking about the one ticket. It could be the next ticket, not the 1 billion tickets you're going to buy potentially before that one ticket. It's always this one ticket. It's kind of interesting. Again, though, I think it's great that you're finding a game that you enjoy and that you're not succumbing to, like, you're not bending over backwards trying to accommodate quite a bit of FOMO in their design. My argument, here's a constructive my constructive suggestion to test if their community, like if you're making an argument that maybe Game Freak has their community in mind, then you offer both choices. You offer there are indie games that have done this where you offer both choices and then you apply it to the majority of things. So say you have 300 Pokemon, you make half of them be able to trade evolve, but they can also evolve normally. All 300 evolves normally. Now how do you get your trade evolution to be a feature that people want? You can evolve faster by a margin of error, let's say 10% on the trade evolutions. So now you have two choices. You either put in more time to get the same 300 evolution, or you can put in the time, whichever this arbitrary number is, that's equivalent to the delta t. So say the delta t is 10 hours worth of value, right? Does the trade evolution accommodate 10 hours worth of investment in, I don't know, community building, in trading, right? If it does, then the data will speak for itself. They will find out that, oh, hey, guess what? A lot of people actually like trading because trading not only presents a faster route, it also produces community. So people willingly trade. If like 99% of the people end up choosing to evolve the traditional way, the other 150, then they know that whatever their feature is does not compete with the existing feature. And that's a way to determine if it's goodwill or if it's a business move. I think trade evolutions is a business move because you've told me that they did do something. They made out of the 16, right? Or I forgot how many. Out of the 10 trades, you can collect 6 of them, right? So now you have 2 routes for 6 of them. And what percentage of people are going to collect them doing this? If it's 100% that most people will collect it through the traditional route, it means that their game is good. At least it's better than trading. So that would demonstrate that no, it wasn't a goodwill move if they continue to do this because their community decided to unanimously choose to do it traditionally. That to me is listening to what your game is doing to your community. And based on what you told me, you gave me the impression that Arceus was already telling the developer that no, let's not do trades, let's do traditional things. And there's another way. There's another way to compete. What if you're saying they're pro community or pro consumer, let's say all of them did use trades. So 10 people, like, 100% of people still traded all 10 despite having the opposite, the opposite happening. Then that means their game loop does not compete. So something's wrong with their game loop. Their game loop doesn't have people playing more. Instead, they're going to shortcuts, like the convenient route. That's kind of what live service has to answer all the time, right? Is your game fun to play? Well, if you're designing for the sake of convenience, you can charge money for convenience. So if your money goes up in convenience, it means your playtime goes down. So this is a compensation, right? If they're not making money based on game time, they're going to be paid based on inconvenience, right? And they have to gauge that. But this is saying something. If your money is generating a lot of flow, but your game time is decreasing, your game sucks. for lack of a better word. Your game does not compete for the convenience it offers. And that, to me, tells me whether the developer and the publisher, right, is either making a feature for money or for the community. And I can earnestly say my experience isn't vast enough. My most experience I have is like Blizzard and like Neverwinter with Cryptic or Perfect World stuff. And this stuff, to me, this is where Game Freak comes into the question. And so does Nintendo, honestly. Are you looking at compensating for your poor game time? I feel when someone embarks on a trade revolution, it's a compensation that despite they allow you to collect 6 of the 10 trade revolution Pokemon, the concern is that they want you to use a feature at the cost of not being confident that their gameplay will do the same, right? Say a trade takes 10 minutes. You go on a forum, it takes 10 minutes. You get that satisfaction. And then they made the collection process 5 hours. You can apply pressure to make trade more appealing by having both choices. To me, that screams like a developer that's confident that people like playing their game. They probably still play for 5 hours despite being able to make a trade that takes 10 minutes or however long it is. Now, if you argue, oh, trades don't take 10 minutes, it takes like 10 hours to sort out stuff. It's like, well, then you have a community problem. It's the answer that you want. You want to ask yourself as a developer or a publisher, does our community can really take advantage of this trade evolution thing? Does it happen really fast? If it does, and it's very convenient, then if you offer both choices, the question will be answered with your statistics. Unfortunately, making something exclusive makes it so that you have no comparison. And that's what I mean by it's hard for me to really know if it's a big deal or not, because they're competing with themselves. Even so, it's non-competitive. So whether it's good or bad, they get to dictate whatever it is. You take it or leave it because they're Game Freak. They own the Pokemon IP. Now, some people could argue that, oh, well, that's okay. I don't have to play Pokemon games. Those people are even further outside the FOMO sphere, right? And I loved Pokemon games, but I only played it once. I played each Pokemon property once. So like Red and Blue, right? That's the one instance for the Game Boy thing. I did Pokemon TCG, which is what we talked about in Discord. I talked about it a little bit with Fictitious. There was a time when I did the trading card game. Nowadays, I don't play a trading card game. I play a collectible card game. Hearthstone is a CCG. Now, the problem is CCG still does this thing where you do Delta T versus money. And the way they're doing it is what Blizzard does best. They keep pushing the amount of time in order to push purchases. So if you make the gameplay demand and you keep pushing it up, does your sales go up because of convenience? And I think that's what a Game Freak does too, in my opinion. So does Nintendo. Anyone that has a corner market in exclusivity, what they do is they push as far of the inconvenience as they can It doesn't really have to be gameplay, but I'm really talking about the game itself because I don't buy hardware too often. The higher they can push the inconvenience without impacting their bottom line is great. Now, whenever they make a misstep, right? If they push too hard, what they can do is they can lower the inconvenience but still make the same amount of money. So then it wouldn't seem as bad. So it's not as bad because you've had it worse. Right? You've had it worse. So they can seem like the good guy while still making the same amount of money. It's brilliant, in my opinion, in the sense of pragmatic business. Like, one task that people do is they would have a mainline game. This is a different take on it. It's not always bad, right? I'm making it sound like bad. Here's one that people use, and it's related to Pokemon. So you have a mainline game, right? And then you have a sideline game. So the sideline game makes experiments. And those experiments can make them into bad or good guys because of the mainline game. But the mainline game takes no risks. The interesting thing here is when it comes to the business model, you can use the sideline game to appear like the good guy while not impacting money too much. But in the mainline game, that's when it'll show whether these things are in good faith or not. And a lot of times, a company, in my opinion, a publisher and a developer, if this goes both ways, then oftentimes I would say good intentions. If it doesn't, then it's a business move. Or it's likely. Like, it's more likely to be a business move. And what you told me last time when we were talking about Arceus and then the main line, you know, the difference between the legend line and the main line, which is your like colors and gems and line, these are not transferable. So the things that are good that people like about the legend line does not make it to like some of the TLCs that can be transferable. We're not saying like make the action live. I watched a bunch of reviews about the new Pokemon game because of your interest and gather an idea of what they've experimented. So the real time, right? The quote active time, not necessarily real time, but active time battle system. I'm not saying convert that into the main line, but things like Treevolution, which is what I asked you earlier about if they're comparable between the main line and the sideline, and you mentioned, you know, the number 16 came up. It is comparable. So it's interesting that something good happened with the trade evolutions, but I don't think it makes it into the main line. So to me, I would say no. Game Freak didn't make a pro community choice. They made a pro business choice. There are other companies that do this. A company that RGG in Sega does this too, where if their sideline is something successful, does it make it into their main line? They actually do. Most of the stuff that works in the sideline ends up making it into the mainline game. And both of the good and bad stuff, there's no increase in inconvenience, which is interesting. Now, one if you're a hardcore person, right? If you're a hardcore person, you can make a counter argument. Like someone could argue against me. It's like, well, inconvenience is get good. So like it could be a challenge, right? You could see it as a challenge. I'm like, yeah, me too. I actually like this. If something is inconvenient, I try to fight against it for fun. Not because of FOMO though. It's not FOMO. It's fun to see what you can do at the inconvenience. So when I play a gacha game, for example, the first thing I do is I play it free to play and see what happens. And then it is about understanding what's missing. That gets my gears going. So I would go further and say not only is FOMO could be a quote unquote good thing or a non-issue. It is very interesting to see how people make it easier or like make it work, right? And I've done before. I remember the trade revolution. They existed since, or they existed since Red and Blue, right? And yeah, it was really tough as a 13-year-old who are surrounded by pretty much like poor socioeconomic environment in order to expect that you would have someone who has Red and Blue. So then how would you get the Pokemon, right? Now, Game Freak could consider this as one of the stopgaps for their game, but here we are, right? Here we are 25 years later, and it still exists. So it's very difficult for me to see it as not a business retention. I'm sure there will be many other pro Pokemon community members who would say like, no, this is the basis of how they make friends, right? Make friends and communicate and whatnot. I really hope that's true. For the others, it's kind of interesting to hear how they get their trade revolutions. So in no way do I think that you can't find satisfaction as well in different ways, right? I think FOMO often it's a non-issue, like you're trying to settle, right? And settle is good enough. How do you circumvent this? I don't know if this exists because Nintendo really do slap down alternatives. Like for example, simulating a second instance of the game. That's probably something I'm sure people have attempted to try to do this, where they take the single copy and create 2 instances in order to get the trade so that they don't have to do this trade revolution stuff. The lengths the community would go to do this is, in my opinion, supposed to be a wake-up call to Game Freak if they're pro game, right? If they're pro gaming community. But it's very difficult for me to think of anything that has Nintendo or Game Freak written on it as pro gaming community. It's largely pro consumerism, ironically from a Japanese corporation, but the game looks really fun though. I think for a lot of different Pokemon fans, that active time battle seems really fun. It reminds me of a bunch of live service games that really captures that magic. Which, by the way, Bree, as a fun share, I know you say you don't experience FOMO and whatnot. MiHoYo, for example, MiHoYo is releasing something like that soon. where they apply a free-to-play live service model to it. So take it with a grain of salt, but is a live service free-to-play game, and it has they're introducing a creature collector as well. So I know you probably like Pokemon a lot out of tradition and like sentimentals, but there's a whole world. There's also a whole world of creature collectors, and one of the publishers that are a heavyweight is entering this market. And I really do mean market, because this makes a lot of money. Collecting in general makes a lot of money. It is very much tied with gambling. And not gambling in the traditional sense, like you put in something, expect to get more out gambling. It's more you collect something or you buy something expecting to get your money's worth. But it turns out that it isn't that. You buy something to maybe get your money. It's the promise of getting your value. So kind of like learning a piece of information and believing that it will bring value to you in the future. It won't have value until it actually happens. And this is what live service is. So when you buy a subscription, right? When you buy a subscription to Netflix or like any type of service, the promise is what you are subscribing for. For most people, right? Other people, I would say greater than 50% buy on the promise of what you subscribe for. It's a promise made with time. Others, the less than 50% would buy for the things they get right away. And thankfully, in my opinion, thanks to like reviews and other people who play Pokemon games like yourself, I can know some of these things. Do you always have to? Not really, right? That's buying out of interest. I personally don't think people who are interested in Pokemon is buying out of interest. I don't think people get surprised by what's in a Pokemon game. I think they buy out of value. So to me, if I say I ask the Game Freak an interview and they suggest that, it's like, oh, we didn't know that. I thought people buy our games out of the excitement of finding out what they bought. I absolutely disagree. Or at least disagree to an extent where they should also give you more than one response. The response is most people buy their game expecting a value. They don't buy their game out of interest. As in, I wonder how many Trevolution games, I wonder how many Pokemon will be able to collect on one version. That's not what they're asking. They're often asking, can I collect everything? And usually that means it's an all or none answer. And to me, what Game Freak demonstrated is it's none, not all. And to me, that's how I understand people who like Pokemon. They either collect all of it, or most of the time, none of it. And the way it's related is because I was talking about TCG. A Costco recently opened up in my region, and because of Pokemon tins that go for like a certain amount, like $30 a tin, you keep on buying the next thing because it's not 100%. If it was 100%, then it meets value expectations. But usually it's the promise of value expectations. So people buy tins and collect things is because there's value that can be gotten. And that's interesting. I don't know if I can empathize with this. It sounds like I'm being really cold, right? I'm detached and I'm trivializing people's emotions. It's because it's very hard for me to relate at the moment to this type of thing. Typically I buy a game not knowing what the value is, actually, most of the time. Like, I know how much it costs, you know, a game costs $60, like, or something like that, or I buy an indie game that costs $30. I don't know what that value is yet, so I'm not fixated on FOMO. There's no things to miss. You don't actually know what the value is at the moment. So I love buying indie games because there's a pro community aspect. And what happens is if the developer finds out that their game doesn't meet the value expectations, as in like after people play it, then they up the value of their game by not charging more or raising the inconvenience. When you're a high publisher, a great business model is definitely not this. It kind of sucks. There are definitely companies that still stand by that type of mentality, CDPR. Unfortunately, CDPR doesn't have like a 3-decade-old creature collector series that appeals to mass audience. CDPR has Witcher and Cyberpunk. But typically there are still publishers and devs that create action where it's a response to community feedback, not a way of saying take it or leave it. I look forward to seeing when Game Freak crosses the line. It'll be interesting to see how Game Freak responds when they cross the line. If you like creature collectors, like for example other creature collectors, I think Temtem is a pretty good one. It's no Pokemon, obviously. There's still Pal World, I guess, but that is a different take on things. MiHoYo's unnamed, I forgot what the MiHoYo's game is yet. And I mean, Slime Rancher is pretty good. Slime Rancher 2, but you're collecting slimes. So creature collection is really trendy at the moment, but it doesn't hit as much as Pokemon. Pokemon themselves is the FOMO. Pretty tough. Anyways, I thought I'd share my thoughts. Hopefully is every bit as wonderful playing the game and not having to worry about things that are not accessible or maybe like a bit inconvenient. Alright. I still got my 300-day review, so let's refocus. Let's see. Makes me want to type. Oh, to drop contact?
立つ
Break off contact. The heck? The port? Is that a port? How do I port? All I can think about is one. Question is this port? Do you like the active time? The active battle system? I think that's a great difference that quite a lot of other people talked about. That's one of the major purchasing reasons for the series. Oh.
我々
あれ What? She? Fortune telling. Why does this? Oh, wait.
星占い
Oh, fortune telling is astrology.
限度 前傾 船員
What? Oh, wait, that's an astronaut. No, wait. What the? Sailor. I thought a spaceship, not regular ship. Just bad.
前傾
招待する
Chill. Uh. What? That's arrow. Oh, this is a arrow symbol. What is arrow symbol? Arrow. We're looking for the onyomi for arrow. We have in And I guess I default to ya. No? Oh no, this is double kun. Right? Yajiroshi. Oh, Yajirushi.
矢印
Yajirushi. It's not coal.
居眠り 奇妙
Inyo. What? What? Oh, wait. So far, you've convinced yourself that exercising doesn't take too long to do? Nice! This makes you more likely to exercise more often? Absolutely. That's awesome. May I ask, what type of exercising have you been doing, Jazz? I still need to convince myself to do a little bit more. I actually do squats between breaks, by the way. I haven't really shared that. I tend to do body weight squats in between breaks. I stay seated for quite a long time. Old age is catching up. We're going. How do you feel like since you started? I think this is. Yep.
睡眠薬
Niña.
睡眠
きれい
Yeah. Fast walking, shadowboxing, yoga, and similar, and ends with sit-ups in one day. That's a lot. And it doesn't take too long. Man, you're doing a lot. It's quite a... We got some cardio, some more cardio, and maybe possibly balance. Mobility, very nice. And then similar stuff. And then we have some calisthenics thrown in. Sounds like good old quality body maintenance. Yeah, I don't practice yoga in that capacity, but most of the mobility stuff is overlaps with yoga quite a lot. Like your bridges, your cat crows, your like body bridges, right? Your support holds, your downward dogs, maybe even throw in some foam rolling. And then shadow boxing, I used to continue to practice Taekwondo as a form of doing some like leg work, but I haven't done that too much. And then most of the time is calisthenics. And then I run before stream. You think for now, since you don't exercise regular, all I want is to be active more. I see. I don't know if you live in a cold place or a place that gets cold, Jazz, but I do this thing where, yes, my parents have a certain temperature that they like, but when it gets cold out, oftentimes it can get a little nippy where I am in the house. So whenever I get cold, I decide to just get up and do squats. So oftentimes another inconvenience is countered by the convenience of activity. There's this thing that is often talked about when it comes to more activity, making something inconvenient just enough that you'll still go get it is an excellent way to go about things. So like, you know you're going to eat something. However, you put it just outside of that reach in which you may have some sort of like commute to it. Just enough. Obviously don't go crazy. Why not? If it's cold, make your own heat. I like it. Yeah. So that's what I do. I actually lose weight during the winter time. And then I gain a bit of weight. Like it fluctuates 5 pounds ish. I'm sorry for metrics. I don't know what that is in metrics. Points. I don't know, 1 kilo. I have no idea. But you know, it's an appreciable amount. So I go up and down. But during the cold, my activity goes up during the cold. Because whenever I'm cold, I instead just do activities. It could be the difference of standing and doing jumping jacks because you want to warm up for a bit, right? So I have a cold trigger. Whenever it's cold, I do more activity. And that's kind of, it's the principle of the idea. Not necessarily you have to like be cold or anything. Sometimes it's like, well, if you're gonna go eat, sometimes people like to cook. Like they've gotten into this groove where, well, if I'm gonna eat, at least I'm gonna cook something. I'm not suggesting that this is like the leap that would be the direction. The idea is there are things that you mandatorily do a lot and you can link activity to them. Like for example, if you're gonna watch a Netflix show or you're gonna doom scroll, you might as well walk around. So whenever you you know, you're linking something that you either have to do or like to do, and you're linking it to your activity. So yeah, habit pairing is amazing, right? Your habit pairing, especially habit pairing with a reward for something you've already done. Yeah, it's fantastic. Like I can't tell you, whenever someone, if I had like a Fitbit or something and someone sees my steps climb up, right, in a group, I'm probably doing Duolingo exercises. And you might be thinking, wait, why would you want to do Duolingo exercises while you're walking? And it's like, well, it started with not doing anything during Duolingo, right? It started with sitting down doing Duolingo. But actually walking is a positive thing for me. So if I have to walk somewhere, I'm going to do something while I'm walking. It's the other way around. Walking was already established. So in order to establish a routine for language learning, I paired it up with walking. Streaming, I paired up with running. But it would be even more magical if habit pairing can help greatly reduce any existing bad habits. Indeed. That would be a holy grail, right? It does wonders when your habit ends up pairing up your sleep hygiene, your diet, right? Your diet, sleep hygiene, and your mood. Those things are fairly magical. The moment you can pair your habits with those things, they kind of holistically elevate most things. They kind of enhance the things. And hopefully you find more of that. And I like to believe that you're becoming more active leads to a lot of those things. Pairing habits with mood, that is a thing. Yeah. When I'm alert and active, I stream and study. When I'm tired, I veg out. And you might be thinking, wait, but doesn't that just sound like normal things? Like, well, no. When people want to be productive, they escape. That's the typical pairing habit. So when you want to do work, you decide to doom scroll. That's the typical pairing that happens. When I do work, it's also at my best and when I'm most active. So all the times I do work is when I'm unable, I'm able to do work. And then when I'm not able to do work, I'm doing the things that are paired up that allows me to recover and rest. So whenever someone says you have to go to sleep, but you have to do work, that's a different type of pairing than going to sleep so you can do work when you get up. So pairing with moods. You sleep so you can get up to do work. Versus you sleep because work is too tiring. Those are two different things. One is a coping mechanism, and the other is a forward. It's a proactive mechanism. So I study language because I want to. I don't study language because I have to. Or it is something that I don't want to do later because I don't want to do it now. Those are the type of questions that I typically ask myself. I go to work wanting to go to work most of the time. It's kind of like you convincing yourself that exercise doesn't take that long, and then you're able to do it, right? There's one step, in my opinion, after that. Not only does exercise not take too long, it make way for something else you can do that you're going to do in the future. So you're pairing with the moods that you're getting, right? If exercise makes you feel more active, then because of that activity, you can do other active things. It sounds like a good way to use resources. Like mood is a type of resource you can use, and you can consider this. Yeah. When you're sad, go watch something sad sometimes, you know, or go watch something, you know, like you don't necessarily. I understand the whole coping. Coping is good. Like coping is a natural defense. It's a way to compensate, right? That is, I think, the most intuitive and responsive way when someone is struggling. If you're sad, you want to do something happy, so you're reacting to your sadness. You can also utilize your sadness and channel it into something. So for example, if you're sad, you can create something that is sad. And therefore now your sadness takes on a life of its own. It's a resource that you use to create something. So that's where you have artwork, learning, hobbies, and whatnot. Your mood, however it is, can be used appropriately in some ways. Obviously, not your entire life can be optimized in this. There are things you have to do, things you have to be coping with. That is, to be honest, you're not that sensitive to your own mood, so doing this can help you get closer to yourself more. That sounds excellent. I feel like you're, you know, the wanting to be active. That sounds like a very emotional thing. I think not wanting to be active comes from losing touch with your own self, because mood and response and whatnot is a great motivator. Like if you feel crummy, what can you do about it? You can tell the punching bag that you hit that you feel crummy, versus you're punching the bag because you feel crummy, like because you have to deal with your crumminess. I think both of them can work. Some days you'll feel like I have to run because you just feel bad about yourself. And then some days you're like, you're feeling bad, so I'm going for a run. Those are like, so on the one hand, you're going for a run in order to not feel bad anymore. On the other hand, you generally know that you're feeling bad around this time, so running is the thing you do to maximize that bad feeling. That bad feeling is telling you I should run, right? And then when you're having good feelings, you can choose to do good things with it, not just bad things with it, and then vice versa. Being reactionary can get into, in my opinion, a state of mind that I feel the other thing that I'm talking about, it's a luxury. It's a privilege. So I don't think people often get the opportunity to be able to do that. Like if they're sad, what are they going to do first? The fastest way to cope with it. The fastest way to, put a band-aid on it. So the thing they would do is, if you feel bad, get dopamine. Alternatively, if you feel bad, is there something that you can do to channel that badness, right? So then the badness takes on a value. Obviously, there's a slippery slope, right? Badness could be malicious. It can be violent. It can also be functional. So whenever I think about someone doing exercise, when they're getting active, I love to ask them, like, what is it that motivates you? I hear it's the difference that I'm looking for, or like that I'm trying to illustrate here, is the difference between someone who says, oh man, I have to blow off steam, right? So whenever I have to blow off steam, I hit the gym, versus I'm angry, so I will feel better about myself if I go to the gym. And it could be both. Like you can have both. The idea is to provide the contrast between someone who says, yo, I have a lot of energy, let's go do something with it, versus, or I'm feeling particularly angry right now, let's go do something with it, versus I feel angry, so I need something to make me feel better. Those two things are really, really interesting. How whenever you ask how they choose to do something, it's a lot more proactive and energetic from the person who's saying, I'm doing this because this is the better thing I can do whenever I'm in this situation, versus someone who says, I'm in this situation because I have no control over it. So in order to deal with the situation, I'm reacting to the situation that's presented to me. I feel sad, so I need to go find something that makes me happy. Versus I feel sad, hey, I might as well go make something with my sadness, and in the process possibly could become happy, right? Or become a value. So you still allow yourself to feel sad. No life hacks here, right? This is not a life hack or anything. Sometimes you can choose to do that if you have the privilege. You can choose to be sad, but then that sadness doesn't have to be a negative response. When I'm sad, I kind of go and paint or write something that's sad. I think that's kind of where musicians and artists and creators end up shining. They end up incredibly expressively shining. You turn your thing, your emotions and your mood into something incredibly valuable, even to other people. Telling a story about why you're sad is creating value in your sadness. Not every day, obviously. Coping is good. Good management of coping strategies and producing, reacting to things is very adaptive. One can still take it further, take a step further. Like I can still work, like I do in Inktober. I did do arts when I also felt like I'm tired. Like I do get tired over time, and those times happen too. However, it's not exclusively that. So when I go to work, some days I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be at work, but I can cope with it. And then other days, like I'm going to work because I'm gonna do something with my energy. I'm gonna make something. I'm gonna get progress with whatever I have to do. And then you can also say like, oh, I'm still not exhausted. You know what? I'm gonna get working on tomorrow's work. So if my tomorrow body is gonna thank my current self for thinking, I still have energy, so I might as well do something with it. And this is a great way to do it. So you're kind of squeezing in kind of a maximizing what is available to you in a way that could squeeze out some significant differences, right? And to me, when I go to the gym, I haven't been in a gym in a very long time. The last time I've been in a gym was when I'm at a university and I see other kids, right? Some days you just see the guy, you can tell the difference between someone's like, oh yeah, they're putting extra in because they know they can, versus someone's like, they're doing it because they need to keep up. Eventually it becomes the same person encounters most of these. And when you're getting closer to the things like, nah, I got this. Just, hold my beer or hold my coffee. Right now, good time. Let's go. Opportunity is calling, right? I'm really excited to hear what like how your mood and stuff changes as you're becoming more and more active. I think the beginning is a great way to hit the ground running. When you especially for becoming more active, the first couple months, like maybe the first week might be a little bit slightly rocky, but people dramatically respond to becoming more active until they start specializing, right? When they start becoming extended experience, and then that's where the thing I'm talking about kicks in. When you start, you haven't started anything in a while, you started and then you got over that hump, right? This hump, right? You got over this hump, like, oh yeah, now it feels great. And eventually you're gonna get to this one. And when you approach this like diminished return, the thing I'm talking about, doing things like with your mood or being intentional with maintaining something, that's when it kicks in my opinion. The difference between someone who decides, nah, I'm just gonna scale down, and they kind of fall off, they still maintain, don't exercise, you still maintain like certain maintenance, but how hard you fall off and maintain something is because of a lacking of enthusiasm. There's less intent behind it anymore. There's no interest, right? Like you've walked like the last 300, the last 3 years you've walked, so it's not as interesting anymore. So in order to maintain this level of consistency, you become intentional with things. And one of them is like getting into the mood for things. Before I run, I legitimately have a routine. I have a ritual. I do you probably see this in runners and other athletes a lot. They go through their routine, their like warm-up routine. And a lot of times people will say like, oh yeah, warm up so you don't get injured, right? Like it warms up your muscle getting ready to, but there are other things. Your mind is ready, right? Those people are telling themselves like, all right, it's time to run, right? We're gonna get it. And you can then become a lot more controlled over what your mindset is. And it's brilliant. When I can't understate how much uplift someone's overall mood becomes when their mindset is in line with the intent of their activity. And if you can convince yourself reactively that something doesn't take too long, you can also probably be able to motivate yourself with what it can do, as opposed to what it could have done because you challenged it, right? Now think about the odds of, you know what, not only does exercise not take long, I think I can do it intentionally every morning because morning is crummy, but I feel great after running. Now we tie it up and say, well, I'm going to feel great in the morning because I'm going to go do something active. And then you've got your recipe for a consistent, nearly unbreakable will, aside from injuries and physical limitations, obviously. But for the mental game, unbreakable, unsaleable. When the going gets tough, you're fortified for the long journey. At least in my opinion. Like when I started Inktober, there was no reservation in my mind that I would not complete it. In fact, I was thinking the whole time, how do I complete more? I chose not to, actually. I was going to redo the first 4 pieces with my extra day. I finished out ahead, not behind, or just right. I typically aim for something, but I know that I can do more than I aim for. And on the way, it's my choice to do more than what I set out to do at first. So yeah, I would say the difference is it can be small. It is small, technically, relatively speaking, to the whole thing, right? However, the ability to do that is the reassurance that the future of your activities will continue to have that assurance, because those small differences are the things that will keep you in the long run, in my opinion, when diminished return kicks in, right? So for Inktober, it's like the first 3 days I'm like, ugh, I haven't done this for a year. And then it picks up and it hits a really high fever pitch at 8 days. 8 days. And then we started tapering out. But the thing is, this was the projected 30 days of effort. And my mind was up here for 34 days worth of work. So not only was I exceeding my own expectations, I'm aware I can do it if I choose to do it, which I didn't. I actually ended up taking those days. I yapped 3 days. 3 of the days I yapped a lot for like another 12 hours total, talking to like 2 or 3 new people. And then one of the days, which is the day before the last day, I took a rest day. So technically I did far more work than I set out to be. So this was like the first 3 days that I have to do every year, by the way. Every year, this is the Inktober special. Every year. And then this would be like the next 5 days. And then the rest would be incredibly smooth sailing. And when I finish Inktober, I always know I can do more, because I got into the groove of doing it. So I will always know that, like, I tend to end strong, quote unquote, end strong. And that is, I hope, for everyone. I feel like whatever I said could be very attractive to most people. Always knowing that you have the discipline to exercise restraint. But if you had to do it, you can do way more than you planned out to do. Like what I mean way more is significantly more, satisfyingly more. But you're not going to push that. You don't have to push that, but you know you can do it. And that is a very assuring and great confidence builder. Not only can you be successful, you can exceed your expectations, but you're also being disciplined as to not push yourself constantly over with no wiggle room. So that whole difference between like 34 days and 30 days is what I call my overhead. I leave overhead because I don't have to push myself. I meet my goals most of the time. You could call this sandbagging. Some people say this is sandbagging. But that's a different story. Sandbagging is when you have to perform at a level, but you chose not to because people expected you to do less. So if they were expecting you to do 24 days, for example, and you can do 30 days, and then you choose to do 24 days because you know that's that's sufficient. This is sandbagging. This is exceeding expectations. However, you don't want to hit your limit, right? You're choosing to be a little bit more disciplined. And that's what I do. Right? I end the day knowing I can do more. However, for the sake of my mood that's incoming, I will continue to do other things. Yeah. Wonderful thing that I hope people who are actively minded will have the choice to do so. Wouldn't it feel great? I'm not sure if you feel this way already about certain things. Like, here's one that I would say. When someone walks, right? And then they get, I don't know, 10,000 steps. There's a difference between someone who says, oh, I need 10,000 steps versus I'll do 10,000 steps and find out if I want to do more. So the second person knows that they are always going to be sufficient, as in they can clear whatever their objective is, and they're constantly asking themselves if they want to do more than that. The other condition is when you start out, you're trying to reach to a goal, right? That's how I feel. That's when you're transitioning into the long game. Like, no, you don't need to do this anymore. You just want to do this. And you know you can do this. No questions asked. The question is, can you do more than the last time? And that's the progress situation, where any form of progress is in your eyes. You can internalize most of your progress because you see what you can do as a bare minimum. The bare minimum is to do that 10-minute walk. Now you're asking yourself, can you do 11 or 12 on a good day, and maybe somewhere around 10 on your worst days? So the worst you can do is the thing you have to do, and the best you can do is unlimited. There's no, you can't tell until the day of. So I will consistently perform above what I expect. And what I expect is already the stuff that I've established as normal. What's a normal day for me? 5 hours of language learning and 3 hours of yapping or any alternative thing. But I can do 13 or 14 hours if I have to. So occasionally I do those, but I don't have to every day, while I'm still working on it. So the things that you're working on will continue to improve, but you can also do extra if you want. You had this thought in your head from a while back. The body should remember the activity you've done, even if no device is present to track it. Absolutely. Absolutely. It most definitely will keep track of that type of activity. However, in a device, you can use that device intentionally to elevate your game, right? Not to compensate for your game. And the idea is you can do both. You can listen to your body and coordinate it with the device that's tracking it, and observe intentionally with intent what the correlation is. I think most people who use devices that track they're replacing their skill. So instead of having to listen to their body, they're using a device to be the single point of failure to tracking how they feel or like how they're doing. This is usually, in my opinion, someone who's doing the bare minimum to be able to be active, which is a great starting point. And then I talked to someone who was language learning recently, although we didn't talk afterwards because there was something exchanged. But the idea is when you become more invested in something, you're creating more redundancy as opposed to trying to utilize a single point of failure. And the reason why you thought is because you're wondering if some people get some sort of anxiety when needing to keep a step streak going and needing to see number rise on their screen. They most certainly do. I would say, for better or for worse, anxiety, right? There's another word for anxiety. Confidence. FOMO. Consistency. What's another word for anxiety? Pressure. Motivation. These are the pairing of words that would come to mind immediately. You have the one side is negative and the other side is positive. So when you think of anxiety, are you thinking about confidence? If you have confidence that you will achieve that task, anxiety goes away, regardless if the tracker is telling you to do so. Right? You know that the tracker is there to help you remember something, but you're always going to get it done anyways. It's for the days that you kind of forget, because sometimes your confidence can be 99%. But there's always those days you might forget something. So if you're confident, most of the time the tracker is a source of confidence, reassurance. It's a safety device. When you're anxious, you have a lack of confidence, in my opinion, because you rely on a device to keep on consistently reminding you to get the job done. Now, that feeds into FOMO versus consistency. If the device is reminding you to make sure you don't miss out on something, it induces anxiety due to the fear of missing out, in which you lack confidence in keeping track of. If you are consistent, you don't have FOMO because you're consistent, which it spawns from confidence. If you are confident in being consistent, then FOMO has less of a toll on you, which also has less of anxiety, right? And then with all of these things, they provide a source of pressure. But if it's a negative thing, it's a stress pressure, not a source of motivation. Pressure is a source of motivation when it's positive with intent. So if you intend to get more active, that pressure you place on yourself is a source of motivation. And that pressure is no longer a negative pressure, it's motivation because you have the confidence to be consistent, to motivate yourself to achieve the task. When you're anxious, you are lacking confidence. You have a fear, you rely on a device that creates FOMO in order to apply pressure, which induces anxiety. So that both of these can lead, in my opinion, they both can result in new habits. You can get started in both directions. Like, again, this is a start. This is how people start things, in my opinion. And one is someone has been successful consistently. One, stick to one thing person. So if you stuck to one thing for a very long time and you haven't been starting new things, you might be in this situation. That doesn't mean that both of these situations, it's a mix of these situations, right? You can still start new habits. So neither of these will kind of destroy your chance of being able to start a new habit. This stuff is what allows you to do it if you're able to realize it, right? Do you think you have enough confidence in your consistency? Go without a tracker. If you need a tracker, do you see it as a safety measure or do you see it as a mandatory thing? The reason why it's important is if you see it as a source of anxiety, it's great to try to change it to something else. You could use the device to learn to develop confidence and consistency. So in the future, you're like, I have to get up at 5 a.m., for example. You have to get up at 5 a.m. So you use a tracker, get up at 5 a.m. like your alarm clock. Suddenly you're like, I wonder if I get up now before 5 a.m., just slightly before 5 a.m., if I can consistently do that, then the tracker no longer is a dependency. It's a safety net. So you still can have the tracker. You can still have your alarms. You can still have your devices. But you yourself now have built enough confidence and consistency with enough motivation that if that device fails or whatever, or something happens or you find something new, you can move on. That also leaves room when you have confidence and consistency to learn new things. And that's why this is kind of an unfair situation. When you are successful and you're consistently successful at starting new things, you remain consistently successful. When you fall off, this is the word that most people would use: momentum. Momentum is a word, like a buzzword that people talk about a lot of times. When you have momentum, that's with confidence, consistency, and motivation. Most of the things continue to be confident, consistent, and motivational. That's one of the great things about your body remembering things. Your mind remembers things too. I mean, I know how obvious that sounds, but what I mean is the emotional memory continues to be reinforced. So the more consistent you are in the confidence department and the consistency and motivation, you can get big-headed. You can even get arrogant, right? Like that's why both of these things still exist. There's a place for anxiety. Anxiety is confidence when it's negative, and the other way around. FOMO is consistency, the other way around. So in order to appreciate what confidence is and consistency is, one also spends time experiencing FOMO and anxiety. Those are one in the same, like they are related. It's difficult for someone to understand the value of confidence and consistency if they haven't experienced anxiety and FOMO. It's kind of like you can't appreciate happiness if you don't know how conditional happiness is because of sadness. If you are unable to appreciate and understand what sadness is, how can you be so sure that you're happy? And these, I wrote this as a pair, but one sounds negative, one sounds positive, but it's all of the above. So I absolutely agree with you when you say the reason you thought is that if you have a tracker, it could lead to anxiety. Anxiety is the negative version of the thing that you want to build for confidence. Anxiety goes away to make time for confidence. Because what is confidence? When you want to do something, do you ever get nervous? Some people would describe that as anxiety. Despite all your confidence, like I feel I'm fairly confident when I need to talk about concepts like this. That doesn't necessarily mean I don't feel nervousness and anxiousness when I do these things, right? Like getting ready for a speech or giving a lesson or something. And that confidence is because of pressure, right? Pressure. But that pressure could be the sole source of your motivation to do well and to be confident and consistent. So all of these things are pretty much related. And what you're wondering, I feel, is absolutely true. How you wield and balance those things are hopefully your choice. I hope you end up being able to generate your choice. If you want to be consistent, right? That's the holy grail. You gravitate towards the word consistency. It's like, no matter what, I am so and so and I do so and so. Yes. Usually when people become very reductive in health, like active thing, consistency still often comes up as number one. Consistency. No matter how fancy your routine is, how optimized it is, consistency ends up breeding confidence a lot of times. And it does remove anxiety. It reduces anxiety. It tends to promote confidence. And then confidence and consistency provides a sustainable, a steady source of motivation, as opposed to pressure. Pressure is when you enter FOMO territory. So when you're no longer consistent, right? Like you're afraid that your consistency is waning, like you're grinding down and it's getting slower, FOMO starts rolling around. The idea is you're going to think to yourself, oh, maybe I should have ran this morning. Like I shouldn't have taken a break. I should have ran. So next time you're saying, oh, I should run like double the amount tomorrow. I'll just make it up tomorrow. So that FOMO leads to negative pressure. This is guilt. You miss a run, do double next time. You're like, oh man, you know what? I'm feeling really bad today too. Do triple next time, right? Do triple next time. And you're placing negative pressure on yourself. The alternative, right? The alternative for consistency is you've been walking for 100 days, my friend, right? When you drop a day, don't worry about it. You've been consistent for 99 days, like 100 days of the 101. That is consistency. There's no chance this one day is going to dramatically impact how your body remembers and how your emotional and memory remembers how consistent you are. So in no way does missing one day or FOMO ever impact or shouldn't impact your ability to know that FOMO has no contest against consistency. And that breeds confidence. The way I said it was very confident because you know you've done it 100 days. One day isn't going to shatter your reputation. That's where streaks are a problem when you're not a consistency person. A streak system is making you use FOMO to maintain your lack of consistency. And there's other words for lack of consistency. Discipline. Right? Discipline versus procrastination. There's so many like dualities. You know, we started talking about because of this exercise, but this motivation talk can apply to other areas of life. So thank you for the brainstorm. Yeah, perfectly welcome. And I agree with you. I think that you pretty much summarize what I intend, or the intent of the motivation talk is the idea that what you're doing now will greatly have other ways you can be proactive to affect your life. So a lot of times people talk about direct effects, right? Say you become more active, and then they always talk about like, then you become more healthier, and then healthier means that you can do more activity. They think of this as a linear thing. But there are other ways you can use that. When you're more active, it also means you can convince yourself that you can do things. Right? There are so many other areas that may look like it can be explained logically, but there's also subjective benefits to being able to do anything. When you are able to do something consistently, it is a source of motivation and confidence. And small W's are big W's over time. And I think that's what motivation means a lot of times. Whenever someone says like motivation, success, right? Discipline. We are also talking about their partners. Success is correcting mistakes. You can phrase most of these things in an affirmative. So instead of saying the opposite of success is failure, success is correcting mistakes. So you're viewing mistakes as an opportunity for success. When you're looking at motivation, that's just pressure. And oftentimes pressure is a bad thing. But when you place pressure on yourself and you're doing it because you want to, that becomes positive. It's motivation. Discipline could be unfun. But knowing that you yourself are choosing to do something because of that discipline, it ends up becoming fun and rewarding. What's unfun, in my opinion, is when you have no control. That's one of the biggest unfun. And what is ironic about this statement that I just made? In my opinion, a large majority of people get fun from something they have no control over. That to me, you can still have fun with no control. Like, you can be spontaneous. Like I like spontaneity. You have to splash it into your life, right? But it is the opposite. When you are giving up control and no control, discipline and no control is two different things, and you can experience both. The idea is, if one fails, can you think of another way to do it? Most people online, in my opinion, they have fun find them. So fun is trying to find them. They go online and they hope to find fun, not to create fun or create enjoyment or create reward. That's the other side of the equation. So you can do both. You can go online thinking that I'm going to make fun. So whatever I see, it's going to be interesting because I'm in the mood to think about how something is fun. And then while you're doing that, the tool can provide you opportunities in which you can double down on that opportunity. So if you're looking for fun, right? If you're like deliberately, you have a vision of fun, if you find it and it so happens to come to you at the same time, you're getting double the fun. You are not only thinking the thing is fun, you know it's fun. You're going to make it fun. So then you have two choices. So you don't end up going to the internet a lot of times where like, oh yeah, the internet's boring today, right? The internet is boring today. I hope tomorrow is not boring. Hope tomorrow is not boring. When I go on the internet, I already know something that I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do is not boring. But if the internet surprises me, that's double the fun. So I don't spend each day consistently, or in other words, be inconsistent. Right? You're trying to remove inconsistency. there are things you can do, and then there are things you can't. You don't have control over. Like maybe what's trending online. You don't have control over that. And a great example that I encounter a lot of times when people say is like, oh, you know, people don't like what I like. So therefore, whenever I go online, it's boring. For now. Right? For now. I was talking in, again, this is dealing with the thing I typed in Discord. I think this is what the internet wants, or the businesses and the algorithm and stuff wants. They want you to wait for what is interesting to whoever is selling you something. So you're looking for people to tell you what is fun and what is boring and what is not interesting, because it takes effort, right? It takes effort to want to do that, or to start doing that even. Sometimes it's been a while since people started doing that. You don't need to if the internet is trying to replace that, right? So is that rewarding? Is that important? It's up to you. I think it's definitely up to you to decide. Do you want to be able to intentional is this channel's catchphrase. intentional. Yeah. So intent. I don't stream, for example, and wait for things to happen. I stream with exactly what I think I'm going to do. If it doesn't happen, I know that I can do at least the thing that I set out to do, but I can do more than that. So I don't sit there and wait for things to happen to me. I do that I don't only wait for happy things or lucky things to happen to me. I work on the things I can while watching out for that. So on the internet, when you go on the internet next time, you're not waiting to be not bored by something that comes along. You're literally looking for the thing that you know will make you not bored. And if you happen to bump into something else that's both, jackpot. That's when you get lucky. So to me, whenever I say like someone says, oh no, you know, you have to be lucky in life, right? Yes, and then there's also you make your own luck. So to me, both. Do both. Wait for luck. Know when luck is going to happen to you. Know when opportunity presents you. But meanwhile, build some confidence. Learn about all the things you can do. The agency that you have over yourself, right? If you're going to be anxious, learn more about that anxiety. When you learn more about that anxiety, you hope that intuitively your body will understand it better. Your mind will understand it better. Then it becomes confidence. Because if something makes you anxious and you understand how it makes you anxious, it's no longer a source of anxiety. That's kind of the irony. You understand the concept that it used to make you anxious, but it no longer does, because you kind of just understand it now. You'll probably still feel it. Like I can tell you now, I still, whenever the minute, I use this a lot when I go to public speak, the minutes before starting the public speaking, it's still nervous. Like you still feel that anxiety, the pressure. But the moment I start, that's when your body and your mind remembers all the times that you've stayed consistent. And it's almost as though you forgot what the anxiety was, because now as you're speaking, you're building your confidence, your motivation. It makes me like really happy when you can see a speaker. At first they start and it's a little rough, but then you can see that they hit their groove, and then suddenly it feels like there's a different person. That's kind of the transition that I often think about when it comes to the relationship between anxiety and confidence. So a tracker, in my opinion, you know, going back to exercise, a Fitbit, I like to think when someone starts it, it's a gate. It's a, what do you call those things? A gateway. Yeah, it's the gateway to enabling you to one day be intentional about your workout. So then you can either have the Fitbit or not. The idea is you can do both, and that thing no longer becomes a source of anxiety. And that's what language learning, in my opinion, also should be. You know, at some point, I'm gonna shed this. I'm not gonna be on WaniKani and on Hanzahiro. I can always go back to WaniKani and Hanzahiro. I can do extra practices with WaniKani and Hanzahiro, but I don't need it. I no longer need it. I was always focusing on intentionally outgrowing it or using it as a safety net. Like some days, yeah, you know, I can forget. So I put an alarm. So then you know what your backup plans are, all your contingency plans. If you can't walk, do your sit-ups, right? If you can't get to yoga one day, you might as well spend like 5 minutes doing whatever you were, a little 5 minutes longer with whatever you were doing before it. You'll be okay, right? Because you know, you've decided that. I think that's a really big source of positive stress. You know you have control over it. So if you're having a bad day, you tell yourself a bad day is a day where I should rest. So you rest. As opposed to I'm having a bad day, so now my workout is ruined and I'm gonna have to make it up tomorrow. I wish my body was better than I wish my body always behave ideally so that I don't have to deal with this crap that I keep falling behind. That to me is what FOMO and negative pressure and anxiety feels like. The other way would be discipline. Like, well, my body says my knee is being a little bit tweaky. So let's decide now that I'm going to cut my fitness short for today. Try to provide some more TLC to my knees, address that while moving forward. Now you have intentionally decided and execute on something. This is something you yourself have control over. So the focus is away from how your body might be getting older and stuff. That's something you can't control. So it can be a burden. It's good to know these things. It doesn't have to control your life. Right. Motivation. Pep talk. Intentional. I don't know how many times I've said that. All right. Let's get back to... I still got to do my 300 review, so I gotta crunch this out a bit. It's November though. Now I get to chill out a little. Inktober was very, very tough in terms of the time management. Lost. Yoi. Mayoi.
迷い
Mayoi. Wait. How does one adjective lost? How does one adjective lost? Oh, is it like frustration or something? Or no, hesitation. Yes. Okay. The heck is this? Barracks? Yep.
歯医者
Aisha. Okay.
郵便番号
Heck!
眠る
Nemuru.
不眠症
I forgot to mention one disclaimer. Obviously, these things don't change overnight, right? And consistency is still quite king. I think consistency is king right now because inconsistency and non-control is the social norm. So if you have too much control, like say the internet did the opposite, then I would be saying the opposite. Oftentimes, the thing I'm saying is not a one-sided narrative. It's to balance what is overrepresented. I think humans are not extremists in terms of biology and intellectual nature, like both subjective and objective. Being extreme is what causes the singular point of failure. When you are extreme and idealistic and controlling, then you have one point of failure. The moment that you lose control is the moment anxiety, FOMO, pressure breaks in and crumbles the structure. So the reason why I focus on consistency, motivation, confidence, and discipline is those are the things that are lacking right now. For the future, it might not be the same. The internet might completely change overnight. Like the internet changes a lot. Tools change a lot. Maybe one day, because of AI, machine learning, and all that stuff, everyone's lovey-dovey and feeling, and they're hyper-focused on subjectivity, and there's a lack of objectivity. Then my conversation or these narratives will change. I think, to me, I represent, or like I try to offer what is not easily seen for the other person, not because I want to say it's their secret to life, like you wholeheartedly. The internet kind of makes it like that, where everything is always extreme. Like, oh, you have to eat healthy every single day in order to have the best quality of happiness in life and activity. That's not true. That's actually going to diminish, have diminishing returns. Or you have to be active every single waking day of your life versus a moderation of that, right? Or never eating a cookie in your life, and that somehow will guarantee that your quality of life would exceed the person who's having a balanced lifestyle. Not quite it, in my opinion. I don't think typically that's how humans work. There's a very fundamental disconnect, treating humans like they are min-maxers. Humans are not min-maxed, in my opinion. So that's a philosophy that I stick with quite a lot. I want to make clear that whatever you think right now is also part of that lifestyle. The question is, how much of it is taking up your life that way? Are you spending your entirety of your life in anxiety? The entirety of your decisions weighing only FOMO or weighing only negative pressures? Then I would tend to do the opposite. That would be the best, in my opinion, personally. That would be what I think I can offer as a stranger that don't live inside your body, right? Having another human being, a friend, a family member, anyone that's willing to talk to you. I think one of the greatest assets of being human is that we're social creatures and we don't live in each other's bodies. That can be offered as a proactive and prophylactic way of protecting yourself from losing yourself within yourself too. And discovering yourself is great with both yourself and other people around you. It's the thing you can take advantage of, at least in my opinion. Right now, the internet certainly makes that very difficult though. Because the internet is always convincing you that you yourself is liking certain things because the internet is providing all of it for you. Like, you like this because the algorithm says so. When was the last time you bought like a video game not dependent on the outcome? I'm gonna tell you, I'm guilty of that right now. I haven't decided to play a video game in which I hadn't already decided the outcome. I'm kind of controlling in a way, largely because I think the internet makes it feel like you're in control, but I don't think it gives you any control. You rarely ever have control. That's what I feel is particularly sinister about the internet. Not that someone is sinister. I don't think there's people out there like their entire intent is to take it with a grain of salt. Their entire intent is to brainwash you to do whatever it is that they want to feed you, right? I really don't want to believe that that's how humans are motivated to do so. I'm not saying that that doesn't exist to some extent, but it is overrepresented. When someone tells me FOMO, I see consistency problem or a lack of consistency. When someone says anxiety, I see a lack of confidence. And those are the things I can work with. Or what I mean is when someone expresses that, uses those keywords, one way to motivate them is to introduce an alternative. If you're already feeling motivated or like pressure, FOMO, and you feel hopeless, you feel like you're stuck, predetermined, the internet is supposed to provide you with alternative discovery potential. But I don't think the algorithm in Twitch does that. It's all targeted. So you won't be able to see what you already, outside of what you already know. So if you feel miserable, the internet and most of the internet will tell you and reinforce the idea that you feel miserable. Because all the stuff you do will provide you with exactly the things that prevent you from either working on it or being able to do something about it. For cheap relaxation, in my opinion. Like, if you're feeling anxiety, the internet could say, oh, here are the 10 tips on getting rid of anxiety. It's like, great, now you know that. Are you gonna do it? The internet is not gonna hold your hand and try to get you to do it. It's up to you. And then when you look for anxiety, it's like, do I have depression? It's going to try its best to explain every possible thing about depression, and you'll become depressed, in my opinion, in the long run. Because all you read was about depression. You did not necessarily read about how depression, also how you lead out of depression, unless you're thinking about doing that. So you could say, how do I treat depression? But you know that information. It doesn't help you do the thing that is required. It's still helpful, and people can self-help all the time. You hear it, you hear the word. Another human being could be just the recipe, right? And that's why I feel the constant automation of the internet is sidelining human interaction, right? And that's what I'm here for. At least I like to think that's what I'm here for.
痛み
Or at least what I have to offer. Oh. What? Is that not short? Pretty sure that's short. Oh, no, wait. Wait, yeah. Or is that... Yeah, that's... Mijikai.
短い
Yeah, I think I might have typed G instead of... Wait. I think I typed Mikikai instead of Michikai. Okay. Thick. Oh,
濃い
wait. That's okay. This is like Ata or like Tata. No, Tata Nabi. Oh, Utadabi.
再び
Tatabi.
貸し会員
Hey. Heck. Just like a member, like a meeting member. Harigane.
針金
Heck. That ain't no ton. Right? Okay. What the edge lord? Edge. That's edge, right? I have no idea. Let's move along. I'm back.
揃う
Solo.
「誘惑する
No. Hmm. So what is that? Invite? Going up the stairs.
誘う
Also. Oh boy.
会う
Oh, yeah. That's not the one that I'm thinking of. Heck. Why do I think it's Itoko? I don't think it's. I feel like this is different. So. Oh, breath? Oh. This is, Oh, I do have Musco.
息子
Musco. I wonder why Musume was added so late. We do have Musco. Actually, I don't know how to explain Musco. It's because they don't. The breath child is the breath child. Uh,
商人
only. Okay.
お腹
道に迷う
Chinimayo. T.
逆
Good. Cole? Heck. Dang it. Hmm. Sorry, I had a cough there. The stick though. I don't know what the stick is. Oh, wait, I do know. What is something like repair? Something like repair. It's not she, is it? No. I feel like it's Soul. Ah, dang it. Wait. Ah. Leader, stick, winter, air. This is like Seoul. Seoul? right? No, xiu. Pass.
靴下
Tsushita. Let's get all the other stuff first. Oh, abbreviation's rough.
迷惑メール。
ル。Oh no. Is it like heck? What's a root? Ude? Oh wait.
ね
Ne. Sorry. I don't know why Ude made me think of net for whatever reason. Gotta love those moments. That's supposed to be not supposed to be a glove, right? Something makes me want to type boo. Okay. Huh. What are you? That's that's not a suit, right? That's a clown? No. That is I actually don't know. This mouth guard is the at least I think. Yeah, I have no idea. I'll come back. Wait, that's not. Is that Midori? What? I genuinely have lost. Oh wait. Oh, okay. It's fine. I'm not out of my mind at the moment.
極めて。
極めて。茶の女 No. Oh, wait. I know you.
茶の湯
What is that? Just tea? Hot tea? Tea and hot water? What? I know you. Tea, water? Oh, wait. Tea ceremony. Yes. I knew that. What the navigation? Oh, whoops.
逆説
Yucks.
貸し切り
Skitty. Or wait. Oh, okay. Excuse me.
極端
Done. Extreme edge. Guess it's still extreme.
「構える」
What the? I thought that was Genki.
「根気
Genki. Source. Monkey. Not like root power? Oh, no way. Like distress energy. No. Own. Patience? Yeah, root energy, that's kind of rough. Yep. Another bot. Thank you, bot. Which has a different URL. Hang on, I gotta add this URL. They're coming in troves. Where's moderation? Okay. And terms. Where are you? How's this different? Oh, because it's a Russian server. Okay. Moderation. Live moderation.
Shima
Darn you. Something makes me just want to type Hikari. Something about like eagle. Is it Ikari? Okay. Ikari, to wait.
Matsu.
That's
.創造的
oops.
広島。
Hiroshima. Oh no, wait. Draw near. Oh, we have to practice.
つく
Skill. What the move? Why do I want to type Doku? It's not. Move. Oh, Kaku. Move. I'm gonna have to write something for this. It's
動
Ugoku.
く
Right, yeah. So like you go or something? Yeah, which is kind of fine. Or Godzilla, Godzilla, but actually go for go is not that bad. We have cookies. Donuts? So he thinks or he knows to cookies and donuts. He knows or he forwards cookies and donuts. Ooh. Google. Knows. That's kind of weird. It's mono. Fabric.
織物。
Daikon.
大根。
Otoreru? No, dang it. Ozureru? something about the toe. And I feel like zoo as well. So oto uzureru.
訪れる
Osureru. Okay.
消化
Choka. Like extinction? Deterioration? Oh no, wait, that's just consume. It's not consume? I guess eliminate would be. Or elimination. How is that not, oh man, extinction and change? Let's think about this. Like disappear and change, right? How do you disappear and change something? Is it just disappear? Or like disappearance? And all the other ones I thought were... Oh wait. Oh, this deals with the stomach. It's digestion. That's kind of weird. Yeah, no comment.
社員
Shiny. I guess just a word. Fine.
行動
Hold. Movement or action. Fair enough.
民族
Inzoku. Minzoku. What? Minzoku. Member of the family? What in the... Oh, wait. It could mean, like, ethnic group. Oh, no, wait.
You
Oh my gosh, I actually have Ren in Japanese. I dropped Ren yesterday.
Makasu 回復する
Aifukusu. Okay.
靴屋
Yeah.
奇数
Go. And it's gone. Heck? I thought this was male. Oh no. Hold up. It's Fu. What the Hoang? No, He? No, Jiang. What the Jiang? Hold up. Oh no, wait. Is that Hoang? Ah, that's Jiang. How do I do that? I'm drawing a blank. Part of me want to just type ka, but I don't think. This is what? Inlet? Oops.
再来週
Oops. Chutohan.
中途半端
Chutohan. What? Oh, whoops. Ponbon. Ah!
根本
Pompon. Pompon what? Like a like foundation or something, or possibly roots even. Yeah, or using origin. What did I do there? Ay, ay, ay. That's Titan, right? Oh, no, wait. Titan and cut? Oh. Right.
締め切り
Yeah, kitty. Right.
効力
Oryoku. I feel like I skipped this.
温度
Ondo. Warm to temperature, just... I'm surprised it doesn't take degrees. What? That's not yo? Wait. I really thought it was yo. Passing. I don't know if I've already passed more than 10. Getting tough.
Ryokcha.
Yo. What is obey? I'm drawing a blank on. Oh, no.
Itoko.
Ito. What the? What in the? Hold on. Hold on. I have no idea. Sa? Kukiku? Oh, this is read. I mean, not read, but where? 着
着々
着。Oh, 着々 like steady. Or steadily. Okay. This is mature. Wait.
– 商売
Or like, I guess it's still a merchant or business. It's gone. All I see is good woman. Right along.
流行
Typo. Oh. Okay. Somehow that was okay. What the? No. Hold. I feel cold in winter. I was thinking maybe like aforementioned. Or it could be consequently or therefore. Oh, therefore, like reason. So ゆえに
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 土器
Oh, decent. What? Wait. I've done this before. I've been here before. Why have I been here before? What? Oh, is it because... precipitate, right?
降る
Voodoo. Yep. I dislike this quite a lot. Don't have quite... I don't have quite anything to work. I'm back.
閉まる登る
Successfully. Does it successfully happen? Think about good souls happening twice. It's How do I not remember this? I've been successfully. Oh, love. Something like this? What? Oh. Right, scoop.
相次ぐ
What? Is that not? Whoa. I really thought I knew this one. What is that? Old? No, coffin. Coffin building in sun. No. Yes. Not coffin. Yes, coffin. I thought it was. Oh, it might. It's tall.
Sentan.
Oops. What? Oh, excellent.
Sentan.
Oops. Whoa! Wait.
長靴
Heck! Dang it!
Maneku.
Oh. That's not what I think it is. Have a bit of flow. Flow. Nagasu.
流す
This needs help. Or yeah, Nagger. We're gonna use Na and Ga, right? We have Ga. Or we could use the Naga. No, that's a Kunyomi thing. Gargoyle. Or we could use Got. Okay. Let's go with Sue in the toilet. Sue. No. Oh no, I can't do that. In the toilet. Flushed. Fish. Flush. A fish flushed. And now is in I can do is just Ryu. Use fish. No. No. In the river. Is okay. I don't know how well that's gonna. Oh God. Don't know about that yet. Don't know about that. Jury's out on that one. That's Chinese. Well, actually, I combined them too.
Mugamutsu.
What? What in the... What? Pretty sure. There's no other way as Yako. Oh, Yane.
Yane.
What the Yane? Yane. Living room? No. Yane. Roof? I think this one is fine. Although I forgot, yeah, it was roof. A little bit. What? Wait. No. No. What? What the heck is short sword? Oh, wait.
担当
Anto. What? Oh, wait.
大間違い
Oh, much.
腹が減った
Araka hit. No. What?
痛み止め
Amidome. Okay. Uh.
1回
眠り薬
Rigus.
貯金箱
Inbako. What?
見極める
You want me? Or of something.
腹立つ
That. Mm. Oh, really? What? Oh,
身振り
Iburi. Miburi. Like take off. What? Oh wait, no, that's not Miburi.
直接的
Sisteki.
お菓子屋 極める
Ibamen.
腹切り
What? Huh? Dang it. It's a plant. Ah. Pretty sure it's plant. What do I plant? Shoku. Heck, did I skip this? I think I skipped this. Or it had something to do with like rank or man. Two something. Oh, this is fold, right?
2倍
By some double. Oops.
怒らせる
Oraseru. What am I looking at? I don't actually know what the... Oh, wait. That's still tent, right? Heck. No, that's bunker things. Jackhammer and oh.
42回
100.
面接する
動物
Obutsu. Or sure. What?
郵便箱
You mean
活動
the Uh, life movements? Okay.
は
Ah,
本流
onryu. The main flow. Main flow. Like, oh, just mainstream. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, rip. One breath. I keep thinking it's Hone. One breath. Or just breath.
Iki
Iki. What? Oh, breath without an E, right? Darn it. Oh.
痛む 招き猫
逆効果
Yakuoka.
利息
Soku. Isoku. In one breath? Profit one breath? Either benefit or interest. I mean, interest works. Hmm. Something about checking up on. What is that? Yield? Yield doesn't. Ooh. There was a recent change to Boo. I kind of liked. I don't remember anymore. Oh, a moose. A moose. I forgot. But we didn't change it to yet. Something about a cow, maybe? Doesn't make. What? What's this yield? Something dealing with. What are the chances it? No, it can't be. Now we're gonna pass for now. Oh, running low on time.
Sakarau.
Sakarau.
Kyodai.
What the?
輸入する 博物館 眠い
Oh? Heck. What is this? Ah, man. It seems so familiar, but I have forgotten. Was that an excuse? Might be. Oh, the left side might be an excuse. 70 to go. Was it roll? I don't think it. Incarnation. Ben? Exertion. Yeah, and Benkyo. Not Benkyo, Ben. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. Yes. And Benkyo. 26.
Furigana.
振りが。What?
着る。
いる。No. This is like
博
bakchi.
打
That's where I started thinking about gambling. Bakchi. Like a topic on gambling. Like looking at the state of stuff. Hometown. What do I use for there? Hmm. Cool. Young soul. Not soul. That's a skip.
運動。
Oops. How do you here? No. No, Tsusu. No. I need to write something. Hmm.
独り言
What do you call?
激怒
激怒 What? Oh. No. Wait, what's a typo?
一流
Like main, like a single stream of stuff. What is that? Like main. How do I say this? Like the one source of funds or something like that. Oh wait. It could be like top notch or top grade. Yeah.
会社員
Shine.
濃度
Nodo.
郵便局 気温
Yon. Okay. What? Ew. What? Oh, wait. Just kidding. What's another way to... What? No, this is ball or sphere. Like, yeah, cute. It's gone. I'm gonna say, oh no. Oh no. I'm not sure. Like it's Gen. No, I think that's it's like Kiji. Ah, we're skipping this. I'm drawing a blank.
Koichi
Koichi.
家族
Looks like a courtyard or a yard. Maybe a garden.
理屈
つ What? Oh wait.
「巨人」
Whoops.
2階
What? Something makes me no. We're skipping this. Oh, that's the Child's Tale or something like that, right? Oh no, maybe not.
想像力
Oh,
比較的
more comparable.
乗車券
Darn you.
「貸す」
全員
What? Oh, just kidding. Heck, fountain. No. Oh no, Izumi.
泉
貝今だ再建
Saiken.
「なぜなら」
Naze
靴
tsu. Getting there. Getting close.
虫歯
Shiba. Hold. I lost it. Oh, wait. I lost it. Okay. What? Oh wait.
不健康
Ankle.
登る
Or uh that's mount, right? What? Is that not mountain climbing? Hey, I'm losing mount. Oh no, this is shortened.
登山
Hold on. That was tall, so that's fine. Oops.
転院
Okay, we skipped 11. Oh, okay. Oh. That's definitely raw on the right. Guys on the edge. On no dice on this. I need like repair. Oh, the other thing is field. Yeah, cute. This is definitely repair. My repair. Oh wait. Also mastering, right? Heck. This is like fold, right? How many times fold? So
倍
5 times. This is yacht yield. Good woman. Email good. Oh, right. Musume and daughter. So, coots. I don't know how the coots fit into my mnemonic. Exit and flag. I don't know if I use that on. This is a bust. No. No dice. Disappear. To make disappear. Or it could be to digest, actually. Like someone or something disappear? Uh,
消す
make. Maybe like to extinguish. Sure. Kettle. MAKU for the Shogun. Distinguished or
Kijun.
Kijun. That came to me. I don't remember the key part though. Oh, yeah. How does the kettle work? How does keep? Oh, his husband. That kind of solved itself. I feel like this is dealing with Gatari. Like, no, it deals with youth, so I think. Or is it like home town related? I really need to get to the 300-day thing. It could be Dowa? What the heck does Dowa mean? I think it still deals with children's story.
Dowa.
I think this is like tired, right? Tired from work. Tired.
Hiro.
Probably fatigue. Now we got edge. What else we got? Yield. Something about yielding. And then I don't remember what you are. Oh, that's hometown, standing, and spirit. And re. A B Da um oh, I have no idea. Like, this is recent. So, yeah, that one I have no idea. How does this relate to ton? This doesn't. Standing or guard, break. Alright, I guess we have to practice these three. These three are... I have no idea. Let's write this stuff down. So, I don't have anything here either. Soul plus Stan plus hometown plus Re. At most, I can think it has something to do with young? Oh. Like long for? Oh, yearning. Akogare.
憧れ
Okay. Hedge. It's Kunyomi again, right? I don't know how. Hashi.
橋
Field. Or I feel like this has something to do with bending over. This might be bending over. Pretty sure it's bending over. It has. Oh wait, I remember. It's kagamu.
かがむ
All right. That was rough. The one that I did remember, the hardest struggle is yearning. There's another yearn for. That might. Oh, I only have 2 vocabulary words. Okay. Roughest. That's a really rough day. I haven't been so lost. In that time, that should what? It was only a single kun read. The Kangamu was better off the translation. And then the middle one solved itself. Don't remember what it. Keep going. I gotta get to the review of how I'm addressing all these problems or these particular problems. Alright. For our definitions. The current ones are fine, I think. I think there's one weak one. Inlet is a weak one. Cup. Sponsor. Urge. This one is kind of lost. Inlet. This one almost got lost. Yes. Fail. Break. High note. Cabinet. Oops. Recommend. Abbreviation. Navigation. Draw near. Board. Straight. Religion. Starter. Banquet. Carry. Beer. Append. Fierce. Violent. Search. Stuffed. Onyx. Heck. Where did it go? Oh. Haiku. Cyborg. Hawk. Eh. Favor. Youth. Fun. Kayak. Fun. Kaku. Fun. React. Navigation. Oh. E. And. Guy. Chew. Musume. And. Cool. Kyoto. And. Oh. Let's. Back. Two. All right. 2-hour read. Okay. That's high, right? Yeah. I. Toku. Yeah. The. You. An. I. An. Kaku. An. Yaku. Ko. I. An. Kai. Two. Musume. En. Fu. Yo. En. Mo. Detsu. Taku. Tsu. Alright. Rough day, rough day. That was a rough day. Alright, so we're gonna get into our review. Let's see, it's 1:30 a.m. So we're gonna try to keep it within 3 hours. I think I have most of the stuff planned already. So I'm gonna take a quick break, stretch, walk around a little bit, get a little bit more energy, and I'll be back for our tentative take. Be right back. Thank you, thank you. Alright folks, welcome back. A little bit on the tired side because we're coming out of a end of Inktober, but as I promised, actually have a beverage this time. Gonna need a little bit of glucose here. So near the end, I was a little bit tired today. So we're coming out from the end of Inktober, and we did a candid conclusion for Inktober. At the end of every project, I would do some sort of self-reflection, be it going over some facts or looking at archetypes and then talking about some personal takes and improvements, right? This is a way to consolidate, reflect on my progress and what to do next, things that are important to me. With very long projects, we do these things called tentative takes. And for WaniKani, when a project goes beyond like 3 months, I usually cut it at 100 days. And this was determined by last year's Duolingo experiment. There was a time when I did this every 25 days, and that was a little bit too frequent. 50 was kind of nearly just right, and then we pushed it to 100. So 100 is like right outside of the comfort zone. I feel like around 3 months is when it's a great time to go over some changes and things that I've noticed. And usually this is in a reflection of my own experience. Taking time to evaluate, think about the connections and where you can move from here, you know, from point A to point B, or do you even want to get to point B anymore? That type of thing is the intent of these sessions. So it is now officially day 300, and let's go over our typical routine. So to quickly go over the format, this is what I refer to as the tentative takes. It's a form of self-reflection, which I firmly preach and do what I preach here. So it's a form of self-evaluation and reflection. When projects go long, so we're talking about greater than a month, with great intention, right? I intend to review or kind of like capture the time. And I do these things as a way to provide some sort of summary of the last like period, between the last periods now and the last period. And that's a way to kind of capture an idea so people aren't there like, hey, what have you learned and whatnot. So this is a compromise. And the thing is, I'll be going over the facts, but the thing is, it's hundreds of hours within those times. So I'm trying to truncate it down to like a 3 or 4 hour digression to myself. These are the videos that I would look back upon as well as a way to see how things have changed, right? And we break it up. I break it up into 2 things or 3 things. The first one is I go over the facts. So we start with the facts by the numbers. Once again, this is the purely objective side of things. No opinions, just pure stats, right? And I say this again, I start with the things that people come for. They come for info and data. And what they use with that, that's up to them. Obviously, I have my reservations. My concerns are often when people don't stay for the interpretation or the examples. It rarely produces value for those stats. However, it's the quickest one. It's unadulterated. Rarely is there any discrepancy. Like, there's no need for discrepancy or subjectivity involved. It is what it is kind of situation, right? So we start with that. Then we move into archetypes. Is the second one. And in this case, archetypes are more, we're gonna be talking about workshopping mnemonics. So in this case, kind of a structured like low level systems versus high level exceptions. It'll be a little bit more apparent in a bit. The theme is comparing what it's like to create a semantic system. So doing a specific task, like a foundation, you breaking it down into a low level system. So there's like step A, step B, step, you know, through the steps, and they're broken down in a way that it's repetitious, like it's foundationally applicable to a lot of things, versus a high level exceptional thing where you remember each type of thing exceptionally, as in the thing itself is a byte of information that would not be decomposed. It would stand alone as this thing. And that deals with the WaniKani approach and then how it's scaling. So that's where my archetype is. This is where the subjectivity comes in. The archetype is if you're used to low-level systems, i.e. like a low-level language, which is coding. Coding has high-level language, which is have nuance, emergence, complexity, like the English language, Japanese language, and Chinese language. And like natural languages often is perceived with a high level. And then low-level systems is that all the parts build up to the high levels. So you can ideally you can deconstruct most of the things into a system that relates to everything above it. And usually that means we'll go over the contrast between investing in a low-level system versus a high-level system. Right. Those are the two archetypes I'm going to be focusing on the themes. And there's a bit of subjectivity involved because not everyone not a single person doesn't exclusively use one system or the other. They have preferences as they're going between things. Like your video games, if you play a video game, you might likely, like myself, use a high-level exceptional system. Basically, you look at the whole thing and you only deconstruct it enough to be sufficiently comprehensible. While low-level systems, it's generally always going to be comprehensible. Now, when you put it back together, it might not guarantee that it will be comprehensible. But at a specific level, you start at the base where it's related to everything. Kind of like radicals, right? Radicals building up to characters. And it's not to say, we're not answering chicken or the egg questions, like which came first situation. It's how you're approaching it. Do you break things down, or do you primarily build things up while you're trying to synthesize information and then go backwards? Or do you go backwards and then break them down to a level that's only necessary before you understand it, right? Then we have the last portion, which I typically call the anecdotal, so the personal stuff, which personal stuff gets weaved into here. I always color code in these three colors. We have yellow, green and blue now, or cyan. These are the three colors. This is where I talk about anecdotes, my personal experience, and a lot of the facts will also integrate into personal experience. Right. So it's not quite exactly segregated, and that's what we're gonna start with. So let's start with some facts. Facts go fairly quickly, and maybe I'll inject some personal takes on these things. So the first fact is we are on level 29 of WaniKani. And we continue to maintain a 11 days average per level. It's almost nearly exactly 11 days average. So 300 days, 29 levels, 11, right? 11 times 29, you get approximately 300 days. Right? So this average has been consistent since, with one exceptional period where I was out of town. This average was maintained. What other things? So we have, to this day, we have 380 radicals as defined by WaniKani, and 981 kanji characters, and 3,296 vocabulary terms. I'm not gonna call them words because that's kind of a so these are strict numbers. They look kind of all right? And obviously it's been 300 days, as in calendar days. And of these calendar days, 295 days of WaniKani. So outside of the 5 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays. Yes, out of the 5 days, it might have been actually 6 days. Yes, it's gonna be, I might have taken exactly a week, actually. Let me, where's my eraser? So if we're gonna try to be exact, 293 days plus a 7-day break. And this is when we had vacation mode on. Right. So, there was a break in August. The beginning of August, the first week of August. And outside of that, every single day was consecutive. Right. I was at an anime convention. What else can we say? We're still averaging the same amount of time. So, roughly speaking, our schedules still look like this, where there's a peak day, second peak day, and then the cycle continues again, right? The cycle repeats. So this has not changed. Even during Inktober, this has not changed. Basically, this would be day 1 in the cycle. This would be around day 5. And this would be around day 11. This would be our level up day. And this would be our second lesson day. It's the second half. And then we would level up again. So roughly 1, 5, and 11. I'm seeing if I missed anything. And we continue to maintain 0-0 streak, right? Always 0-0 streak. Whatever is available, we do it. I'm not entirely sure if this is overall. This pattern is very tough. However, it's dynamic, and it gives me a lot of vigorous challenges. To contrast Hanzahiro. Hanzahiro is completely flat across the board. It's the consistent approach. And I've decided to do this, and I didn't decide to reverse it, right? To see if it impacts my performance. I know that it does in various ways. The fact is, WaniKani, every single day, WaniKani, 90% of the time, WaniKani is first. And then about 10% of the time, there are some exceptions, it comes second. And that's when timing happens. So when the lesson or the reviews are after 7 p.m. my time, I typically then do Hanzahiro first. And then I would have access to these reviews after. So Hanzahiro is 10% of the time first. Today would be a great example. Today I went first because the 300-day review is going to follow right after the WaniKani lesson. In the WaniKani lesson, my reviews, all of my reviews become available at 9 p.m. So I started a little bit late nowadays, but generally is around 7. If things show up after 7, I put Hanzahiro first in order to get all the reviews, or a substantial amount of reviews. But most of the time, Hanzahiro is 90% in second. The reason why I mentioned this is I can, my performance does go down throughout the day. So one could also argue that because Hanzahiro is second and the performance is still consistent, it can attest to that Hanzahiro might be doing something that's less strenuous than WaniKani. So this does create a strain on me, this type of pattern. On my lesson days, I do genuinely perform a lot less consistent in the Hanzahiro day. It's independent of what the characters are. Actually, I find that here's another, maybe I'll write it in blue. There's another thing about it. When we talk about the difficulty, right? Difficulty of things. I discovered over my 300 days, with both actually, almost pretty much 1 week off, the complexity of the characters does not correlate to accuracy, precision, or even speed. So in no way when I'm saying difficulty, because of, I don't know, maybe Japanese have characters that are more difficult. They're comparable, right? We're talking about traditional Chinese and Japanese. If anything, traditional Chinese would likely have more overall complexity or perception of complexity of characters. And we're talking about the facts of the complexity. So we're talking about number of strokes, number of radicals, as well as number of reads, and even number of definitions or flexibility. All of these things factually vary between characters, and I did not find a distinctive pattern between its perceived difficulty and the difficulty I'm referring to. The difficulty I'm referring to is fatigue. So there is a, maybe I'll write in blue. It's not exact science. Fatigue is the main culprit for my drop in accuracy and precision. So contrary, I would say this is a little bit contrary. So this statement here is a bit contrary to how I believe other people think. It's contrary to these things having some sort of effect on recall and encoding. I do not believe there is. So I don't think there's a significant, no significant effect. On any of these properties. I don't think it's statistically significant for myself. So whenever someone comes on by and says like, oh yeah, look at this monster of a character, I see a character. And it's negligibly different from the simplest character. In fact, sometimes because of my fatigue, simple characters are more difficult than larger characters. It actually, not only do I think it's insignificant, it leans a little bit. Like if I had to statistically lean on something, it leans on the side that you're least accustomed to for a while. And when thinking about WaniKani, if you're doing WaniKani, like you're looking at characters, right? The context is the complexity of the character. So the more definitions you have, the more reads you have, the more radicals you have, the more strokes you can observe. All of that is trying to elevate potential context that you can use to learn it. You can choose to ignore all of that information and then say that the complex character is more difficult than the simplest character. But I still think it's no significant effect, like a statistically significant effect for myself, a difference between the two. However, if I had to be really, really nitpicky, it actually leans in the other direction, in contrast to what people think. So when someone says, oh yeah, that's a huge character, if you're using mnemonics, right? Mnemonics and looking at isolated characters, that screams to you, this one's easier because there's more information available to you. So when you encode it, certainly you have to remember more information. But that more information means that you're able to remember it in many different ways. Some people would say something like, well, if you need to remember more things, then you can forget a lot of things. As well, yes, that's the encoding part, right? That's how actively you encoded the information. If you forgot the information, it's true for everything. If you didn't successfully encode the information, despite having a lot of information, you don't have anything to work with. The objective truth is when these things go up, when you're using WaniKani, you have more info and more context for mnemonic development. And that is the goal, or that's the focal point of WaniKani, as well as Hanzahiro. So you kind of, at least in my opinion, I think I look forward to more. I want this. I want more so I can build mnemonics around them. It's kind of like when someone says, oh yeah, don't worry. If you don't have enough context, go read a book. Like, read a sentence that provides even more context for the character. And if you read a paragraph, it provides more context for the word which contains the characters. So when you have more strokes and more radicals, more reads and more definitions, and there are many ways to assign some sort of value to the character. And yet, I would say conservatively, despite having those things, the way the language works, right? The way WaniKani filters its SRS and stuff, it doesn't create a singular pattern in order for you to significantly say, at least for me, to significantly say that more complex characters equal higher accuracy, precision, and speed. Because there are trade-offs. More information means you could slow down. More information means you can get more things confused. So it's a complex situation. One thing that is true is, though, more strokes, more radicals, more reads, more definition means more information. Whether that information is useful for you and can alter the perception of difficulty will be spurious. For myself personally, more information means I have more things to work with. And yes, I do find reading sentences, much like everyone else, even easier. Like, that to me can actually bridge to a statistically significant effect for myself, because reading a sentence now gives you all the stroke, radical, reads, and definition information on top of every single word that is associated, on top of the linguistic structure of all the sentences. And then you go to paragraphs, you go to immersion, sky's the limit, right? That's every immersion level. So we're going down we're breaking down and building up. When you're going up, the immersions create more information, right? And they're even more reductive, actually. Like, for example, you're not reading a word in a sentence and you're saying, oh yeah, that word has a couple strokes. I see the 3 radicals. I see the reads. You're using that as a safety net. When the sentence fails, you go to breaking down the characters, right? In WaniKani, you don't do it at that level most of the time. Occasionally I would read the context sentence and it will help me, right? And it does help me in the sense that I either know what the context sentences mean and then I can fill in the gap, or it doesn't. That's what happens when you have only one redundancy, right? Or you don't have any redundancy. That when that method fails, it fails, period. Right? So that's one of the facts. Strokes went up, you have more reads rattling in there, more definitions rattling in there, right? What else can I say about the facts of stuff? We still continue to maintain the same workflow. So the workflow is, where is it? Okay, workflow still contains we guess. Well, we basically try to get everything right. Everything right enough. Maybe I should write the word sufficient. So because of that, we continue to not use mistakes or no downgrading. That means the fact is we keep all the exposure constant. That means every radical, kanji, and vocabulary technically has negligible negligible differences in occurrence. The reason why I'm doing that is so I can normalize to see if there is any particular difficulty ones, and then I will res them to regenerate the occurrence. So none of this like, oh, now so I'm kind of this kind of goes against the SRS. So it doesn't utilize SRS as much. So the adaptive nature, the adaptive part is non-functional, the way I'm approaching it. Basically, if I get something wrong, it is meant to come up again. However, that's not how I'm going about it. Most of the time, I'm usually able to maintain 99% of getting to the answer. So inevitably, that means that it's a null situation. That there's nothing that is taking advantage of SRS, where if you get something wrong, it'll come up more frequently. If you get something right, it'll come up less frequently. Every single radical kanji vocab, after like the 200-day period, there are no more leeches. So we do not address, basically, there are no leeching. That's the facts, right? No leeches. And then the random ones are due to additions and movement, which has happened twice. 2 months. 2 months during the last 100 days. So the team has moved and added things, and those things are coinciding in random places, right? So SRS is kind of half working. The SRS part that is working is the part that's assuming that if you remember those things and you're encoding them properly, that they're going to space it out, right, for me. So I'm not going to my schedule and saying, oh, it's been 14 days since the last time I went over this vocabulary, I should go and check it out. I'm not doing that part. That's the part that WaniKani is providing. The dynamically focusing on things that I miss very often, that's also not happening. Now, does that mean that it's working? Or am I working? Or does this ever happen to other people? I don't know. I don't keep track of people's accuracies and precision. So we're not really doing this for accuracy, precision, or speed. We're doing this in a way that I can interpret something that I don't particularly trust the system, or like I don't really agree with how the dynamics of the system works. When you have something that reoccurs, you're hoping that it creates a matriculation of learning, like a way to prompt yourself to learn. And I think if I full-heartedly adjust to like, oh, okay, repetition, just straight up repetition. You get something wrong, it comes up again, and then you get it wrong again, it comes up again. And you constantly hear that bantering, right? Of the constant bantering of, well, what happens if you form a bad habit? I think this stuff forms bad habits. It creates, in my opinion, it creates complacency. And until I'm very lazy, or like I'm not saying lazy as in a bad thing, it's lazy more as in an efficient thing. Unless I do not enjoy, the reason why I don't do this is I enjoy looking at my mistakes. I enjoy spending a lot of time with them. So I own my mistakes in a way that I don't want a system to say, oh, just brute force it, just do it again. In fact, that's one of the advice that commonly I disagree with when it comes to the WaniKani community. When someone says, there was a post today on someone finally got to like level 22, and they said, help guys, I've been on level 22 for the year, And someone said like, oh, you just have to convince yourself to get through your reviews because once it occurs enough, it'll stick, right? I disagree with that. As in, I disagree with the idea that one should do that only. I don't disagree. Like, so I do agree with them that it will eventually stick. I happen to be not a person who likes that. I think there's far more things that I am able to do, not the other person. I don't know who that stranger is. I don't know what the background experience of all the people providing the advice. For myself, I don't do the same thing if it failed the first time. Or I kind of give it a shot. I say this occasionally to myself. It's like, okay, we're going to give it another day, right? In WaniKani, you get your exposure immediately, very quickly for the guru thing. So you will know by end, did it stick? If it did, and then it comes back 2 weeks later and you forget it, that to me is not in essence aligned with making it appear more. Because if you make it appear more and you do it again and you forget again, that's what I think will likely happen. You have to do something different when you do it again. So that's what I do. And rarely do I have an occurrence where I'm like, it's harder for sure. Like, it's harder when it gets to 3 weeks and then a month or 3 months down the line. It's really hard, but it's just there. It's just there. And if it's just there, I still do something about it. When something is weak, I continue to work on it despite not resting on my laurels. So yes, even if I get something right consistently, I still aim to reinforce the weak ones. I make notes, mental notes to myself. This one's kind of weak. Let's go and invest some effort into it. Wow, this one takes quite a long time. I'll go over most of this soon in the workflow. So no, you can't solidify a bad habit if you're constantly reinforcing and refining your bad habit. And you also have problems settling on a good habit too, in the sense that a habit that you repeat without change. For myself, my habits are dynamic. 80 to 90% of it stays the same when it's acceptable, and then 10% of it continues to shift. So the bad things that accumulate over time is possible when you keep repeating the same thing over time. And one of the things that I found personally, right, this is my personal opinion, SRS does not matriculate. It is up to the user to matriculate. Basically, if you have a problem that recurs, you can either choose to do the bare minimum, which is have the system show that to you even more. So, rely on what's a potential one, rely on mere exposure. And mere exposure is what it is. That's rote memory. It's often most of the property is rote memory. That's like high school, when you still haven't understand how mnemonics work or make connections and associations and applications, right? Value applications is one of the gold standards of adult, like aged learning deals with application. And it's not my business where they are in their life, right? Like maybe they are students, they're still learning that stuff. The common correlation that I see in WaniKani is people who either reject mnemonics, say that mnemonics are useless, the concept of mnemonics are fine to them. The specifics and the context of the mnemonics are treated as though it's unrelated to the concept of creating associations and connections. I disagree. If you can understand how someone else's mnemonics connect together, you can utilize that as a learning lesson for your own mnemonics building. Alternatively, those same people are the people who would say, oh, don't worry about it, just trust the process, right? Get it wrong and then continue to let it slam it into your head. I'm like, okay, that does work. It eventually does work. And then it eventually becomes a problem again. Because the first time you slammed in your head, somehow you're expecting the second time when it slams into your head, it's going to somehow change. And to me, that is one of the biggest scalability problems, which we'll address later. The scalability problems of WaniKani, right? It's great for beginners to intermediate because once you reach a certain level around intermediate, there's a scalability problem. The scalability problem is now you haven't matriculated to the next, the ones that stay and get stuck are the ones who didn't naturally matriculate to a different level, which is to start reading, to start using it in conversations, finding application. So application is when you start reading, playing video games, listening to your favorite podcast, actually talking to other people. When that does not phase in, you can fully appreciate the weaknesses of relying on one source of input, right? And this would be one of them. And one of them deals with the idea that the way you progress eventually ends up standing still. You start treading water, because treading water is for individuals who haven't found that repeating the same mistake, however high it is, it's assuming that your rote memory can adjust to it. And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer for most people. My memory is not that great. It's terrifyingly mediocre. What makes actualizing the information more efficient is through its application. And this is how I apply my application, by the way. You might be saying, well, doesn't that mean you have to use something else other than WaniKani? Sort of. You can bring other things to WaniKani if you want. Like, you can brainstorm a different way to encode the information. Then you have 2 or 3 different ways to absorb the information. WaniKani doesn't have to apply all, supply all of that. And that's one of the detriments. So this is related to this fact. I do not use persistent exposure. I use I inject more effort into the things I already get right, and things that take me a long time, I double down on efforts. So I look at the characteristics. What is it about the standard group of things that I persistently get stopped on? So despite being ahead, I'm trying to get better, even if it meets the minimum requirement. I'm not a minimalist, in my opinion, when it comes to learning. I love learning. I enjoy learning. I do not think I empathize with people who say they like learning and equate it to collecting information. This is collecting information. When you do the same thing over and over again, and knowing that you know that stuff is satisfying, but it doesn't deepen your learning of why are you doing this? And why does this word mean something? What does it mean to you? How would you remember in the future besides brute forcing it, right? That is a talking topic that has come up more recently. So I've been trying to figure out ways to communicate that idea. And this session is also one to myself. So I don't think there are many other more statistics. Like I already mentioned that accuracy, precision, and speed are not the focus, but they're all maintained in 99%, right? Sometimes it would take me 20 minutes to figure out one character, where it takes me like 20 minutes to figure out the last 150 characters. It's independent of time. I give myself as much time as I need. And the accuracy is as efficient and complete as possible. So if something is close enough, I try to learn the intended definition that they want and include my spurious definitions as I go along. So it's all of the above. The more ways I can get to the intended answer, the more avenues I have in getting to the answer the next time. When something is close enough, I make note of how it's close enough to the intended. Like, what is the relationship between reading and seeing, hearing and to be like hearing and I don't know, receiving, finding and searching. So when they chose finding, how do I get to find from me thinking search? That's kind of the stuff I'm talking about. In the long run, to me, when you go and read sentences and paragraphs and stuff, there will be even more flexibility and noise. So when you're doing all these things and you have like a more holistic approach to the stuff, it transitions fairly well because it creates flexibility. The more consistently you're exposed to constant repetition and mere exposure, in my opinion, it's a bad habit because it restricts your ability to think flexibly. You do not think of any other way other than the one environment. So we're gonna put in quotations bad. What the word I really want to mention is it limits you. So if you're primarily focused on, oh, I really need to remember that this meant dealing with someone, and then you get it wrong because you typed deal with, and then you get it wrong again because you wrote deal, and then you wrote with someone. So it's gonna repeat even more quickly, right? And even more frequently, and then you're just bashing your head in thinking like, if I repeat it enough, I will remember it. So now not only did you focus on trying to get the one thing, you also fail to focus on what is it about it that makes it difficult to remember, right? The alternative is taking that vocabulary word, like a simple alternative or a potential alternative. I don't want to use the word simple. It kind of reduces the impact. One alternative you can take is you take that word and you go to a different source and then you see what it looks like in a sentence. Then you can take that and put it into WaniKani, right? Then you have an additional way of getting there. And that is a correct way to create flexibility to get to the answer, to you, what you feel might be a correct way to get there. And that's what we're doing here. So instead of using another source, I use Hanzahiro. So I use Chinese to get to Japanese things and vice versa. The time I invest in Hanzahiro is doubled down by the time I invest in WaniKani. This is also true for my actual intent of learning with SRS. This stuff that I'm writing, this stuff is interesting and these facts are interesting because I'm also using Hanzahiro. I'm comparing it with Hanzahiro all the time. I am interested in collecting this data because that data serves a purpose, an application between comparisons. So I collect information for an application that I'm already determined to do and currently doing. If I have a lot of time lying around, maybe I will collect information with no application. Maybe collect the information for future use, possibly if it comes up. But rarely do I have time for that. There's so much already information you can do to collect about the things that you're already currently doing, and therefore those information have value, right? It's in contrast to some people who say, oh, input, 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 until you're able to believe somehow that you can output something correctly. I input, output, input, output, and I provide feedback for myself as I'm outputting while inputting. So it's a balance. It's a balanced approach. This is what I mean by that. You could wait. You could say, which is what WaniKani community members do say quite often, oh, just trust it, keep on at it, be consistent. That's the number one thing. And I do agree with them. Consistency allows one to determine the efficacy and satisfaction of their progress, and it can guarantee progress. Whether that person enjoys that, understands why and how, is not that answer. That answer does not provide anything to the person's discontent and assurance. The one thing that is great about it is it can create solace in camaraderie, right? Like if you're miserable and then someone shares an equally similar experience, you're communicating through empathy. While empathy is fantastic, you can do both. You can do more, right? In my opinion, you can encourage yourself to understand it analytically while empathizing with other people. So when the large majority of WaniKani's commentary is empathetic, I don't think they're analytic. And in that way, that's one of the things that I like to keep as a point of interest for myself. That's why I don't resonate with people when they say they love learning. It doesn't seem like you love learning when the first thing you talk about is how to quickly do something and feel good about it without knowing why you feel good about it or not. Like you're not interested in the learning, you're interested in the results, at least in my opinion, which is very pragmatic. So whenever someone posts like, hey guys, I know what to do and all that, but can we just have some camaraderie? Like this level really sucks. Does anyone else have the same type of feeling? And they usually say yes, and then someone would come in and say, don't worry, just trust the system and you'll eventually get it. Just beat your head against the brick wall and it'll work. And I agree, it will work. I hope that also means it's assuming that person keeps doing it until it does work. I don't know how long that's going to take and how happy they're going to be. I can assure you that if I punch a wall and it hurt the first time, I'm probably going to do it slightly different. It'll still probably hurt the second time, but not as much as the first time. Or it could, you know what, it could end up hurting more the first time. I wouldn't be doing the same thing though. I wouldn't be punching the wall the same way that I punched the first time. I think that's incredibly reductive. Not out of maliciousness or something. I think genuinely the vast majority of people who learn things, that's how they go about it. They go about trusting a process of repetition. Trusting a process of being exposed over and over again. Because in my opinion, that's also how the internet teaches you things. How do you remember a song lyric? You play the music over and over again, raw. How do you remember an episode of your favorite show? Watch it enough until you remember it. Why do you like this artist? They appear on your algorithm more times than other artists. Why do you like this video game? You played this video game more times than other video games. That's quintessentially one of the very consistent ways to use human experiences to elevate memory, right? Legitimately repeat the process. The question is that engaging on a fundamental level? It's not, to me. I think, in fact, I would argue it does the opposite. It makes the habit complacent. So the second time around, I would argue there's a chance you may be more likely to forget it the second time around, then the third, then the fourth. And that is the definition of a bad habit that most people are referring to, where the habit did not undergo any change, and that habit gets worse over time. Funny enough, the people who give this advice have that concept. they usually make comments like, don't bother with WaniKani's mnemonics. They do more harm than good. So that comment comes up a lot in like different ways. And there is concept of what a bad habit is. However, it's often referring to a bad habit. So what is a good habit then to them? My curiosity is I'm piqued by what they think leads to a good habit then. What do they do that leads to their good habits? Like if WaniKani's mnemonic does more harm than good, then what are you doing? The funny thing is that's where the like feedback ends. It's consolidation. It's more like settling. So when someone asks for help, they would say, oh, don't worry, it's always this hard. Like people always have this problem. Don't worry, if you don't do that, just keep doing it. Don't worry about the stuff that you don't like and you don't do. That to me is called complacency. And complacency is one of the roots of the bad habits that people refer to, at least in my opinion. The things that you're talking about, oh, you've done this so many times, you don't even process that you're doing it because you've done it so many times. I don't know, like mixing up o with wo or wa with ha, right? You've done it enough that you trust the system where it's referring to mere exposure. You didn't change or alter the habit at all. That's probably one of the root things that I see through conversations. I don't think that's going to be a deal breaker for them. I think they'll probably continue to love learning Japanese in their own way, probably. And I still believe people when they say they love learning. It's the reason why I'm making clarification is it's not the learning I'm referring to. Like me and the person say two different things despite using the same words. I love learning because it's legitimately the learning that is the most interesting. Whether I learn a lot of kanji or not, it's going to be part of the benefits. The kanji is bonus. It's why am I making these mistakes? What effect do I actually think is happening? So I went in given the impression of a lot of things, and I think it's contrary to a lot of the hot takes from intermediates and advanced and people that keep telling me, oh, this is why you need to focus on this. This is why you need to focus on this. This is particularly hard and tricky. That is so not true. Like, at least from my personal anecdotal experience. That is what you think is hard and easy. There's a lot of projection. Like, people project a lot of times when they're offering advice, especially for language learning. Like, oh man, you're an English speaker. Yeah, I know because I tried to learn Japanese as an English speaker. It's like kind of one of the hardest languages of all time. Projecting. You might be thinking then, what if they're stating some information that they read somewhere? That is stating an information in which they didn't say the nature of why they think it's hard. So they themselves didn't confirm that information by sharing the information. Like, I can explain to you why I think the number of strokes, radicals, reads, and definitions do not relate or negligibly significantly affect my accuracy, precision, or speed over time. Those are the criteria that I use to determine that there is a negligible difference. You can have some of the most complicated characters, and that would be the one that you remember. Right? Versus someone saying, oh man, that number, there's 48 strokes here. It's got to be harder than this 15 stroke character. Like, well, I could agree with you in some cases. Like, writing it would definitely the objectively harder, probably. Remembering it by sight alone as a single unit, like most characters to many people are single units. The people that you're talking about who use exposure therapy, like just consistent exposure, they view characters, they consolidate, in my opinion, the radicals so quickly that the characters become single units before long. Like, they don't stay separate radicals. You immediately try to stop doing radical studies and stroke studies when they're no longer sufficient, right? So at some point I could ask someone, hey, do you know what radicals are in this character, in this context, with this definition? Can you picture it right now? And I'm gonna be willing to bet more than 50% of the people, when they try to write it, they're gonna drop at least half the radicals in a character. But when they see it, they will be really, really quick on knowing what it is, because that is the singular environment that was reinforced over and over again. So yes, humans are really great at remembering things that they're used to, and the more you reinforce that, the more likely that that's probably the only situation or very limited situation you'll be able to use that information, because the learning part ended up being the application as well. Getting right answers in WaniKani is the application of their learning of a character. So it will be potential growing pains moving to a different format. Is that important to anyone? Honestly, not really, if you're going to do it anyways. Like, if you plan to read manga and anime, you're gonna cycle through that growing pains anyways. For myself, it's interesting to see how to make it softer. Like, how do you bridge even more, make the transition far more gradual? And that's kind of why I enjoy people who are designing apps for learning. They're exploring that. Even people who are learning Japanese right now, they are using their experiences and building things to offset the transition and the different applications. It's kind of a little bit ironic sometimes, though, speaking to those same people who say they do those things, they often emphasize how making the app is like making the method and the system is less rewarding than getting to their goal. And despite that, to me, they seem far more passionate and speak with far more details when they're actually talking about how they're understanding their learning. But it doesn't create that perspective of reward, which I must respect. For myself, this stuff is why language learning is a great vehicle for self-development or self-improvement. You have an opportunity to learn something and then also learn something about how you're learning, right? Anyways, I don't think I'm going to include any more data. I think most of this is pretty decent. This is as much as people understand about each other in WaniKani, honestly. They would post their letter, they would post their level, they would post how many kanji, they would post like the kanji that they have trouble with, and then like maybe their level up charts, and that's about it, right? That's as much as it goes, in my opinion, 90% of the time when people provide advice for each other. And that's for time efficiency. It's very pragmatic. And on a thread, on a forum, it can be very cumbersome. So that's for the fact stuff. Now let's get into archetypes. So archetypes will help us workshop something, right? Actually, it's kind of a combination. So the main thing today that I want to go over is archetyping, for myself, not for other people. People can volunteer their own ideas and offer their own mix of things. I like to heavily encourage people to do that, to try that. So we're going into archetypes. And this deals with our mnemonic system. So currently, we have, I'm going to say a low level. Again, I'm using low in a different way. Low level system. And a high level system. Or we'll just say relatively to the other one. A high level system. And there are some key words that I'll identify between a low level system and a high level system. High level system tends to be bottom up. And low level system tends to be bottom up. High level system tends to be top down. Low level systems tend to have a big upfront investment. And high level systems have a low entry point. So effectively, it will appear easier in a high level system at first, and then it would appear harder, quote unquote, harder. So we can write like harder at first and easier at first. Largely because high level systems use your intuition. And it's also double-edged. It not only but relies on your intuition to be consistent. Low-level systems tend to be agnostic. They are agnostic to preferences. They try to be agnostic to preferences. There's still levels, like neither system will ever be free of the other thing. So like, while it's easier at first, that doesn't mean it can't be difficult for some people. And while it relies on intuition, that doesn't mean parts of it is not analytical, right? It's the tendency of things. It leans towards certain things. So it's not entirely agnostic, as in anybody will find that they don't need prior experience to use it. But typically the aim is a lower level system is that there's a big upfront investment. You learn that, and everyone goes through that process. So the vast majority of people will go through the process of learning the skeleton, the fundamentals, like coding. You learn the language from scratch, despite all your high-level systems, right? It can be, you can work against it, or you can embrace it, right? And this agnostic to preferences mean that you it will be more consistent. Over time, for self and comparing to others. High-level systems will be very individualized. And have a take it or leave it adjustment. So if a particular mnemonic doesn't jive with you or vibe with you, then you leave it. If it jives with you, then take it. It's incredibly individualized because it relies on your intuition. It's something that whoever wrote it is relying on the fact that you share the same high level preferences that they do. So it works really well when you happen to be aligned with the person. It works poorly when it doesn't. A low level system is consistent. It's kind of meh all around. Occasionally you might hit the gold, but it's usually meh. It's aiming for consistency. So there's an averaging effect. You have averaging effects for low level systems, and then you have highs and lows. Right? When you watch a movie, if you're looking at a movie based on its overall relatability to your own life, highs and lows. There are going to be stories you don't resonate with because they never happened to you. If you go in with a low level system mindset, you're looking for, okay, what is the conflict? Okay, what is the climax? What event happened in the denouement? How was it resolved and concluded? You're looking at the system, the parts of the whole. And those all exist in every single movie. So when you go into a movie, you have that appreciation for it. You know you can go look and learn the character names. You can go look at how the characters interact with each other. Those exist in every single movie, right? Or mostly every single movie. So it's an averaging effect. Whether you like the character, highs and lows. There is a character, so there's information you must gather from the character, and that can be interesting. And then you can make up your own mind about it when you understand all the elements. So it creates an averaging effect. Your mileage will be very, very similar on top of a potential of high-level systems. Now the trade-off here is most people are doing a little bit of both in different proportions. And because of the limited attention span, I suppose, like how much you're focusing on certain things, you can miss certain things. Low-level system people miss the big picture, right? Big picture. And low-level system, you miss the details. So when you're looking at a high-level system, you're looking at the bigger picture. What is the overall intent and the picture of it? If this is Nami, it's going to stay Nami because it's not Na and Mi. It's not two things. The detail is that it's made of two things. Na and Mi are two different things that make up one thing, right? And you can go even deeper. Na is, in a romance way, has a N and then an A, right? So you have two things within the two things, which makes for four things because Mi, I, right? That's low-level system. You're getting lower and lower into the components, so you have more and more details to account for. And we already talked about it's bottom-up because you hope that when you deconstruct something, you can reconstruct it to have different uses. And that's not always the case because you can miss the big picture. High-level systems rely on emergence. And low-level system doesn't. It relies on fundamentals. So when all else fails, no matter what, you're doing the fundamentals. No buts, no buts, whats, or coconuts, right? You do the fundamentals because it's relevant to every single thing. Every single thing you come across. Fundamentally, you'll be repeating this. So low-level systems are repetitious in nature. High-level systems are dynamic, or they're seen as dynamic. So when you go watch a movie, right, and then you watch a movie again the second time, it feels different. That's dynamic. When you go watch the movie the first time, and then you watch the movie again for the same thing, and you're focused on the details, the fundamentals, they stay the same. That you've already hunted those information. That character name is still the same. That character name, the conflict is still the same. at a higher emergence level, you feel like, oh, something happened in your life. So now the character's actions is interpreted differently. That is a dynamics of emergence. And we have these things. And why am I going over this contrast a lot of times? There's a mixed bag in here somewhere. And that deals with how mnemonics work. And that's where I'm going to come in with my other workflow that we're going to focus on for the next 2 hours-ish, the mnemonic system. Now, I use some buzzwords sometimes with a mnemonic system. Often I talk about the left side to be akin to somewhat of a mind palace. And then the mind palace, the abstraction of the mind palace, which creates order and sequencing. I know they sound about the same, but sequencing and order is two different things. We're not talking about like the order of things, but the organization, like things are grouped together and whatnot. And then sequencing involves like a order from 1 to 3. So it's a specific amount of sequencing, right? And then we're like bootstrapping, right? When it comes to high level systems, you have I would say this is akin to the memory that people talk about. Memory. So like bytes or bits of memory. When you're thinking about high level systems, you're encoding each thing in a singular instance. So when you start encoding two different things and they are connected, they become an instance of themselves. So when someone says like water, right? You see water and what do you think of? Oops. You might think mizu, right? Maybe. So this becomes one instance. Mizu and that character is one thing. Their relationship to each other is irrelevant. You know that when you see this, it's mizu. So there's some sort of noise here, right? And you can add more to it. For me, this is shui, right? Or shui. That's water too. And it's the same character. And then this becomes a singular unit. So whenever you look at water, you're probably going to think of the three things together. If you're looking at a mind palace situation, you can look at this character, right? Then you look at the components. Obviously, this is not the greatest example because water is encoded as one thing, but maybe you can break this down. Like this thing has strokes in this organization. Maybe you recognize the left side as something. Here's one thing. You look at the right side. Here's one thing. Right? And then when you put it together, you then have a mi plus a zu, right? If they're separate things, or a su plus a e. Actually, it's in this case, for the way I encode it, it's more like this, plus a 3. Now, when you look at a character, you're doing this every single time. Right? Every single time you're doing this. So regardless, it's agnostic to the character. Like, no matter what, you're bootstrapping through a sequence and an order in order to retrieve the information. And that is laborious. It can take a long time. Like, if you're someone looking at it from this perspective over here, this perspective is a waste of time. In fact, the most common comment that I get from someone who thinks at a high level, we're not talking about high level as in good and low level as in bad again, high level as in high emergence, right? The most common comment that I would have whenever I'm using Hanzahiro versus WaniKani is that Hanzahiro's system is a lower level system than WaniKani's higher level system. And even above that, the people who make Anki decks and cards, they operate at a higher level system. So whenever people think about, isn't this just another, isn't the lower level system a more convoluted way of trying to figure out and remembering the things? Yes, it is. When you look at it, it is far more detailed, oriented, right? It's inherently more detail oriented required. It's inherently going to be more upfront invested. That is the inherent nature of low level systems. The question is, do you recognize all the other things that it does? It is more repetitious, it is fundamental, it has an averaging effect and a consistent effect over time. It is definitely harder at first, but it gains the agnostia or agnostic to personal preferences. So if you're looking for something that is consistently average and it will put out, a low-level system will guarantee that, will more likely to guarantee that than a high-level system. A high-level system, you might have to take more than one jabs. Like, understanding the nature of the system will allow you to choose and expect reasonable things. WaniKani, I expect that in a different parallel universe, I could have hated WaniKani. In this case, I wasn't really focused on WaniKani for its content, like it's how much it's getting it to perform. I was more interested in its systems. So its systems indicates to me that if a mnemonic doesn't work, I have to make a mnemonic. So one of the things is you have highs, great. When you have lows, fix it. How do you fix something when you have lows? Is it frequent? If it's frequent, sorry, I should be writing that in a different color. So, as spoiler, right? This is a spoiling thing of what I'm about to talk about. But WaniKani is over here. At least for me personally, relatively speaking. WaniKani is over here. So I have highs. That's when I like the mnemonic. It works really well. It clicks with my intuition, right? All these things. It relies on my intuition. I resonate. So all is well in the world. But you have lows too. What do I do about those lows? You could, like a high-level system person would say, I just repeat. Repeat it until it sticks. Maybe you'll get used to it. Quote unquote, get used. Get used to it. That's fair. That is a great approach when you're only thinking in one way. When I think of lows, I ask myself, is it frequently enough? Is it? If it is, then I have data. What can I do about the data? Is there a common pattern? If there's a common pattern, then I can make a lower level system to accommodate that common pattern. Because if it occurs frequently enough, then I would want to create a lower level system to address the common pattern. As in, one system will address many things. Now, here's where it kind of breaks apart. For WaniKani, I think most users, it's not common enough. So the things is eventually they grow out of WaniKani where there isn't a consistent problem that has a common pattern of which they would be like, oh, you know what? I have an idea and then I do this. It's usually found elsewhere. So they're not going to make it in WaniKani. What ultimately happens is if the pattern is common enough, they go find another app. Some do go design another app. Design a like supplement. Or they completely quit WaniKani and matriculate. Right? So you can completely stay in high level system learning. As in, this isn't the only way. I'm stating to myself and my future self and other people, I went this route. I noticed some patterns and I'm going to refine the system so that it includes more of the things. It covers the gap of knowledge or gap of relationships. And it doesn't happen all the time, which I'll go into. The reason why it's not that great to do low-level systems is if you're not interested. If you're not interested in making another app, that's not the same as then you're not someone who likes to break down problems. If you're not interested in designing supplements, not like vitamin supplements, but supplemental things, go explore. You matriculate and go explore for other systems that will accommodate your growing period, right? And here's the thing about low-level systems. Making a low-level system is also diminished return. You're trying to create something that will apply to a lot of people and including yourself for your instances. That's where apps come from, right? WaniKani started as a lower level way of learning comparatively. Remember that we need standards, right? So WaniKani was over here when compared to immersion. And the low-level system I'm talking about is something that I'm using myself and working on myself because it's lower than what WaniKani is. That's not to say that there's an absolute magnitude. Like, what is the highest level of learning you can have? Comprehensible input. That's the theory anyways. Oftentimes one of the bases of comprehensible input in theory is you're pushing your comprehensibility as far as it goes and you learn at that level. That is the opposite of systems learning. And pure systems learning. And I obviously am not a pure systems learner. What I'm doing is I'm taking whatever level WaniKani is and I'm dropping it slightly lower because I want it to be more average and consistent across the board. Will it improve my retention and accuracy? I don't know yet. I would have to do it to learn. If I go higher, I'm already doing that. You watch manga, read books and whatnot. Those are available. I don't think a lower level system is very conveniently available yet. So this is my interest and take into systems work. And it's inspired off Hanzahiro, by the way. So it's inspired because I already kind of think that way. And we're going to go into that workshop now for the next an hour or two. It doesn't take too long. I've covered most of this stuff before. So here are some of the facts, right? The first 300 days. So this is from day 0 to 300. This is the current workflow that I have. And you'll know, in my opinion, it's a combination. It's a combination of low-level thinking and encouraging high-level thinking. It went through stages, but this is the current workflow. It started at the lowest possible level, and then I started trying to hammer myself and give myself opportunities to use my intuition. So it's a combination of both of them. The first thing I do is I look at intuition. So a character presents itself. I look at it. Do I know the answer? That's it. Like intuition, high level. You look at it, you take it in as one unit, right? So intuition, one unit. You see the phrase, you see the characters. It's a singular thing. What is that singular thing to me? If it's good, we move on, right? And usually this, I'm going to say, arbitrarily averages around the first minute, right? It's the first minute. Within the first minute. Now, if it fails, right? So what happens when it fails? We have a fork. And the fork next is we use our what we see. So I look at what we see. And usually that means radicals, existing reads, and existing reads is exclusive to onyomi for the current workflow. And if the existing read only includes a kunyomi, that's only when there are no onyomis. So the difference is it's interpreted as no onyomi. So in order to see something, I see the radicals, I see existing reads, ask myself, do I know an onyomi? If I don't, then there are no onyomis. So I search for kunyomi. Not the other way around, not like, oh, this is a kun, and therefore I should skip over onyomi. It's in this order. I look for existing onyomis, and then if there are no onyomis, then there is a kunyomi. Right? That is my existing flow. And also kana, because we still have a plethora of kana, like me, right, do, and then all the like all the verb endings, right? Every single verb ending, there's still like te, ni, or like particles and whatnot. All those still exist. So those are the things I can see. I can see radicals, I can see existing reads, and I can see existing kana. And this is where I've been workshopping the stuff. So with this information, now I think this is where the blue stuff comes in. This is what I'm currently working on. It will be arranged in a subject, object, verb. So anything that exists will go in this order. I look for a subject. The default, I default to a non-specific person. So like someone, he, she. Actually, I don't even do he and she anymore. So we do someone. That is the default. Unless... Right. Hang on. Subject provided by what I see. Otherwise we default. We default to someone. Okay. And then we go down the line. So then we look at, are there modifiers for this? I typically check modifiers, but alternatively it can be a different way, where the next step then is to look at an object, right? And if it's provided by what I see. If it's not provided, it's omitted. Like, it's completely omitted. You don't really need the object. The object, or the indirect object, right? Both direct and indirect objects, I simply omit it. And then we have the verb. And again, once again, you look if it's provided by what I see. And the default is to be. It exists. Right? Or what I typically do is I would provide a context-specific verb. So if the subject is someone, can also be context-specific. So for example, if I knew that the encoding, the word has something to do with a post office or something, then that someone isn't like a mailman. It's non-specific in a sense that it's no particular person, but it is a mailman because it reminds me of the... So all of these things can be context specific. So what would a mailman do? They would send something. If I had to choose a verb in order to form the mnemonic, it will be a verb that is related to the context of that the word that I'm looking for, right? Otherwise, that's fine. Objects can be contextually not like added in if necessary, but generally if it's not mentioned in what I see, then it's extra details that can confuse or add too much. So what happens then is I construct the mnemonic for that. So this then goes into constructing a new mnemonic. The new mnemonic will have this as a skeleton. And then what you add is you add modifiers. What are modifiers? Lots of these things that I see can be adjectives, adverbs, time, location, relative, right? Or like comparisons. So at most, every mnemonic that I'm looking for now is phrased in a way that has a subject and a verb at minimum with an object in between. And it is encoded in English, reflexive of what I know about Japanese grammar. That is what I'm doing right now. So every one of my mnemonics, I have a shorthand as well. Usually I use an arrow for wherever there's a particle that requires the particle. So I use an arrow instead of a particle in English. And then most of the time I use a preposition instead of a particle, right? To compensate for the lack of particles in English. So what I do then is I think of it as SOV, and I read the radicals as is, and this stuff is still provided by WaniKani, which I'll go into in a little bit because we have to go over housekeeping on that. So all of this is provided by WaniKani. I do not unlearn something. Like, I don't unlearn the material that they have built, like associate with these things. What doesn't get encoded a lot of times now is the actual mnemonics that WaniKani does. Now, in this bootstrap right here, the first step is actually looking right here that existed before. In this step is, what is the WaniKani mnemonic? So this stuff is legacied. The current route is I look at the radicals and stuff and I try to fetch the WaniKani mnemonic. And the reason why I think that I'm doing it in a different way is the WaniKani mnemonic, it lacks order. It's very intuitive, right? When it is. I know how that sounds, but that's how intuitions work. If a mnemonic resonates with you, then it's useful. If it's not resonating with you, then it isn't. When it comes to kunyomis, oftentimes, because kunyomis are rare when it comes to their mnemonic frequency, rare in frequency. Because it's rare in frequency, it lacks consistency. The onyomis are great. They have consistency. So this is why this workflow is I see radicals, I see the onyomi reads, then the kunyomi, and then the kana is something that's already baked in, right? They're already there. So I took the most consistent parts. So I preserve the consistent parts. Right? Conserve the consistent parts. Now the inconsistent parts need addressing. So this new system is to address this inconsistency, which is that when I need to remember a mnemonic, that mnemonic kind of stands alone like 90% of the time. Occasionally you get like Saka showing up, or maybe a solo coming up. All the ones that are kunyomis, they have a habit of being so infrequent enough that they no longer provide a foundation to find the answer. You either know the mnemonic to remember the character, or you remember the character. If you straight up remember using rote memory, some people might find it more consistent because they're spending less time trying to remember the very specific mnemonic for that kunyomi. I would say that nearly all kunyomis would eventually occur at least twice. But is that statistically significant enough to have to invest yourself into remembering that one instance at that kunyomi? And one of the things that WaniKani does is you only actually have one exposure of the read, because they do the thing where, like, if you know the read from this word, then there it is, and then they don't print it again, right? So if you remember the first kunyomi read, you're supposed to remember the second time and the third time and the fourth time. Like, so despite having a different word and a different vocabulary, they chose not to rewrite the thing or to copy and paste the same thing to be able to see the thing. So there's no actualizing the exposure. So when you get something wrong later down the road, like if you forgot the kunyomi read for the second word, then there's no chance, like that means that you have forgotten the kunyomi read for the first word. And it's because you forgot the one that's furthest away that you forget the current one. So there's 1 point of failure, and there's no amount of way to get around how infrequently it occurs in order to reinforce it. That's one of the biggest downfalls. So instead, I'm attempting to create a little bit more. I'm breaking the kunyomis down to a point where it overlaps with an existing structure. And it's often using the onyomi, quote unquote kana, that they're using more frequently, because these things occur way more. Onyomi occurs way more. The kana is baked in. So having the kana be the consistent thread is a little bit more rigorous to create context between your mnemonics. Remembering a very specific mnemonic, that there's also mnemonic inconsistencies, right? Because it's high level, each mnemonic is written as though is whatever feels good. It's a vibe, right? It's a vibe. So if you don't vibe most of the time and whatnot, the first time is the only time you're going to get a chance to remember it. If you're already loose with the first one, the second time telling the person like, oh, it's like the second time, that's not going to help. You're gonna forget it. You're likely going to forget it twice as often, not one as often. Like the same, if not the same frequency, probably twice as often, right? So this is what I've been doing for the first 250-ish days. Before I was thinking, yeah, and this, in my opinion, illustrates one of the problems with high-level things. There's not enough repetition for scaling. Like, what was a common thing? Frequency of use. That's not in WaniKani, obviously. So when you're looking at mnemonics need reinforcement as well through frequency of use. How do you remember if you start with verb and you start with an object the next time, you start with a subject next time, you're looking for a proper, where do you start when you look for a mnemonic? Do you understand which order do you look for? Like if you need to use a mnemonic, what do you ask yourself first? Do you ask yourself who did it? Who did what? What is being used? How is it being used? If you're able to understand how you consistently access your mind palace, then you're kind of accessing a lower level, in this case, a more detailed level of remembering something. And that's what I'm gonna do ahead of it. So I still make room to read the mnemonic. If I can vibe it, I'll keep it. So I read the mnemonic, I vibe it, I can keep it. If I don't vibe it, I'll still have read it. And if it somehow triggers a intuition response, then that's great. On top of it, when I see a kun, I immediately do this. Because it's agnostic. When I see a kun, and I already know an on, I'm going to do this. The more I do this, the faster it gets. At some point, it becomes negligible. However, when it becomes negligible, it also has diminished returns, because It's not going to happen all the time. I'm not going to use this most of the time. When you're thinking about a mnemonic, the first step that I'm doing is this. So if it never gets to this step, I don't need to use any of the stuff that I'm working on. That's why, in my opinion, low-level systems get that idea of, oh, you're wasting your time then, right? Because if you only use this, say I only use this 5% of the time. Actually, right now, up to the first 300 days, I use this 10% of the time. So I have to access a WaniKani mnemonic or start doing this 10% of the time. Reactionarily, like reactively, I say I stop kind of 10% of the time. So if I have 100 reviews, 10 of them I will probably stop. It's actually a little bit less, so I'm going to say less than 10%. So consistently, I have maintained a workload that I will not have problems stopping 90% of the time. And that was my target. I can increase my workload and my stamina will drop, right? It's not because the kanji got harder, the units got hard. They're all evenly spaced. The workload is similar, right? And I don't think it's dependent on whatever my perceptions are of like a concept being harder. I don't necessarily think that significantly impacts me. It can impact other people. Like there are things I can name that can have potential significant impacts, right? It wasn't significant though. Like for example, negative stuff. Negative stuff, it's difficult for me to remember. Political stuff. Religion. So yes, there are things. It's not occurrent and consistent enough to warrant needing to build something around it. So what I do is I went lower to make it so that it's not about something very specific. It's about anything. And now what's happening is, since I do this for every kun, and kuns they're relatively frequent, right? This consumes time. This adds about, I would say 20% more time. So if the lesson, right? Usually lessons take about 4 hours, lesson days, 4 hours. It feels more like 5 hours, right? It becomes 5 hours. Eventually, it won't feel like 5 hours. It will be less. And there is a chance that that 4 hours that it used to take will become 3 hours because I no longer have to wait and hitch on whether I need to spend time waiting to see if the kunyomi makes sense. I automatically do this by default. I am creating this by default, right? Every single time I will become very practiced in doing this. And the trade-off is I'll become more consistent. The compromise is it's still faster to ignore the mnemonic if you already know it. It's still faster when you look at a character and you know exactly intuitively what it is and what it means right away without a mnemonic. Nothing is faster than that, right? The question is, how often does that happen? And what happens when it doesn't? Do you have anything in place? Because if you don't have anything in place, it can consume the rest of your extra time that you gained. You can be that person who is stuck on level 22 because the same 10 items is giving you problems and you haven't decided to create a contingency to solve those 10 problems. So instead, you get stuck treading place because there's a rate limiting step. So this, to me, is I'm addressing the rate limiting step. In my opinion. It's the place that I can improve the most. It's not the only thing I can do. And it's not the thing that I can improve if there is something worse, but there isn't something worse. This is where I eke out a little bit more performance, a little bit more consistent, because being 90% and only having to stop 10% of the time to think about things is pretty good. It's sufficient for me, but that's not what keeps it interesting. The interesting thing is, can I increase that to 95%? Can I increase that to 99%? Can I get to 99% and increase my workload by 2 or 3 times more and still have no scalability problems? That is what I'm aiming for. So, and the only reason I would stop doing this is when by the time I get to there, I have more ideas than the time it takes to get to the end of WaniKani. So by the time I get to level 60, I will still probably have more ideas to try. So I'm not worried about running out of ideas. I'm simply going to keep doing the ideas until I run out of content. And that is how I stay engaged. I don't focus on the content because the content it will not exceed my creativity. I will continuously learn more things and more problems will come up that I can tweak. So yes, the destination is over there, but how well I encode the stuff is all that I'm focusing on at the moment. Like, it's the bread and butter of learning. I'm focusing on the learning, not constantly pining about something that is the results. Like, if you keep looking at that goal and saying, I'm not fluent yet, then you lose focus on the task at hand. You are losing focus on what's happening while you're learning. Why has your progress stalled? Why do you feel more and more dissatisfied? How come you keep seeing the same word come up over and over again and you're still struggling with it? Those are the most interesting parts. They are the most negative parts of people's experiences. When I have a problem, it means that I have a problem to solve. And it's the joy of learning. You learn how to solve problems, right? Problems come up, it's your application. When you have a problem, you have a choice, you have a chance and a choice to apply the knowledge you have learned in order to solve the problem. So if you want an inherent application that demonstrates to me that you love learning, is that when a problem arises, you get excited because now you have an opportunity to use whatever you learned and make a value out of it. You can increase the value of what you learned because you have a problem in the thing you're learning. That is literally the application of what you have learned. Solving problems while learning is the part of the process of learning. Avoiding problems, pretending like they're not there, and doing the same thing is not learning. It's memorizing. When you memorize facts and stuff, there's no internalization, no heighten in value, in my opinion, relatively speaking. So some people can get a really big kick about oh, I know 3,000 kanji. I get a kick about how many problems you solve acquiring those 3,000 kanji. I think the effort you've made to solving your scalability problem in how to acquire 3,000 kanji will supersede most of the superficial collection, in my opinion, of that whatever that 3,000 kanji is. In fact, I would argue that when someone says they learned 3,000 kanji, they probably learned like 500 kanji. Learned 500 kanji. They memorized 3,000 kanji. They have learned 500. If not, I'll be a little bit more generous. Maybe 2,000 of those kanji they probably learned because they did something with it. The ones that you have problems with are probably, if you solve the problems of the ones that you have problem with, they're probably the ones that you're going to remember most vividly. Like what is one that I would say is most vivid in my head? Heckin' life. Se, sho, crazy. Like, so many problems. That's probably why I'm going to remember of all the things as vivid, because I spent time trying to solve that problem. That is the application. You get value, in my opinion. One gets value from what they memorize by learning what to do with the information. And that, to me, is quote-unquote kind of somewhat the open, not secret, the well-known secret of why games work, video games work, right? Well, older video games, maybe not necessarily the modernization of video games, but the games that you spend time saying, I have no idea how to solve this problem. Maybe I'll just poke around and see and use my observational skills and then solve the thing eventually. You might not know the exact concept. You're not even focused on getting the exact answer because you don't actually even know what the exact answer is. The idea is you have used what information you have immediately as you gain access to them. That, in my opinion, is the difference between learning and being knowledgeable. When you have a lot of knowledge, if someone can give you a picture and it can be filled with details, and then you can give another person who has half the details. A person who is learning something will be able to connect what those pictures are and infer the missing details of the person who had the details. The question is, when you're given a lot of details, do you remember better than trying to figure out what the details are missing that are connecting them? In my opinion, oftentimes the more memorable things is when you're actively making the connection between informations and constructing new information than looking at something passively. It's like, oh, that exists. Like, if I told you the colligative property of water and I list them on a screen, instead of having you take water and like splash it around and try to describe certain properties of water, like water has a volume, water evaporates. If I don't tell you what I'm looking for and you're observing the water, you are more likely to take that information and apply it and answer the question to the best of your ability. When you're given information and told information, oftentimes you're complacent and you only memorize the information based on its sole context. You do not necessarily encourage to say, well, what can I do with this information? If I found out that water is conductive to electricity, that's neat. Or what can you do with it? If someone asks you, does water conduct electricity? And you say yes. I'm like, how do you know that? Someone told me. It's like, okay, would you be curious as to testing if it's true? How would you be able to test that? The moment you start asking yourself, like, how would I be able to test water conducts electricity, is already the moment that you're probably going to remember it better than someone telling you water conducts electricity. Like, that's answering the question, hearing the question is two ways to remember the information. It's not one way to remember the information. Someone telling you water conducts electricity is one way to remember that conversation. The moment you ask, hey, does water actually conduct electricity? Like, based on who? That's two ways now you need to remember it. And then when you go look for that information, that's three ways. So the moment you start elaborating on your application and your intent of remembering something, it doubles on top. And what is that exactly? Technically, in a really reductive way, it's repetition. It's still repetition. It's redundancy. The neat thing is, this is high-level redundancy. So you can still do this. You can still do it while you're talking about it. How will you remember someone's name? For example, I talk a lot with, like, is it already obvious? I talk a lot. I talk a lot to myself. I talk a lot to other people. How do I remember someone's information? I ask them questions and I connect more information to their name immediately. So when someone says hi, and then, I say hi back, and then they're like, oh, let's not worry about names. I always have trouble remembering names. All right, well, what's your name? It's like, hey, you know what? Your name reminds me of this character in Japanese. May I explain what this character means? And I feel like your name reminds me of that. The next time you go to recall that name, you are more likely to remember that name. Because you've connected it with something you use all the time. That is mnemonics. That's the way WaniKani is trying to work. The downside is that at the higher level, you either relate to it or you don't. So when you get to a lower level, there's a higher chance you can relate. One, because you have to learn the system again, a new system. Two, you have to use that system nearly consistently, because a system is consistent when you're consistent, right? And three, it's not going to be as great as resonating with someone's experience because it's not going to be as specific, right? Specificity is lost when you get lower. Specificity increases when it gets higher. So if you're saying like, oh, this guy's rambling about WaniKani for so long, WaniKani just doesn't work, or it does work for me, or it works mid, it will stay like that. And that's fine. That's exactly how it's working as intended. If it doesn't work for you, that means that system, you have chosen not to do anything about it, or you might have. You just stop using WaniKani and then you start making a new system that you're going to use yourself. If you're thinking about using a system and building that system and sharing with others, this comes back again. Are you building a high-level system that's tweaked to your own preferences? If it is, then there are a few people who will find it useful, or fewer people who will find it useful. It will go back to the same WaniKani problem. It's not a problem, though. I use the word problem because that's what people see it as. I think it's an inherent nature of the way WaniKani is designed. And you can change that if you want. Or you can make another app or add to it. Lower level systems imply that you have an upfront way of needing to do this. So if you do this thing already, that means you have to work on it again. So the reason why I showed this is because this is what I'm gonna do for the probably next 100 days. I'm going to spend time trying to do this. And what this means, why this one? Because before, if WaniKani fails, right, the mnemonic fails, what then I do is I go through a troubleshooting. At the 200-day mark, I talked about my troubleshooting cycle, which is to like take the parts and try to re-edit them. Like, find a different way to add more to it, right? Rewrite the mnemonic a little bit, or connect the stuff, or add the radicals back in. Add the radicals back into the mnemonic, because a lot of times WaniKani doesn't use radicals in their mnemonics, and then the radicals aren't attached to the reads. The kunyomi is not attached to the onyomi, that kind of thing. All of that is no longer there anymore, because after troubleshooting, I have come to the conclusion that I should do it despite it all. So as opposed to working what the troubleshooting for the last 100 days, right? From 200 to 300. The stuff comes up frequently enough that I'm constantly going back, and when a kunyomi shows up, I slow down. A kunyomi shows up and I'm like, okay, which word are they looking for? I reduced it even to a single keyword, and it still is very difficult. Like suga, like which one do you think suga belongs to? Or sugar, right? Sugar. Which one do you think? React. I just got react recently, which is an onyomi. So there are some kinks. Kunyomi, like tsu. Like which tsu? Is it two? Is it two with two O's? Is it the number two? And that's a kunyomi, right? So how is that going to be different from tsu and tsu, like, and tsu that are onyomis? So all of that goes out the window. Every time a kunyomi shows up, and it's pretty infrequent, it's like half, a third of the time, right? You don't have a reinforcement. Then you're sitting there, even if you're going to the smallest amount where you're just remembering the keyword that they're using, it's still very difficult to be consistent and efficient. There's no structure around it. You have no line of thinking to get to it, right? And for me, there's still one more thing that I do, which this, when object, verb, and then the modifiers, the read has to be in the order. So there is an exception that I make, which is the read has to be the order of the read. Sorry, I use read twice. The mnemonic, like the mnemonic reads in the same order of the read of the vocabulary word, or the the vocab, basically. So it goes in that order. So I do make an alternative. This is a disclaimer. When some mnemonics, I need to like shuffle the words a little bit in different orders, this comes first. So if it's saka, it has to be sa before ka in the mnemonics. It's not willy-nilly everywhere. It has to be in that order. So I'm not going to make a mnemonic where ka comes before sa. And all the keywords that are involved, which deals with the keywords of the kana, the onyomi, the kunyomi, and the radicals, they are not like, they have minimal overlap with each other. So I would avoid using things like tsu being 4 different things. What is another one? Mu has moo, moose. Kata, ka and ta. Kata has like cutter, catapult. I think there might be one more, but I'm not quite sure. The idea is I'm not going to look for those. We're going to look for one thing, and in that one thing overlaps less with the other thing. And that's the goal, right? So inevitably, basically, I'm trying to remove troubleshooting. I remove troubleshooting because it occurs very frequently. It occurs 10% of the time, and of that 10%, nearly 8 to 9% of it deals with kunyomi. Like, what I mean is, it's even when there's a kunyomi onyomi, like a non-jukuko, right? Like having a double kunyomi or a onyomi with a kunyomi, it's still the kunyomi that ends up being the troubleshooting. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to get ahead of it and see if that changes the thing. So deals with the system that I have. I'm not focused on making mistakes in a similar way. I'm focused on making mistakes in a different way each time that I make the mistake and try to correct it, right? I'm not repeating the same mistake. That is a very big difference. I don't repeat the same mistake. Some people might say, well, if you get the same mistake, it's repeating the same mistake. That is not true. That is absolutely absurd. That is a high level misunderstanding of process. You are not you are not learning things because you think that you're making the same mistake. If you truly are making the same mistake, then you are not learning anything. In my opinion, you are failing to learn it, let alone memorize the content. Like, on the one hand, you can still memorize something without learning anything about it, right? You can still brute force, beat it over the dead horse, and you can constantly bootstrap until it gets to you. And that's great. You haven't learned anything about the learning process, right? If you got it wrong the first time, you can maybe repeat it one more time to see if it's a fluke. Or maybe 3 times or 4 times. It's up to you when to choose to try to correct the mistake. Not get the answer correct. That's great. It's great that you get the answer correct, but did you correct the mistake? Right? Learning deals with correcting the mistake so you don't make the mistake again later on. However, if you think that the context and the information is the reason why the mistake happens, then you have lots of mistakes. And lots of mistakes mean that you have a lot of work to do. So are you going to correct all the mistakes if you keep thinking they're all different? It's up to you. That sounds like a lot of work. So basically, you're going to create a new mnemonic, a new system every time you get a bit of information incorrect. I would start with the bigger things. For me personally, I would look at all the mistakes that I have made, see if there is a common pattern between them, and address the largest common pattern, and then create a system to address that. Yeah, it's still 10% of the time, but at least I don't have to do it 90% of the time, because that is working pretty well. So I do rely on things that already work, right? It's the lesser of the things. I think when people say, I keep making the same mistake, I actually do believe them. When they say, I'm stuck at level 20 and I keep making the same mistake. And my first question to you is, why do you choose and how do you do it? How do you reproducibly create the same mistake? And is it true? My first comment is I'm going to give the person the benefit of the doubt. I actually assume the opposite most of the time. When someone tells me they're making the same mistake, I hope and try to test that they aren't making the same mistake. Because if you are truly making the same mistake, I have no idea what to tell you other than you don't learn anything. I truly don't believe people don't learn anything. Like, even if they're not analytically inclined, like you're not breaking down things like I am or something like that, repeating a mistake, humans are intuitive enough that generally they do not go at it the same way, even if it looks like it's the exact same way. Like, you look at a flashcard, you didn't remember the first time. The second time you look at it, you're kind of doing something different because you remembered. You're gonna think to yourself, how did I forget it the first time? Even if you're not writing it down or something, you're thinking, oh, okay, what is different? I forgot it last time. I forgot it one time. That is a difference. At least a person will remember that they forgot something that they learned. It's rarely ever the same. The question is, how far are you going to go with that information? Are you going to do it minimally different? Which is why I typically believe people when they say, I keep making the same mistake. Like, okay, how many times have you made this mistake? Well, I spent a year making the same mistake. So if I'm gonna take you for face value, you have spent a year and you repeated the same mistakes for a year. Is there any way, and I'm saying this with a genuine concern, is there any way that you have ever considered changing something to see if it improves or gets worse? It can get worse, right? You can start trying something and it can perform worse. The idea is over time, when something performs worse, you continue to try to make it perform better. So overall, you might end up going up. But trying nothing, how is that surprising that you're stuck on the same place? And in my opinion, when other people come by and say, oh, just, don't mind this, don't mind that, trust the process, I think that is a recipe for demonstrating, or that indicates how little commitment, in my opinion, that other person has to that stranger's improvement. Because you're not friends, you're strangers. So just trust the process. When someone tells you limited information, sounds like two people who don't care about the care less, a little bit less about the process. Not that they don't care at all, but they care less about the process and they care about being agreeable. Like, just do your best, right? I mean, I talked to Jazz today about exercises, staying active. I think in order for me to even come semblance of demonstrating that I have an investment in this person's ability to become active, I want to contribute as much as I can to it while exchanging information with them. I think a lot of times the forums really demonstrates how reductive and how people can get lost in this process. I know I can't convince people to be excited about this stuff, but if you genuinely am going to come up to me and tell me you love learning and the things you do is you learn all the time, probably one of the first things, in my opinion, that I expect is how vividly and passionately you talk about learning something, not how much information you have accrued. That doesn't tell me how you learned anything. When you say you know like the 46th, 40 pi to the 46th number, explain how you learned it, right? That would be the central focal point. You would explain to me like, hey, let me tell you how I got past the 14-digit stopgap. And it could be like, oh, I repeated this, then I repeated this, then I repeated this. The idea is you are invested in the way you're learning, not with what you know. What you know doesn't tell anyone, in my opinion. It doesn't tell me anything about what you learned. You didn't learn anything. You told me the information that you acquired, and I don't know where that information comes from. You could be reading off your computer screen for all I know. That's fine. Like, I'm not saying it's lesser. It's part of the thing. Let me know what you have learned about the information you acquired, right? And this is what I have acquired from WaniKani. This is the most important thing. I'm not going over like, well, I'm about to do something in just a bit for the next hour that's missing in this. But this is the most important thing that I've learned in the last 100 days of WaniKani. I've learned that it is cool to have this, and in another 7 days, I'm doing the 300-day review of Hanzahiro, and Hanzahiro does not have the same scalability problem. So the system that I have here is adopting Hanzahiro's system with a little few tweaks of my own here and there. And then there are a few things that I already talked about in this review about the high-level system that Hanzahiro lacks. And that's what I've been working on in Hanzahiro, to create it to be more personalized to me. So I have done archetyping. archetyping for all the foundational things that Hanzahiro has. So all the subjects, all the locations, all the verbs in the mnemonics now have preferences to me. So I'm archetyping SpongeBob, I'm archetyping Patrick, Master Chief and stuff to create more consistency on top of it. So I'm doing both at the same time. The reason why it sounds like I'm favoring a specific system for WaniKani is because I have a problem that I see consistently occurring. And I think I have a solution to my problem, not someone else's problem. The idea is that you're able to observe these things if you're interested in learning. Like, interested in your learning. That sounds very condescending, but I genuinely believe that most people are not interested in their learning. They're interested in getting good. So if a system does all that for you, you don't need to learn how to learn. In fact, sometimes it's shocking how people forget how they learned it from a system that they didn't create. Like, for example, when I ask someone, how do you think a Souls-like game teaches you how to dodge roll? Sometimes, like, that stuff is still really consistent. Someone will say, oh, well, I pay attention to the axe swing or the hitbox, or there's a timing thing, and they are able to describe it to some extent. That's pretty cool, right? When it comes to language learning, when I ask someone, oh, hey, how are you language learning? Someone's like, oh, well, I do a lot of different things. This is what happened to one of the comments when someone asked. It's still stuck with me to this day. I asked that person, like, oh, so how long have you been language learning, right? Language learning Japanese. And they're like, oh, I've done a lot of different things with a lot of different languages at any different time and different situations and in different moods. And I'm like, okay, so you told me that you do a lot of different things. Okay, do you generally respond to questions by saying you do a lot of different things, a lot of different things, and a lot of different things? And that person came back and said, well, it depends. If someone asks a vague question, then they get a vague answer. And I'm like, wow. Okay, so you're telling me that somehow that doesn't sound condescending to you at all? And another thing is, if someone is asking a vague question, it also means they don't know a lot about you, because you only provide vague answers and you only provide vague details. So we're not playing a game of chicken here. I ask a vague question because if I ask a specific question, it would be presumptuous. So either I put you in a box and ask a specific question, or someone has to provide specific details in order to get non-generic and vague questions. This is a game of chicken. We're playing a game of chicken. Who is going to take the presumptuous path by assuming something so that we can stop echoing this vagueness? Now, with all due respect, I do have a suspicion that the reason someone who keeps saying, well, it depends, and oh, I've done a lot of things, it's very hard to explain, there's a lot of things, but there's no particular detail that I like to share, it's largely because, in my opinion, they either don't care about their learning experience, they didn't keep track of their learning experience, they're not interested in that, or they're not interested in me, which I kind of think it's the latter, as in, it's not worth their effort to explain things to me, and that's where I found that condescension. If you think I'm asking a vague question and it deserves and only entitles a vague answer, well, you haven't understand the concept that people ask vague questions in order to give the to throw the baton to the person to dictate how specific the answer is. There's a difference because online, my interactions with people when it comes to communication skills, they ask very specific questions and they get very little details. So if you ask me, hey, what level are you on? I'm level 29 on WaniKani. That is both a very specific question and have very, very little detail. The only way that detail could be useful is if that person assumed everything else. So if they assume, oh, this guy's level 29. What was my level 29 experience like? Oh, okay, I remember. So this guy must feel exactly the same. So I'm not going to go ask him a vague question about how he felt getting to level 29. Meanwhile, I would sit here as like, well, I guess that's disappointing. Should I explain to this person or volunteer to explain to this person what level 29 means to me? And I go and do it. Or at least I try. I give the opportunity. I'm like, I like to think, may I share something with you? I'm going to say that my WaniKani level is level 29. But I kind of want to share with you some of the details of what level 29 means. It means this. By the way, if you're interested in what it feels like, all the learning process and emotional ups and downs involved in getting to level 29, I try to explain it in a more detailed way, despite you not asking, because that's very polite. If you're not asking, then I probably won't share it. So I'll share it in a different time, but I just wanted to let you know that I hope that level 29 gives you the details that you want. My thought is, and concern is, whatever you're thinking, I'm not entirely sure if you actually understand what I meant when I say level 29, but I maybe could understand what you think it might mean at level 29, but I'll never know. Because you asked a specific question, and you got a specific answer, and you didn't demonstrate that you care about anything else. So whenever I ask that person, oh, how long have you been learning Japanese? And they just say they do a lot of different things at a lot of different times and a lot of different moments. My first question is like, oh, that didn't quite answer the question. Are you able to like provide some form of frame of reference so that I can ask you follow-up questions? Because I need more details for you to volunteer to lead to more specific questions, not me assuming things about you. Like if I had to assume things about you, I would say when you said you learned a lot of different languages at a lot of different times with a lot of different moods and a lot of different times, my thought immediately say, if I had to put you in a box and ask you a specific question, I would ask you, did you even learn any Japanese or Chinese? Because in my opinion, if someone did learn Chinese and Japanese, they would be able to describe something that is important to them about it. And yet this person decided not to say anything. They tried to make it sound like, in my opinion, that they did a lot of things without actually explaining a lot of things. They didn't explain anything to me. Like, do you want me to demonstrate my mnemonic backbone on how to encode one of the kunyomis? I do this every day. Actually, whenever I have lesson days on every 5th and 11th day of the 11-day cycle, come on by, stop by. I will be demonstrating, because I do it every single time. Whenever a lesson hits a kunyomi, I will be writing out my shorthand live. If you want me to demonstrate it now, I can take an example that I had from level 29's lesson and demonstrate it. It's not all 1,000 hours or 3,000 plus hours of my language learning. It's a very specific thing that I'm working on now. And I'd like you to know that that's a demonstration of when someone asks me a vague question, I can provide a vague answer, but I can also volunteer because I have the flexibility to volunteer any information that's important to me as a way to return the generosity. When someone tells me that it depends, and if someone asks a vague question and they will give a vague answer, my first thought is, dang, way to optimize your ability to invest in other people. So when you do that, in my opinion, the odds of you having someone who wants to invest in you, it's not me. I'm not a person that would want to invest in that type of person. And you know, there's someone for everyone, I suppose. However, for myself, when someone says that to me, it already removes all possibility that I would ever have a deep conversation with that person again. Because they think that optimizing investment in other people's understanding is something that you do in order to tell someone, hey, that's pretty cool. We can be friends. That's more like we can't be friends. So when someone tells you hello, what does the internet do? Say hello back, and the conversation ends. Like, well, okay. Continue to have that parasocial relationship, right? It's not for me. It's for other people. So if you're perfectly comfortable in saying hi and nothing else, because you're assuming that that other person who says hi doesn't want to say anything else, then that's fine. I am going to take the risk each and every time. So I did take a risk and I got my answer. That person treats communication, and it's ironic because that person is suggesting that they like language learning. It's gonna be a tough ask when you start trying to use your language and your target language, and that's your form of communication. I mean, you could see yourself as very fluent if you know how to say hi, hello, how are you? And that's pretty much true, and I agree with you. You might feel fluent because that's also what you do in your native language. When someone says hi, you say hi back. And the conversation ends. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. That's the end of the conversation. Right? Something that came up during language learning. I feel that's a whole different digression, so we're not going to go into communication skills. WaniKani doesn't teach communication skills. I typically rope the communication digressions into communication skills. One of the ideas are, if you learn a target language, these things become more appreciative, right? The moment you try to learn Japanese, you might start wondering, how do I get a Japanese person to want to talk to me about about topics that I'm interested in without sounding like it's too specific or vague? And then communication skills come into play. And largely that's why I'm an advocate. At least I'm an advocate of language learning as a hobby. It allows you to reinvestigate and reevaluate the way you communicate. If it's not in the target language, then it would be in the language of your choice. And in this case, it was English. I feel quite a lot of individuals who already express in a certain English way tells me more about how they're going about learning the target language than learning the target language. So if you're saying, oh yeah, I learn a lot of things here and there and a lot of things here and there inconsistently, then my first thought is you memorized some stuff, promptly forgot them, and you held on to the things that you find are useful, and those are the things that are superficial and vague, like your optimized communication skills. If you're always saying hello and how are you and faito, right? Then I think that's as far as the target language goes as well. Like, that's being very specific, but I don't think that's accurate. Being specific with no information means I'm more likely to be incorrect. So, to take a step back from that transaction. I would say I'm probably incorrect on many things that I've just assumed about this person. And that is why I ask vague questions. Vague questions lead to voluntary details. And if you come up to me immediately and say, nah, I'm just not invested, you can say it in a different way. You could say, I don't care to answer vague questions with details because you're not worth my time. That would be a great way to say that in a polite way. You give vague answers to vague questions. At least in my opinion. Like, okay, I got you. Right? I got you. So the next time I ask, and the next time you tell me hello, I'm just gonna say hello back. And that's as far as it goes. You wait for a person to bend over backwards to narcissistically serve you, then voluntarily reciprocate generosity through communication. Side story. Okay, so we got one more activity to do, and the question is how am I going to do this, right? So I have a problem that I want to solve here. The one problem is I see radicals. Radicals are fine, right? We got radicals. You have your arches, your people, your sticks. That stuff is great. That's cool, right? WaniKani has got that down. Now Onyomi also got down. So we got a bunch of onyomis. Now the thing I'm trying to do is I want to deconstruct the kunyomis into kana. And when I can deconstruct the kunyomis into kana, I can link them with the onyomi. And I'm in the process of doing that. Now onyomis have a lot of different systems, so we're going to go into that now. So first, I want to see how much my coverage of kana there is with WaniKani's stuff. So this is going to be the last activity I'm going to do. And we are going to do this systematically. Right? So let's do this systematically. And I can note whatever problems that I currently have and I want to resolve or fill in or build in the next 100 days. So let's start with not the first row. I guess we'll start with the first row. Oops. Heck. So we have right? We have I, U, E, and U. And O, sorry, O. So far in what WaniKani provides is it can be as in the expression it could be a as in a singular thing, and those are the two that I have been relying on. And then there's plus something, right? Like ara, are, aro, ari, and then we have like ada, and like ada, especially tentens, right? Ada, ado, that kind of thing. So that occurs too. How often does it end with some plus Occasionally. I think this is more common. This is less common, which is when you have something in front of A. And we're talking specifically about onyomis. Onyomis and some kunyomis. More frequent kunyomis. So more frequent kunyomis. I think one of the more frequent kunyomis is ara. Ara is R. So it's a keyword. So let's remove this one, which is less common. This is interpreted like, for example, ara is R. Right? So that's a problem right now. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do. The first row is very flexible because some of these are extenders. So E, we are using eagle. Eagle is the default. However, there's also something plus E, which is the most common thing. So like ai, kai, right? Like kai. And kai has kayak, right? Kai, ai, and stuff. So these are what I consider. So this kind of thing, they're combos. They're combinations. They're called combo words. It's going to be different. And this is going to be a little different. They're combo words. And then there's combinations, which have been the new thing that's been happening. We'll go over combinations. But right now I'm still having problems with this row because of combo words and combinations. So oo is very similar, right? The standard oo is you. I'm using you as in this you. However, there's also other things like all the O's, right? Like ko, right? Ko would have an oo in it, which then this is Koichi, right? It'll be this, ko, right? So there's still combo words in this group as well. And then we have e. E, I have relegated it to drawing. A drawing or picture. The e in that. And that is really specific. It doesn't line up with anything else. However, e also actually is fine. Like here's another example of the E situation. Re, right? Re, and re I guess I'm using Ray. Yes, would be Ray. But is fine. There's very few that has like a after, like as an extender. So right now drawing is pretty good whenever comes up. And then now we have O. O is the letter O. So I'm using O station. There's also Obi. And there's also O, as in the exclaimer, that can be used fairly frequently. And then the letter O. So, not the letter O, sorry. The circle, the roundness, the O shape. So right now, there's still a little bit of noise for those. I might end up using all of them in some way, shape, or form. So now we gotta go to the next set of characters, right? So we have ka. Ka is car. That's it. That's the predominant thing. Then we have ki is key. Next is ku. Ku is cookie. Ke. Ke is kettle. Ko. Ooh. Ko. Oh, ko is child. So it's ko. This ko. And is how do I do e? I've got which e I'm thinking of. I could write the kanji, yeah. So this is the e I'm thinking of. Alright, so next one. Next row, so we have sa. Sa, that's saw. And it's both saws. Homonyms are useful in English for me, for my mnemonic device. It gives flexibility, so you can say you saw something, or you had a saw, or you saw something. Right? So homonyms are fine. Actually, homonyms are approved. Like a key, important key, a literal key, right, is very useful. Car, not so much. Car is very restrictive. So mnemonics can be restrictive due to that nature. But saw is pretty good. Saw is pretty good. And then we have she, which is sheep, and she, the person, the pronoun. That's why I avoid using he and she, because u and she, they're pronouns. Then we have su. Su is Su, the person, which I use proper nouns because most of the mnemonics will start with the subject. So if you have a lot of Su's, it can facilitate. And Su is an ender. Su, there's a lot of Su endings, right? So you can start with Su and attach them to Su. There's also Su as in soup. So Su and soup. Then we have se. These are all the things you, in my opinion, you should learn to already have learned about a system that after using WaniKani, right? So se. What do? We use celery, which is a little bit restrictive, so I'm not sure if I'm sticking with celery. There could be se could be say, but then I'm thinking of se, because se exists too, as in like se for s, se with the attached eagle, which then could be separated into two things to make them distinct or not. But right now we're using celery, which is, so we're gonna stick with that for now. I'm doing this for my own, basically for my own benefit, because I'm not entirely sure if every character is actually done. This is improvised. So now we have soul. Soul is so, or soap. Instead of soup, soap. I think so gets disqualified because it's not specific enough. It has to be specific as well. Both flexible and specific. That's why she is secondary. Su is very specific. Soup is pretty specific. And celery is maybe a little too specific. So now let's get into our t, right? So we have ta. Ta is... Huh. I don't know if I actually have a ta. Oh, I do. Taco. Taco is great. Actually, if I were able to convert everything into a food item, I'd probably do that. So taco. And then chi. Chi is cheese. Sometimes there's a new one recently, and it's for a kunyomi. This is why kunyomi is dangerous. Like, for example, cheater was what they randomly decided to use, and it's in bakuchi, which is gambling, right? Baku, and chi. And then they use cheater because it was convenient, because cheater is close to gambling. And then baku is bakugamu, right? Like backgammon, right? And that's what I mean by, okay, you could try to remember that, and I probably will, which I have so far. I'm gonna still continue to try to remember that. At the same time, if I wrote something about cheese, I can still write something about cheese. We have tsu. Now tsu is going to be weird because tsu is both a kunyomi and an onyomi. There are a couple of these that are both kunyomis and onyomis. Especially some of the combos, like the combo words as opposed to the combination. The tsu is two. I'm using them as all forms. So two, the number two, and also two as in also. Which, this is also kunyomi. It's both a kunyomi and an onyomi. Pretty sure. Then we have te. Te is hand. So we're using te. Which I like. Actually, if I am skilled enough, like, by the time I get there, probably not so useful anymore. But I do like the idea of using a Japanese word or a kanji associated with the mnemonic. It's actually way quicker to remember te as the hand, and then using the hand as the mnemonic. For myself personally. And then we have to, which is the toe. Sometimes they use two. That's not great. So we're gonna pretend like two doesn't exist. So to for toe. Then we have na. Na. There was na as in like the expression na, like this na. And I don't use expressions, so we're removing expressions. Expressions can occur anywhere in a mnemonic, and it can be non-expressive. Like saying bruh. If you say bruh in the beginning, middle, and end, sometimes they're just there, in my opinion. Or like lol, or raffle, or, you know, smile emoji. It can be anywhere in a mnemonic, and you wouldn't have any contextual order to what it means. So using na doesn't work in mnemonics, in my opinion. It's not specific enough, right? It's very flexible though. So if you can make it work, all the power to you, man. Instead, we're using now. Now is what I've selected from them. So all of these so far are their choices. This is all WaniKani's choice so far. And then we have ni. which is knee. The joint. Knee. We have nu. And this is nude. Nude doesn't come up very often, but... Or... New. So, I think I lean towards new. But new is a adjective, so it can be a little bit tough to narrow down where it is in the mnemonic. Nude is really specific, so it's a little too specific. We have to choose our things. Then is ne. Ne. Oh, I used net recently. Net is great. There's more than just net. But I think net works. And net has multiple uses. Like a literal net, the internet, like networking in a way. So you can kind of like flex it for short. So I got some flexibility. No is a problem right now. So far it's just no, right? But no doesn't really work that much unless I decide we're only using it as a negation. Like I guess I would predominantly lean towards negation. That would be a great way to, that would be a way to use no instead of using it as a response. Like if you say no, this is great, the mnemonic rarely have any context because you can negate a whole statement. And this is kind of a problem with negation as well, where if you make a mnemonic and you say it's no, it's like there are no letters, you might be thinking, as long as you restrict it to using it functionally, I think it can work. So far I don't have another thing yet for this, for no. I'm trying to think off the top of my head if there's a word that I would use. Not yet. So no is kind of on the weak side. Now we have ha. Ha is next. Which ha is pretty weak as well. It's ha. As in ha ha. So usually I put a subtext of laughter. Right now. So that's what we're doing for that. Then we have heat. That's heat. We have fu, which is fool. He. Hey. Oh, no. That's he. What the heck is he? Oh, and he can be he, the pronoun he, which not the greatest. He. It's not hey. Oh, but it is hey, which I don't like. That's an expression, right? It can go anywhere. Hey in the beginning, hey in the, like, it's non-specific. We're gonna have to come back to this. Hey is pretty not great. Oh, I did something. Ha, I'm doing hat. Hat is the one that I'm leaning towards. Or ha. So for hey, hey, how do we get he? Maybe I can use like hen. I think hen is a potential. So let's mark the ones that have a problem right now. So he for sure. No for sure. All the other ones have pretty decent contenders. And then the first row is special. This is the first row is special. So far all the other ones are fine. And then we have what? Oh. Oh is it's a hole. Like a hoe. The you know, the device hoe. We're not gonna belabor that part. It can sometimes be ho ho ho. As in Santa's ho ho, that's out. That's an expression. So now we have ma. Self-explanatory is ma. As in ma, the person. Then we have me. Me. This one's like eh. It's only a, you know, it's a pronoun. Mu. So I've been using mu as in moo, and it's a replacement for moo cow. So for the cow, but I think moose is pretty good. I don't need to say moo cow every time. I could just say moose. So this was new, actually. I really liked it when I was reading it. Then we have meh. Meh is meh. Because meh ended up overlapping with me. So that's not cool. And this is this highlights one of the WaniKani weaknesses. Where when it's meh, it's meh. When it's me, it can be meh. As in, they don't consistently choose the mnemonic to be English with Japanese pronunciation or Japanese with Japanese pronunciation, like nomaji versus English. So they don't choose consistently whether it's nomaji or English. If it's nomaji, you get meh. If it's English, you get me. And it's incredibly confusing. It continues to be like that the whole time. Like, for example, taco could be taco. Like, what I mean is, it would be if you were to do it the reverse, right? For English, you would use a mnemonic and say, oh, well, taco is close to taco. So you can pronounce taco as in te, as opposed to ta. So then you have te and ta associated with the same word. But you have to pick when to use American phonetic, like English phonetics, or Japanese phonetics, like nomaji versus English, if you were going in the reverse direction. But taco is taco, it's not taco. Like, from consistency's sake. So meh is not meh, it's me. If you're keeping the consistency of the sound. So what I'm doing is, initially I'm doing English. We're sticking to English pronunciation. So when I'm writing nomaji, I'm not. I'm writing English. That's what I'm telling myself. I'm writing English. When I am using nomaji, it's English. So if I'm writing you, I'm writing the letter U, not U. Because this became a problem too, where sometimes it's U and sometimes it's you. And what is you? You can be this. So I stopped doing that. That was the first thing. That was one of the earliest things, maybe in around 100 to 200 days, when your kanji gets high enough with enough characters that overlap, you start thinking like, wait a minute, is this you ara? Ara? Or you ara? Or yo ara? All of these, since you're missing one thing, it can be erroneous. Because every character and syllable matters, right? So, no more of that. We're not doing any of that nonsense. At least in my opinion. So, right now, I don't know what I'm going to use for meh. Because this is me. This is going to be me. Wait, the English, it's in me, and it sounds like me. I'm not going to read this and say it's meh. So, therefore, it's meh. It's not that. No more. No more of that. The question is, though, I don't know what I'm going to use this for. I don't remember anything, actually. I could use something like metal or matter. Matter is kind of close. Metal is better. So maybe we'll use metal. Or met. Oh wait, there was met. Met was one of them. So met or metal is pretty good. I'm largely sticking to subject, right? I'm looking for a subject, object, or verb. Not prepositions, no prepositions, interjections, expressions, right? It's either a specific object. A location is fine. I actually don't have a lot of locations. The one location that's so consistent is O Station, because there's no other location. There will be soon. It's not over. There's quite a lot more to this. So now we have mo. Mo is mo. The pronoun mo. Or mo as in a mo on your arms. But I haven't ever used it in that way. Didn't need to. Then we have ya. So ya is either ya as an arrow or a field. So we're talking about this type of ya. That's not quite ya. And then we have field, right? That's the radical ya. We're using ya and oh, we could use store too. I forgot about store. Store can be useful. It's awful. Right? And then this ya. Right. So all of these are pretty useful so far. Still in the realm of WaniKani. Then we have you. Oh, or you. That's yort. In fact, because of WaniKani, I don't think I've ever had a higher appreciation for what a yort is. And it's not for you. No you. It's only yort. So if they ever use this for you, as in a person, we throw it out. And then we have yo. Okay, and this is a problem that I don't know if I'm gonna fix or like change up. I use it as yo, as in I, in Spanish. So yo. Oh wait, there's also yo-yo. Actually, I use yo-yo probably more than yo. Yo, right? Yo. For you know. Like yo soy, right? Yo soy. Okay, we still got more things though. So now there are compounds. There are compounds that are there, and I have already listed some of them. Other onyomis, we have like re, right? Re is one. Wait, we need to go over tens. Oh, and all the uns. Oh wait, we forgot So n. Most of these is a modifier, so it doesn't stand alone, right? It's always there. So we can go over those uns. So under there is, let's do the modifiers, right? So we have kan. Kan would be our first one. Or actually un. Do we have an un? Kind of. So un is what? I'm not sure if I have an un. What would be the closest for un? We'll come back. This is a question mark right now. There's on as well, and I don't want to use a preposition, so I actually have no idea what on is as well. N, I'm not going in order, but N is end. In is in, not the preposition in. Un. I don't know what un is actually right now. We have kan. The kan. Ken, right? Ken, the samurai. In. Keen is king. Right? It could be kin, but keen. So that's king. Kon is condor. Yeah, see, this is where it kind of falls apart. Like, condor, it's not kon. You would have to pronounce it condor. So I don't... Yeah, I'm not sure if I have another one. It could be like cone. Which I then... actually, cone is on the deck. We might use cone instead. This might matriculate to this. English. This is not an emoji. Do not read this like an emoji. Condor is an example of an emoji reading, where you take the English and you read it like an emoji. I'm missing one. Kun. Kun. Raccoon. Oh, and this is a little bit of a potential problem, is because there's also having words that start with it or end with the sound. But in terms of kun, I'm not entirely sure. I think what I can do to matriculate is use kun. As in this kun. As a subject, right? So it would be less flexible, but it would be very specific. Right? We're talking about this kun. Right, this kun. Actually, I think it might have been used. Still, I think we're still in WaniKani territory. They did also use raccoon, which is fine. You might there might be some thoughts like, hey, why is it important to do all these words and look at all these words? In fact, actually, you learn quite a lot about onyomi doing this. Like, you can see words and you can reflect on how frequent each of the syllables are, and then you can learn your combos, like which combos tend to, like, you can, when you're going through this, you can also appreciate which ones get rendaku, how often rendaku occurs on some of these, based on how often you use the mnemonic. So the mnemonic relationship is kind of informative in a different way. We went through the K's. How about sun? Oh, I don't know how many suns there are, but it's gonna be 3. So sun is what I would use, as opposed to sun. I mean, you could use sun as in the ender, possibly. Could even use sun. No, sun is a little bit off. So sun is, I would use 3. Shin. Yeah, see, this would be another problem. And they also introduce shin as well. So technically, both of them are ascribed to shin. But this is shin, right? So, again, an omaji thing. I'm still not really sure if I'm gonna abandon it or not. I think at this moment, there are more English words read as English words than Japanese English words read as Japanese. Although Shin is a really, really common one. I don't think Sun. I don't know about a Sun, so we're gonna skip Sun. Sen. Oh boy. Sen. I'm not sure what I used before. Oh yeah, no. Centaur. Centaur. Just kidding. Centaur. Sun. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen this yet. I don't think I've seen a Sun yet. So let's put Sun on the side. Son. Son was for sun. Again, English, right? Son. So that's a lot in a row already. Shin and Son. Actually, Son is super rare. Right now, 2 examples. I think we have 2 examples of Son. Exist is one of them. I think it's this exists. Or no, it's this one. Son and Zon. Okay, so we have Tan, which is tan. Once again, the English romaji thing. Tan would be something like ton. Maybe pivot to ton. Sun, son. I don't know what son is going to be. The closest thing I can think of is sonar. Sheen. Sheen can migrate from Shin to Shin already. Okay. Chin. I don't think Chin is a thing yet, so let's put Chin. I'm not sure about Chin. Tsun. I don't think so either. 10. It's the number 10. 10. Tone. Oh, I just got my first tone, actually. Oh, interesting. Tone and ton. Tone. Probably migrate to tone. But right now, the first tone I got was tonkatsu. And tone, I didn't need it because it was tonkatsu, right? So we'll say migrate to tone, maybe. Tone. Okay. What else we got? None? That's none. The food item, none. It could also mean what. I kind of use it as what as well. Like this. Or none, the other none. When it's shortened, not nani. None. Nin. Ninja. Ninja. Right? Okay, so this is an exception. Because when I say ninja, I actually do say ninja. When I read ninja, it's ninja. So, I will give this a pass. Or Nintendo. Nintendo is the other one. Nintendo. Noon? I don't know about noon. Noon sounds suspicious. Oops. New is already pretty unique. I don't know about noon. We got Nen. Nendroid. Ooh. We did get some use out of Nendroid though. So Nendroid. Known? Thanks, Jazz. Tippin'. Oh, I see what you did there, Jazz. It's after midnight. I'm like, how did you manage to do it's after midnight? So known? Nah, I don't know. I haven't, we don't have an example yet. Han. Han. Okay, here's a problem with Han. Oh, no, not Han. Well, we got Han. Han Solo. A lot of times, though, most of the Huns become Bons and Puns. Alright, let's go up here. Heen. I don't think Heen is a common thing, so we're gonna place Heen in a question mark. Fun. I don't think so. Maybe Bun, but I'm not sure about Fun. Fun. Kind of, but I don't know what I'm using it. Yeah, I don't know what Hun is. Bun maybe. Or Bun? Oh yeah, and then that's another example, Bun. We'll have to probably accept some Japanation of the English word, like domaji reads, for some that if I can't find an English equivalent, then we're just gonna stick with it. Fun. I don't know what fun is. It could be fun. That's the closest thing I think. Fun. I think there are funs because there are buns. So fun, we're gonna use fun. Then we have hen. Which is a hen. Hon. Hon. We use book. This hun. Wait, that's not hun. Is that? Am I being a butt? Oh no, yeah, I am being a butt. Sorry, fake news. Hun. Wrong hun. Or I thought about something else. Oops. One stroke. On. Man? Man is unfortunately man. Man. Okay. Mean. Mean. Like being mean. Mu. Mun. Moon. Moon is probably going on this list. I do not believe I have a moon. Men. Men. Mon. Monster. Monster. I remember doing this during Duolingo lessons. I would go over I would write out pretty much all the vocabulary that I know to practice like penmanship and writing the kana and all that stuff. And this reminds me of those days. It would take a very long time, but it was really fun to output things. Yan. I don't think Yan, Yun, and Yon are a thing at the moment. So like Yan, Yun, and Yon. So we got quite a bit. I still don't know about An. I know there's an On. Because like Onyomi. Or like Ongaku. An. Oh, I know what An is. Anchovies. So anchovies, right? Again, the Domaji thing. If I were to An, where would I go? I'm okay with vowels though, because anchovies is British, in my opinion. I would think of it anchovies, right? And on is probably on, but what can we go with on? I think I skipped a row. Oh, I completely skipped a row. That's why I'm confused. I missed the da. There's the ra roll. So we still got a da to do. Let's do it down here. Yeah, da. Da is raw. Is what I'm doing, da. And then there's like Ra, the god, which that's not working. It's not working out. These are the mix. Then we have Re, right? Again, Re. Re is Re is weak. I have it as read. Read, both reads. Oh no, this is D. Sorry, I'm kidding. There it is. The another thing, another problem. This is read. So read or read. Alright, I wrote read and I said de. So do is rude. Oh de. De is. It's not Ray. De is Ray. But I don't know what it is. De. Maybe I can go with like red. 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 I don't have anything off the top of my head, so it's kind of hard to know what it is. And then we have do. Do is road. Road. There. The reason why I realize is because they're still R's. Done. Oops. Dan is Randy. Randy. Lean? Lean is a question mark. Although I kind of remember like lingo, but lingo was written in katakana. Lean. It could be ring. There's a chance it's ring. Rune. I don't know Rune. No Rune. Then could be rent, but I can't think of a. Oh, rendaku. Yeah. Oh, you know what? The den could just be rendaku. Now we could just use. Oh no, but that's too hard to use. Yeah, no. Maybe like rent or something. Yeah. Like rent. Or rend. And then we have Ron, which is Ron. Like Ron Weasley. I'm sure these exist. Many of these probably exist. It's just I don't remember them. So you can. So let's circle the stuff, right? So these are the things I need to. I don't know what un is. I know un has been used. So you can see that there are still gaps in. Technically, this is a problem. This one's okay. Oh, and this one, not sure. All right, and then there's more, right? We didn't go over combo words yet. Combo words and combinations. So combo words are something like combining two kana together without shortening. So we have like something, an example would be re, which is Ray. Wait, what did I use for? Did I use anything for Ray? No. But this is Ray, re. And then there's like, yeah, and I mentioned it up here already. Because there's E that ends with something. So re is Ray. And there's like ke. Oh, actually, let's go over them. Kai? Yeah, there's kai. Kai for kayak. Re for day. Key. I don't think there's a key. Kue? Kui? Kuo? Cool? Oh, there's cool. Is there? No, just kidding. So wait. Oh yeah, let me go over my grammar basics. So all of the E's go off ka and ki. Or ka and e. Right? So these are all the kes. So we have sai. Right? So let's actually organize these. So E can only come after the A column. So first we have Kai. Kayak. Sai. Cyborg. Tai. Oops. I. Nai. Nai. I don't know about Nai. And Nai exists in WaniKani, but it's used as a conjugation. Or it's used as a kana. But I don't remember what I use for Nai. That's the problem. And Hai. This can be used for yes, but I don't know about that. Hai, and then it can be high, which is not great too. So far it's used as high and not anything else. I think we're gonna use it as high. This high, the adjective high. So we're gonna matriculate here. Mai. My. It's not the greatest having a possession. Then I don't think yai works. And lai. What the heck is lai? If I had to choose one though, right? Yai. All right, so e can come after e as well. So we have ke. Whoops. Ke, which is cake. And ke. This is because of keiki. So that's okay, I guess. And then we have se. What the se? Oh, saber. And then te. Tater tots. Tater. Ne. What the ne? Ne. It could be ne, as in like the sound a horse makes, which I'm not gonna use. So ne. That's a question mark. He. Hey. Which, another domaji thing. I might end up being like, oh, whatever. We'll just do the domaji and stuff. As long as it's not the kunyomi's bigger words like shuga. Like shuga, what was sada, nada, that type of thing. As long as it's not those things, I think I'm gonna be okay, sort of. I don't know yet. Kinda sucks. And then we have me. May, which is May, the month of May. Or May. Oh, and then we have re. Don't forget re. Which I already mentioned. It's Ray. That's not everything. We went over some combos. And combo words are the extenders. There's also combinations, which we got some new ones recently. Gyak. Gyak. Which is gak. Or unfortunately, I don't know what to do about these. I think we're just gonna have to accept it. As long as I tie one word, people are like gyak, and then ryak. Ryak is another one that was recently added. Ryak, which is react. There's myo. Heck. Yeah, myo. And I'm using me and yo. Myo. Me and I. Or yeah, like that doesn't even me and I'm using it as me and you. Oh no. Yeah, see this one is yikes. Myo is hard to remember because of that. And then there's kyo. Oh, you know what? We also didn't do the extenders for... Oh, that's where the yos and stuff comes from. The oohs and stuff comes from. So vowels, right? We went over e. There's also e. E comes off of what? No. E doesn't end anything most of the time. O doesn't, but ooh does. Oh, sometimes. So, myo is a good example. There's also like ju. Right, ju, which is cucumber. Shu. Chew. So I'm covering the ooze. We got Q. Yo is a little different. So we have Q, chew, chew. There's chew. That's Chewbacca. Or Chewy. Or Chew. It's fine. New. And I'm not sure about this one. I want to use new, but I feel like new was also... Oh, no, wait, maybe not. Oh, new was for new. Yeah, they use new for both. So this one is like a bit of a question mark. What else am I missing? Hue. I'm not sure about hue. Hue is... No. Mew. No. Do. No. Yes. Yeah, do works. That's Ryu. Do. So we still have those. And then the Myo. Myo, there's Ryo. what the heck is the yo for? There's still the yos. So the yos are like all the e's. So all the e's get yos. So we have let's move yo. There's still more. Like there's still tens to cover. Man, I've realized how we're gonna have to play by ear for quite some time. So we have yo, right? It's great to cover all these things though. So we have kyo, the long kyo, which is Kyoto. And then we have myo, or next one is there a shi? Sho? Yeah, there is a sho. Right? Sho. Oh, that's shogun. And then cho, there's definitely a cho. Cho. This is cho. Nyo? Nyo is out of the question at the moment. I don't know what Nyo is at the moment. I'm not sure if I even have one. And then we have Myo, which right now I'm using Mi and Yo, which kind of really doesn't make any sense. And then Ryo. What the heck is Ryo? That's question mark. I'm not sure if I have a Ryo yet. What other combos there are? Coal? Oh. No, those are coons. I'm thinking of something like koe, soe, toe, noe, oe. I think those are more like kunyomis. So, ki and ke, or ki becomes kyo, kyo and kyu, right? Ku becomes ku-u. Tsu. Oh no, I totally skipped over ooze. Oh, did I skip over ooze? I did skip over ooze. I'm pretty much just gonna keep doing this until I run out of stamina. So pardon me. I enjoy doing this. This is like, dang you. This is basically celebrating a little bit. It's all the stuff we learned from WaniKani. This is what I think you get from WaniKani. Like, this is what I think I'm paying for. The other stuff you can get anywhere. You can get Japanese kanji and stuff anywhere else, right? So now we have ka. Oh, ka has kya, right? Ya, xia, tia. No. Oh yeah, it is. It's the ya, kya. And I'm not sure how many I have of those. Oh, there's so many more. So what else do I know? We gotta at least do the ku. Uh. Don't know. So. It's getting questionable. Oh, wait. Sue is sue. Like to sue someone. Oh no, that's kind of confusing. Oh wait, I'm not even sure if that's that. This is a question mark. And tsu is a thing. And this ended up being 2. Which is not great. This overlaps with something else. It overlaps with 2. So it like conflicts with 2. No. No idea. Ooh. Fu is food. Moo. That's a question mark. You. No idea if that works. And do. Yeah? Okay, so that row is yikes. What else we have? We already went over K. Ko. We need ko. Oh. So ko. Oh wait. Oh is this way. So Koichi. So. That's Seoul. To. Tokyo. No. What the no? That's a question mark. Oh wait, is that Nostradamus? Oh yeah, that's Nostradamus. Nostradamus. Oh, home. Mo. Not mow as the person, mow as in mowing the lawn. Sorry, excuse me, I had to sneeze. Yo. Yogurt. And then roll. Row. The eggs roll. Oh, wait. Oh, no. There's ryo as well. Oh, my goodness. Wait. Oh, no. Did I go over ryo? Wait. Where's ryo? I figured out what ryo is. Ryo is row. Huzzah, one less. This is row. Yo. I still don't know what yo is. I think this is pretty neat, right? The idea is like the 2 years ago, I wouldn't be able to do this from memory. Like even the Japanese part, right? I know the rules a lot of times. Like, what are the combo words? What are the 10? We haven't gone over 10-10s yet, or duck tens, but we did go over all of the kana, all the combos. I think all the combos, and now we need to do all the duck tens. And then there's these are I consider these are combos, but they're extenders. All these are extenders. Combos are actually these things like kyo, sho, cho, out, and then with you as well. But these are extenders. So you have like ke, re, ko, so, to. All of them are extenders of the vowels, right? And then we have 10-10s, which is kinda all over the place. So let's go over which ones have 10-10s. And then that'll be the end of the day. That's enough. We have da, which is dad. Da. Gi. A gi, like a uniform gi. Gu. I started using gu, but then they used something else. What was it? A goose? I like goose more than goo, I feel. Or there was something else. A gun? I don't know. We're gonna use goo. Maybe goo. We'll use goo. It's either goo or goose. Ge. Ge. There are other combinations. There are combo words like geki. Geki is a combo word or a combo sound. So we haven't gotten to get those things. And then like chaku, chaku, kyaku. Oh yeah, there's kyaku. There's still the ya. I skipped over ya stuff. Man, so many sounds. And to think that there are more sounds in English actually. It's crazy. Like, objectively speaking, there are more sounds. I think. But I don't think it's used in a way that Japanese is used, so it feels like less. Yeah. What the heck is ge? Oh, this is gecko. Go. Right, this is go. Go is Godzilla. Za. Za is Zar. Za. G. Jesus. Zoo? Is zoo? Ze? What the Ze? Oh, Zeppelin? Oh my gosh, Zeppelin. I might have to replace Zeppelin. My Zeppelin ones are not great. Oh, you know what? Then we have to do the doc 10s of the endings. Like Ze. So all of these have die, zai, ta, die. That's not one. Wait. Yeah, that's not one. Oh no. I'm gonna sit down and do these at some point. This is fun. I should have left like 3 hours for this. All of this is what someone would say as useless information, right? It would be a waste of time if you just remember the Japanese as is. I agree. So what? Zeppelin? Where are we at Zeppelin? Z? The other G? Z? Z? G? What the heck is the other G? Oh wait. Yeah. Oh no, wait. I'm going in the wrong direction. We still have Zol. Or Zol. Which is, it's not zombie. What is Zol? I have no idea what this. I know what it is, and it's rare. It's rare to be used. Zone. There is one using zone. Shirizoru. I think it's to retreat. Shirizoru. Okay, now we have. Wait, am I going in the right direction? How did I do it? Oh, I went down the direction. Oh no, I screwed up. It's fine. I'll just keep going. So what did I do? I went across instead of down. Oh no, I went across. So we have da already. Then we have the other. What is this? D. What is the other D? It's rare, but. And the other Z. Those are rare. I don't remember. This one was used once. Yeah, these ones are kind of weak. We'll see. I think these are touch and go at this point. We have de. Oh, I haven't decided what de is. I think we're gonna use day for de. Do. Dog. Do. This does help me appreciate like how much it took to try to negotiate all the mnemonics, right? This is what WaniKani has been working on, right, over the years. That's all of this stuff has to be negotiated somehow. They were doing it. Nah. Oh no, it's only the first 4 rows of Doc 10s, right? Oh, it's, or the first. Oh no, it's not. What the heck is nah? Oh, do you skip over nah? No, wait. Am I having a stroke right now? What does nah become? Oh, I don't think na has anything, right? Ha has something. Ba. What the heck is ba? Oh, I'm using bad. Instead of sheep sounds. B. B. Ooh. Boo. Be. The heck? Be. We'll use bed. Oh, there was a bed actually. Not too common. Bo. Oh no. It's bo. So bo is Bobo for the person. Bo. Our boy Bobo. Does Ma get 10/10s? I don't think so, right? What does Ma become with a 10/10? No, I think we're good. So then we have the po, right? There's po. Which one gets? We have pa, pi, pu, pe, po. And that's it, right? So just this last one. So pa. What the heck? Oh, that's papa. Alright, I mean that's fine. It's different from dad. Pa. And then oh. Oh no. P, sorry. P. Did I use pi for this? That's terrible. What is a P? What have I used? Pretty sure they used pi or something. Let's use a P's. By P. It's probably pi. Ooh. These are usually comboed. Like are they? Yo? Ooh, what the heck is poo? We're just gonna use poo. Or even Pooh Bear, honestly. Ooh? Wait. Ooh, okay. Eh. The heck? Eh. I don't know. And then Paul. I don't think I've used Paul. I don't think I used Paul yet either. And then we have the duck tens. The last thing that's pretty much missing here is using the duck tens in the combo words. So like gyo can be gyo, right? So let's do that. So gyo we have gyo. There's also more. There's shortened words too. Gyo for gyoza. Jo. Yeah, there's Jo. For Joe. Joe with Chi? I don't think so. What else we got? No, 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 no. Yeah, okay. So that's fine. And then there's shortened ones. Like Kyo. Which is little Kyoto. So we're using the little modifier we're keeping the little modifier. So we can do things like sho, which I used show instead, which is fine. We also have cho, which turned out to be chopsticks, is what came about. Cho. Is there hyo? There's ryo. Ryo, which is robe. Gosh, robe is not good. Robe is pretty bad. Ryo. Mio? No. Do we have nu? Du? No, I don't think so. Chu? Q? No. And then we have the beginning of the ya. We skipped over ya stuff. Like kyaku. Oh wait, that's over here, right? So we have gyaku and kyaku. Kyaku. What the heck is kyaku? I actually have no idea. Yeah, these combos are rough. Chaku. There's also chaku. I think chaku ended up being chalk. Kyaku, chaku, shaku? I don't think there's shaku. Seeing your board makes me want to fill an empty notebook with writing. Yeah, do that, Jazz. It's really I don't know if you've ever watched my like Duolingo stuff, like the 100 day, 200 day Duolingo stuff. It's all color coded. Everything is color coded. Wait. I might be able to. It might be on here somewhere. I've been putting it on top of. Wait. Oh, here's an example. Hold up. Color coding is fine when it fits notes. Yeah. So this is an example. This was my 300 day after Duolingo, my last 300 days. So the 300 days in Duolingo before I stopped. And it starts at unit 48. And it goes to... that's outdated now because Duolingo got restructured. To unit 72. And it's color coded based on all the vocabulary that I've learned in Japanese. So I memorized from memory and recalled them onto a piece of paper. This is where I got most of my penmanship. So when I'm actually writing with an actual writing thing, not on the website thing, that website thing is really irresponsible. When I'm actually writing on an actual tool that does writing, this is what my penmanship looks like. Like, this is what my handwriting looks like in Japanese. So, and then there's is there more? No. I think I only did this because time was running short. And then we also did this for like Chinese. Let's see if it's still on here. Most of the time I just delete them because I would be able to do them. Oh, here's one. Chinese, we did different types of things. So like here's the Chinese one. It's color coded so you can tell which unit belongs to which unit because you run out of space, right? And then we do a more analyses, right? So there's a lot when it comes to, and I do it every 100 days basically. Having color code can mean that you know what categories you need for nodes you're about to. Yes, that too. I don't have it here, but there's one where I sort by part of speech. You can sort by part of speech using color coded. So part of speech units, verb, nouns, right? And I color code deliberately when I'm writing notes. So like this is color coded for a reason. They're color coded based on the topic and the features. And when I'm doing this stuff that I'm doing today, they're color coded as well. Everything is color coded. Nearly everything I use tend to be color coded. The reason why it's all blue is because in this one, the reason why it's all this color is because this is my personal anecdote stuff. But the yellow is factual stuff. Yellow is factual stuff. And this greenish color is archetype stuff. And I explained most of this stuff in the beginning when I'm trying to provide a summary. Yeah. Yeah, color code is good. Size is also another thing. Color code, size, weight. I mean, I already discussed about this in drawing. The things you learn in drawing is also the things you learn how to draw. When you learn to draw, like doodling on like notepads and stuff, you can use all of those skills to make words be more expressive. When you were younger, you used to translate your notes into doodles, like making a character act out your notes. Yeah, that's exactly it. You're integrating at a very high level to early on to integrate lots of other ways to remember things. And that's a great way. Like color coding, tabs, sorting. What I'm doing here is I'm sorting. So like it might look like it's chaos because I'm like writing in specific spaces, but they're all grouped. So I could draw a circle in a different color to show you the group. That's how I remember things in my head. Like, what are all the reeds that have ductens? I know what they are. They're grouped together. So I'm writing and I'm recalling them in order, in categorically. So Duolingo doesn't do this for you, but it does actually do this when it's teaching you. The thing is, if you don't categorize those things, you don't have to. And the difference between someone who uses, this is my whole like bit today about the difference between so where was it? This archetype right here. When we're talking about when we talk about like low-level systems and high-level systems, what you're describing is an integration of high-level systems and low-level systems. A low-level system typically produces categorization, like arrangements, like what category goes in what, and they're applied independently and agnostically to many things. Like if you change a color, it can differentiate many things. It can be a category, it can be numbers, it can be adverbs, adjectives. The reason is you have a lower level system that can be applied to most things to sort them out. That's a mind palace. That's something that's agnostic. So like when you develop those skills, which is what I'm doing right here, like doing this, developing this set of systems is helping me. When you develop a set of systems, you can take it anywhere. It doesn't have to be Japanese. It doesn't have to be Spanish. It doesn't even have to be a language. It could be math or science. So low-level systems are transferable at all times. But if you're drawing to categorize something, that drawing itself, that skill that you're planning on, it can be transferred. The lower the system, the more agnostic it is. The higher the system, the less transferable it is, right? The transferable it is. So this makes you a pretty visual sort of learner. You rather remember based on your characters and what they do in relation to your notes. Help plenty during your exam. Yeah. Or you're a bit of a self-improvement person, so organization stuff like notating is something that you can like talking about. I do this systems work is what I call it. So in terms of organization is under the umbrella of systems work. So management, micromanagement, and also there's also organized chaos. So despite all of this, if you saw my process, even despite the limited space, I can still find organization in it. So it's the mind palace situation. Your mind palace, it's a palace, but it can be a field of random things. It's a palace because it's organized. All the information is organized and it creates networks. So whenever I go through a routine and I'm recalling things, I'm going through my bookshelf. I'm going through my shelves in my head. So things are always regurgitated or memorized or retrieved based on their organization. And you can have many meta levels of organization if you're focused on self-improvement organizing. So you can take often the most chaotic things, like someone's schedule, like someone is spiraling out of control and they just have so many details. You can have someone tell you all those details and you can help them organize it. Organized chaos sounds so sad, but you love it because you can still imagine calmness in the concept. Yes, like for example, nowadays the reason why I bring up organized chaos is that when someone is incredibly high functioning, they can still find order in that high functioning tendency. That order creates calmness to an incredibly complex concept. So for example, if you have like a situation, right? Whoops. That was not good. Whatever I just did. Okay. So here's an example. So if you have a concept where someone gives you a bunch of spheres, right? Video games. And then they give you a bunch of things like their anxiety, right? And then maybe this is not tied to video games, you have movies. And then somehow hobbies overlap here. This could be what you see, but for someone else, it could be video games like this. And then some of the video games overlap with the movies. Some of the video games overlap with their hobbies. And some of the video games overlap with their anxiety. And then occasionally there's an overlap between movies and anxiety, right? But you can reorganize it in some way and help them control that. So if they can categorize and visualize or mentally organize or even write out, reorganizing it in this way is seeing organized chaos. So when someone is having trouble managing stuff and you're a manager, right? Like someone who manages and do self-organizing, you can see that, oh, games were mentioned here, 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 and here. What happens if we bring all the games together and see how the movies interact with the games? So then you collect all the hobbies, movies, anxiety, and maybe like boredom, and attach it to the game. Then you can do the opposite. What happens if we put movies in the center and look at how they organize? So that to me I had to ban a bot. It looks like they have a new link. Let me add this new link to the moderated list. One moment. I still have my thought. I do these in real time or else I'm not going to do them at all. I'm adding the URL to the ban list. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so the calmness, in my opinion, comes with the idea that if you have done enough organization and have enough system works, the idea is when someone hits you with something chaotic, you can create order. And if you can explain that to them, like say, okay, well, let's collect these ideas together and then ask how this idea interacts with all the other ideas. And then let's try the other way around, right? Take the movies and decide. What happens is you are organizing their chaos and you don't have to answer how to organize it. They have a system of organization in some way. If you can highlight and gather all of their thoughts to a particular thing, they can gather their thoughts into bubbles. And that's what I typically call as organized chaos. Eventually, there is an order to all those things. The thing is, you don't have the answers for them, but you can point them to elicit the organization. And then whenever you see someone who, you know, like you drop in and you see this, right? It can be overwhelming. But the moment you ask me how I organize my thought, right? I would be able to tell you where the organizing is. And the reason why it's disordered in this way is I'm picking a specific space. So I imagine how much space I need, and then I put that one group in that space. And that's usually why I color code for spatial reasons. So whenever you see the color coding with the different units, I didn't plan it out yet. So I go as I please. And that's part of the drawing aspect too. So yesterday when I was going over my drawing workflow, that's part of the organized chaos. The chaos eventually gets organized. And then when it gets organized with practice, you can explain it. And this is what is super cathartic for me. I do this after 100 days or so. Like when you're taking in a bunch of information, it's great to self-reflect. And I reflect every 100 days in WaniKani, and I can upkeep my organization. You know that thought, Jazz? I'm not sure if you find this cathartic or not. The effort to organize consistently is far less than the effort to organize all at once. So I only go as far as it becomes a bit chaotic, and then I go back to upkeeping and maintenance of my organization. So I allow information to come in and then shuffle things around a little bit, and then I reorganize them. So like, for example, if you're keeping your room clean, it's a lot more consistent to consistently clean your room a little bit at a time versus waiting till it's irreparable and then organize that. To be honest, you now tend to think out loud via using your, like, it's your whiteboard. Yeah, and write lists, draw Venn diagrams, bullet points. You're kind of like what I do on. Yep. And you do this every time you think you need to make sense of what you need to do next, so it seems as an urgent strategy. Yes, exactly. When something requires organization, I diagram. If you go to like universities, like go to graduate school, the one thing that most people acquire near the end is you have to have the ability to organize things while it's happening. So it's the chalk talk, right? And usually you go in with like an apprehension, and over time it is very difficult to create very complex situations without showing a form of organization. So I typically use graphs a lot, right? When you asked earlier, I would draw a graph because it's nice that way. You have different ways to engage, and it is a very acquired practice skill. And if you're already doing that, your teacher to be, at least in my opinion. If I don't get you to, like, what you're saying now is something that would, but as for organizing things consistently instead of doing it all at once, you haven't put thought into that. Oh, okay. Like, if you pick up, so if you drop one, I don't know if you've ever seen like self-help or other things, the hacks that people talk about. If you pick up one clothing a day, right? If you have a routine where you pick up one item a day, it is almost inconceivably lower effort than waiting for that pile to pile up and then designating a day afterwards. It's still good that if you designate a day to do the, you intentionally designate a day to do laundry, it's still above not designating a day to do laundry and also letting things pile up. Because one thing for sure is when you let something pile up, that means you haven't been doing it during that duration. So you have to initiate a new habit or inconsistent habit, as opposed to maintaining a smaller scale consistent habit. And then when you designate a day, it can alleviate anticipating or unexpectedly having to clean your room. Because you have designated the day in which you clean your room, you can combine the two. Now you've designated a time in your regular day that is a fraction of the time it requires to do the entire task. And that's one of the things that leads to learning. That's, in my opinion, one of the core foundations of why people need to understand what school is about. At least in my opinion. But I don't think that is what most people, at least in the United States, learn about going to school. As in, when you go into school, you can probably ask a student, I would guarantee that they say they would prefer a crash course in 2 weeks than learning the topic over 3 months and spreading the time out in 3 months the same amount of time than in 2 weeks. And that's what the internet hustle culture has normalized to me. That is what the internet gets you to think. It is less effort if you do it all at once as quickly as possible, even if the time is exactly the same. So that is great, and it can be better for certain things, and it also can be worse for other things. The question is, do you have the option to do both? Like, can you choose to do both? Usually, not really. On the internet, I think the option to constantly do the fast way, the hustle way, is actually really tough to make consistent. Like, because you're not. You're literally inconsistent, right? Like, drop in, learn WaniKani, blast it through a year and a half, and then that consistency goes away. And what do you do to maintain it? You think you're on your way to organizing things consistently, but it's not that concrete yet. All you did was make a makeshift whiteboard using post-it notes to score habits you do, but this is still a fresh system for you so far. That's awesome. That's really awesome. I can't even wait to what it looks like in like a year or 2 years. Here's a funny little thing I'll share with you. Now, I thought about using a whiteboard to demonstrate online, but I haven't, like, I don't have film equipment or something like that. But I can tell you something. Let me show you. I did invest in something, but it hasn't happened yet. I've shared this before. So, a year ago, I wanted to demonstrate in real time what it's like to organize. So I do have a whiteboard. Well, I have a dry eraser board. And I ended up, you can see it's still in the package. Right? So that didn't happen. Not yet anyways. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. The thing is, it's difficult to start, right? You have to build the momentum. Organization needs momentum building and upkeep. To me, organizing is probably the lowest effort for me. It might be the highest and most inapproachable aspect of other people, because in my opinion, if you have technology and devices to do the organization for you, you can also spend your time understanding how those devices organize for you, and you don't necessarily need these skills. If it makes you feel really good to be able to do it, that's a win. For me, it makes me feel really good to be able to do this. Despite, like, I could hop on WaniKani and scroll through all of this, right? Like, I can scroll through all this. It's fine. I like to do both. The idea is sometimes you can see where your human side kind of favors certain things. It's a great way to self-discover what works for you. Love the whiteboard, but yeah, you use post-it notes so you can remove them once a week. Rolls around. Yeah, hear me out. I can't wait till that 1 week becomes planning bi-monthly things, bi-yearly things, 2-year plans, 5-year plans, and then being able to stagger them. Stagger projects, have weekly projects, bi-weekly projects, and yearly projects, and have them staggered, and also have them like self-evaluate. I know this sounds very like premature and a little overwhelming, but I do genuinely, when you say you're starting to feel like you like, you know, self-organizing and self-improving, I do too. It's kind of like the thing. So if anyone says, oh yeah, this makes me want to organize something, tell me about it. I'm in your wheelhouse here. Like, this is my reward. This is not the things I'm doing, like when I'm summarizing and talking about opinions and stuff. It's the reward of all the efforts, right? The day in and day out of studying, this is what I get to do. This is the lowest effort. Like, right now, this is the lowest effort, the easiest thing you can do. Like, I know exams are bad, like scary. Like, I dreaded exams. Like, honestly, I really dislike exams, because the reason why I don't like exams is you don't get to express all the things you know. You only get to express the things that the people examine, examined you for, like standardized to ask you. When in this format, when you're sharing what you know, all the efforts shows in the end. To people who aren't you. But to me, the most important thing is all the other moments. Like, this moment is a great way to validate yourself, and I only do that 1 day out of 100 days, right? The reality is the other 99 days are the ones that I work the hardest. Summarizing things and pitching things and telling you what you have learned, that should be the easiest, most rewarding thing you can do for yourself to other people. So when it's game time, that is when you go get it. And usually it's the reverse. Most people think the hardest part is game time, not all the times that they are working to get good at the game time. So when it comes to show it, oftentimes their performance in the game time may exceed their expectations or miss their expectations, but it's less predictable. For me, I've practiced this a lot. Like, I can do this again tomorrow. I can do this again the day after. I can do this in my sleep. I've done this over the course of 300 days. I've organized these things over and over again. So you shouldn't be anxious, in my opinion, right? You can still get nervous in the time, but the moment that confidence, right? Your confidence in your discipline, your confidence, like the thing we talked about earlier, being confident in your consistency and your motivation. You might get slightly nervous during game time, But the first thing you tell yourself is, you've already done this. You've maintained this for nearly all other time. So whatever happens now, it should be like breathing, right? If you believe you have practiced enough and you love this and you've done this enough, there's nothing that's really holding you back other than you psyching yourself out. So if I have to show you another way to reorganize all this Japanese stuff from WaniKani, I will do it. Because I've done it like 20 or 30 different ways at this point. So it's not I get performance anxiety. I still get performance anxiety, obviously. The thing is, the more I practice, the more I do these things, I get less and less performance anxiety. And I have more and more confidence. Also, this is what caused you to see 1 week as a measurement. I see. You don't see individual days. You don't see individual days for what each day is. It's okay. The whole 7 days is a measure of time. I see. You like that? The thing you do to work on yourself will eventually be visible to other people and to yourself. Yeah, you hope anyways. I've been listening to you for about, you really like what you've been talking about? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you're feeling the same way about the things you're doing. Tessera? Like, go and do something like this. In my opinion, I would encourage people, if you're working on something for a very long time, day in and day out, and you have no way of outputting it, try something that you know without a doubt you can just scribble for days. And I can scribble for days in Japanese and Chinese and still not be able to speak any Japanese and Chinese and still be glorifyingly well things, right? Like, you got to, at least, I think a lot of people who work really hard and consistently really hard kind of owe themselves to writing something for self-affirmation. Tessera? Oh, Tessera? Okay. A whiteboard, post-it notes, journals. This is how I do it. So I want to share this and capture this. Of course, I'm running out of time today. However, this is as far as we got. We didn't get to doing combo words and whatnot. Maybe we'll finish it in the next 400 days. I'll probably end up sorting out most of this stuff as we go into the next 100 days. But that captures a lot of the stuff that we need to know. You've been trying to motivate yourself to start something, so talking about performance anxiety is relatable to you. I imagine. I talk about internet hustle culture a lot of times and performance anxiety, and largely because a lot of times if somehow you found yourself onto Twitch and you're finding yourself here, oftentimes you probably spend quite a lot of time working on a very specific thing or like doing a very specific thing. So finding the motivation to start something becomes a little bit under practice. I'm not going to say like it's bad or sucky. It's more like it's under practice. You didn't give yourself enough time to consistently, maybe like in a background, start something a little bit here and start something a little bit here. So it doesn't ease over time. And one thing great is if someone is willing to start something with you, I think that is choice. If you have a friend or family member or someone thinking about also starting something, that can be a really goated response, like to getting yourself started, because then you can have shared performance anxiety. I know how scary that might sound. What if that person gets anxious and then you get anxious and then everyone's anxious? That's a possibility. However, it's far unlikelier than diffusing the performance anxiety. Like, I do have performance anxiety when I start something new. It goes away immediately when I explain the reasons I do it. So I start a new project every month. There's a new project every month. There's a new project every year. And then there are special month-long, grueling, like marathon projects like twice a year. And each time I start a new project, I do a bit like this. I call it opening opinions. I tell you why I'm doing it, explain the decision making, what I'm looking from it, and what I may or may not expect from it, the optics of it, and then I go and do it. And then after the project is finished, I do this, which is a self-reflection situation. Although WaniKani is a year project, so I would do it every 100 days. And that's a way to remind yourself, what are your motivations? What are you gaining from it? Here's a demonstration of what you're gaining from it. And then what you have yet to gain or possibly gain from it. And that is a great way to consistently encourage yourself that in the end of the day, the great thing about starting something new is that you're going to have something to show for it. Not necessarily because you have to perform excellence with everything. It's the idea that you will be able to do something. And that's more than not doing anything at all. There's to guarantee yourself to have performance anxiety for a lifetime, in my opinion, is to not perform at all. And that is kind of like the FOMO situation, where performance anxiety then leads to FOMO, and FOMO leads to regrets, right? You'll start to wonder, maybe your performance anxiety, the FOMO, and the regrets are associated with each other, and it can be very tough, right? But you'll keep that in mind, Maku. You haven't had space to talk about self-improvement, so this is a nice opportunity to express it. Yeah, be free to talk about it. I'm not gonna say anything else. If you want to talk about as much as you can, we have plenty of time. Jazz, we have plenty of time. If you want to hang out, like November is an off time. After today, I'm like using most of my spare time for yapping purposes. So if you want to yap your ears off to me about what you're currently doing and organizing, do that, because I will be here to hear about it, because I love hearing people start new things. The idea that you shared about being more active is the most interesting thing that I've heard in a long while, largely because most people either don't care to share or they haven't organized their thoughts to express it to someone else. If you can express it to me and I can follow you, then there's no concern that you aren't confident enough to follow through on your thing, because you're already explaining to me what you're doing, right? If you can explain it to a stranger, you as sure as heck will be able to explain it to yourself. You have to be able to explain it to yourself, in my opinion, before you can adequately explain it to me. So my encouragement for doing most of this is not how good I am with Japanese, is how motivated I am to try to get better at Japanese. And it looks like I'm not that great. So you could be better. Go do it, right? The idea is it looks approachable because I'm not really having a high level Japanese thing. I have more of a control over what I can do, right? That's the idea. No, true, you do try to remind yourself what you do your projects for, but you do deal with remnants of depression. I can understand that. Not full blown, but it does hinder your energy a bit. You gotta need cheerleaders. I would be ecstatic to hear your progress on whatever you're working on right now. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome for the encouragement. For myself, I absolutely love starting projects. So, and I finished them too, technically, quote unquote, finished them, right? This month, last month. I can show you what last month was. This was last month. Then consider your mind. This is last month. I drew every one of these, and it was on my spare time. So I spend language learning. I learn Japanese and Chinese on the side for like 5 hours a day ish, like on average, like 3 to 5 hours a day. And then whenever I have spare time, this was last month. It was Inktober. So I needed to draw a piece for every single day of Inktober. And that's what we did. Right? Like, so this is what we did as a monthly project. So there's a beginning and an end. And October is over. That's it. And what I do is I wait till next October. Every single October. Every October, I do this again. And it gets easier and easier and easier. In fact, it's to the point where I spend most of my years background processing for this. And then the moment it hits, we go to town, right? That's one way you can do it, right? And I go back to the whole keeping your room organized. It's astonishingly awesome if you tell yourself, okay, you need to clean your room, right? This is kind of like the organizing. Where are we? So this is kind of like the organizing thing. If you look at your room, I love doing this one. In fact, I do it in real time with other people. Each day, for example, the first thing we start with is day 1. I ask them, how many things are in your room? So like that they want to move, right? So the first day, all I'm asking is how many items? So someone gives me an X, right? All right. So then I ask them in day 2, okay, how long do you think it would take you to remove X? Or like to move, like reorganize, right? Reorganize X. Because it's not about me, it's about the person. And oftentimes what I hear is, oh, I want it to be done in like 6 hours, and I'm going to do it all in 6 hours on an undetermined day that they need to determine. And what happens is that this undetermined day, I then ask them, when do you think that is? And they would respond in a way that says, when I'm ready. And usually I would ask them, how do you know when you're ready? Right? And they would say, whenever I can stand up to the task of spending 6 hours on one day to remove X items. So then we move on to day 3, right? That's enough. That's enough thinking. That can be overwhelming already because I don't know exactly how often they think about these things. If this could trigger anxiety already. But we're not going to give up. The idea is we're spacing out the stressors. Right? We're spacing them out. It is also me trying to get them to space things out. So the next day I'm like, what do you think? What do you think? How do you feel if I said it was 1 hour across 6 days? So you break up the things into 6 parts. And how do you feel about that? And what we do is we reorganize the workload. But I'm not reorganizing the workload in the way that I'm saying you should do this. The idea is we got to figure out if this person is able to reorganize the workload. And I think 9 out of 10 times, it is far more approachable when someone ends up doing a smaller task per day equivalent to that day. So say you have 10 items to move. And you sorted out a time of 30 minutes. Oh, how many minutes are we? Well, let's just say this one, it takes them 6 hours, right? So they have to add up to 6 hours. What is 6 hours? That's 360 minutes. and the person has 10 items, right? So each item gets 36 minutes. So I asked the person, what happens if you spend 36 minutes per day over 10 days? How do you feel about that? You only have to focus on your effort for 36 days instead of trying to do it all at once in 6 days. So when you get up in the morning, if you're brushing your teeth and it takes you like 5 minutes, you can spend 5 minutes doing that, and then you can spread it out even further. You can take 60 days and spend the 5-minute days picking up one item, or picking up half an item. Like, these items are not like literal items. It's like things they have to do, right? Like, clean up the chalkboard, right? Or something like that. Organize one of your shelves. And I talked about this a little bit before, where here's where some cheap environmental segregation can help with stuff. Like when you have cubicles like this, right? I have cube organizers. If you put in the thing that you need to organize and address in different space boxes, and you tell yourself, I'll do one box at a time. Tomorrow, it's this box. The next day, it's this box. Or you can fill those boxes up, right? It fills those boxes up. Like you're trying to take your mess and you bought an organizer. You bought a box. Jazz was talking about color coding and filing, like a filing system. You can buy cubicles. And if you need to organize your room, put your cubicles at one end and then ask yourself, what needs to go into this box? You pick up that item, takes you less than 5 minutes. You pick up the item that you want to go in a specific box that contains a specific thing, and you continue to do that over time. That pile would disappear and you wouldn't even know it. In my opinion, you would see, because your focus would be the stuff that you have done and the stuff that needs to be done. So you can see the thing happening as it's happening. That's what I mean by organizing, writing a journal, recording yourself. The idea is you can actually see it happening. You're actualizing your progress. So despite organizing, buying a thing that promotes you to organize things in your room relieves the resistance, because you're kind of treating it like an app. What does an app do very well? When you do something, it tells you, good job, here's your reward. You can see it, here's your badge. Well, you can do that already in a different way. When you finish a day, your life is very anxious. There's a lot of stress, right? I can imagine there's a lot of stress. At the end of the day, go write in a journal all the stressors. Then that would be a completion of that day. It would be a mental way to lift the stressor. If you perform poorly one day, write about why you perform poorly and how you perform poorly. That gives you an actualization of what has happened. It gives reward and affirmation that you have done something, despite it maybe not meeting your expectations. It is an existing thing. So oftentimes when it comes to people who might have like overwhelming stimuli in their environment, oftentimes going with them, I typically, if I'm able to, I would go to the person's place, and then we would find a way to organize the chaos that is in their environment. And the idea is it feels good because you're filling something while getting rid of another thing. Maintaining a room and replacing them in the same place is harder, in my opinion, a lot of times to visually see the difference. Like if you're looking at a pile of clothing in the corner and you're gonna take a pile of clothing and you're gonna wash it, but then that pile of clothing will continue to pile up when you're using more clothing, it feels like you're treading in place. It's very difficult to understand or see or remind yourself that the environment is actually changing. So alternatively, You can buy an organizer or some bins or a bookshelf and take one book, put it in one order, put it in another order. And one day that one book is like, nah, like one book, that's nothing. Let's do 2 books tomorrow. Let's do 3 books tomorrow. And then one day you're like, dude, my friend, bruh, I visited your house and I saw like 60 books on the ground, man. Let me do this for you. I want to show you what it's like before. Let me tell you the story of how it was so painful for me to work on organizing one book. But now I can do 60 books at a time. It would take me less than 10 minutes to find a way to organize them. I want to show you how that's done. And that to me is what I feel showing people doing organization, or like taking a complex topic and trying to organize it. It's still complex. It still looks very complex. However, with that organization creates a point of attack. And that is something that I hope most people can have in their life, because that's something you can create out of thin air. Like there is rarely something stopping you, like literally mentally, like, you know, unless you are struggling with chronic depression or things that are overwhelming your faculty. It's a luxury that you can do without the bounds of physical constraint. You can take a space and reorganize the space and end up feeling better about it than feeling like nothing changed, right? Even your desk, reorganizing small parts of your desk can feel incredibly gratifying compared to not doing anything at all. So at least that's what I feel from this like example. Oftentimes what I typically do is I ask them about their life, like their lifestyle. And I suggest, you know, I ask them, what would you be open to? What have you considered being open to? And you take the smallest potential step that they confirm to me that they're willing to do it. And that's sufficient. If you mentally tell yourself that something takes 5 minutes to do, it removes a lot of resistance, and you just start doing. It matters not too much how long you end up doing it, as long as you can start. Yes, exactly. The mental game is really wonderful. You feel like you could help you with your ADHD so you can start being more organized. I don't know if I have ADHD. Like, for example, I talked about this openly quite a lot, right? I can tell you that the many things that I hear now or see, especially for language learning, there's tons of high functioning people who tackle these situations. They're on Twitch. They probably are interested in the Japanese language. They probably play a lot of video games. They feel like they can't focus on a single task, and then the tasks keep piling up, so they can't make decisions based on it, like task paralysis and whatnot. Task paralysis, right? Lots of task paralysis. And then inundation of overstimulation. So when you have a lot of overstimulation dragging you left and right, it is very difficult to organize your thoughts. Something is pulling your attention already consistently. So it can often feel like ADHD in a way. Obviously, I don't know. I will take your word for it. And for myself, I never felt that it was very debilitating in a sense of how I need to organize things. But when I was a child, there were some suspicions. I don't think it's the case, but the things I describe a lot of times resonate coincidentally with individuals who have ADHD. So I think there is a common occurrence sufficiently enough to say maybe I'm possibly on the spectrum. However, I have often classified myself as self-classified myself as a high-functioning person. And most of the stuff that I talk about often is in the context of someone who may be high-functioning. So the word I would use is high functioning because it's a little bit more positive nowadays than what ADHD is, concerningly. And no, it's not negative either. I'm not saying it's not positive, but it's also not a negative term. ADHD has become more of a coping mechanism, a tolerance way. So I want people to think that they are high functioning, as in you can high function your way to great organization. There's a way to use the pros and cons of your potential maybe imbalance for society, right? Exactly. You do believe you might be kind of high functioning because you're not super hindering for you, but it's there to be to a point. Yes, exactly. I'll explain. Well, I'll share a bit of my thing. So the things I'm talking about now, right? I think about nonstop. There's no way I don't think about this stuff. So another thing is I have mania. So if I'm talking to Jazz, right, today, all those topics, I think about them like 24/7. If someone brings up like a text or something, I can fixate on that, and then I would get mania. And what happens with mania is that if I don't organize my thoughts or write them down so I can forget about them, like tell myself like I can take a break from this idea. Like take a break from this idea. If you're not creating an environment in which you're encouraging yourself to take breaks and like spread yourself out on ideas, you burn out a lot over and over again. And that's what I mean by mania. So I lose sleep. I over time lose sleep, and I'm not young anymore. When I was younger, this was fine. Losing sleep was a-okay. Well, my mental, like my physical health, no problem, right? My physical health, no problems. I was young, I was sturdy, and over time, it became a problem, right? Whenever someone says, "Hey, you want to do this?" And I'm like, sure, 200%. It's like, then something else comes like, hey, can you help me with this? Sure, 200%. And what happened in the long run is I stopped working on me. I don't remember a year in my younger life where I worked on me. Like, that's one of the things that happens when you have a high functioning lifestyle. You tend to tackle lots of things and you're really heavy on it. If it's not heavy enough, then you avoid it. At least that's how I feel. If you can't do 200%, you avoid it. Like the plague, you just avoid it. That's one of the classic responses when someone is high functioning. So what happens is you might find one thing that you can put 200% in consistently. And then everything else just feels like you can't do it. So my life, it was science. And what fell through in science? Everything else. My room, I had one piece of furniture. Actually, I had two pieces of furniture. An air mattress and my desk. So my computer, it sits on my desk in the corner, and I had an air mattress. I didn't even have a lamp for the longest time in the room. And my clothing, they are in the boxes that they're packed. So whenever I wear something and wash it, I would pack it back in the cardboard box. My room was completely bare. And because I had no time. There was just no time to do any of that. It's not important. The thing you're focused on is the one thing you can maintain consistently at 200%. So everything else fall out. And then, for the record, this is before the internet, before the social media stuff. So I can't even imagine what it's like nowadays. And I can sort of imagine, but I'm no longer that person. I'm not the person that has problems organizing their thoughts. It used to be insane. someone plays like a 30-minute video, and I could write like a 20,000 word essay on it in like 3 hours. And then the next thing is I can work on the next idea for 20,000. Like it keeps going. So what happens over time is the response is you're going to try to avoid all of it. Like, one of the strongest coping mechanisms is to avoid everything. So now the one thing that you're really, really good at exceeds everything else. So you lose the ability to start new things, right? Because if you're starting new things, it's never going to compare to whatever you have going on. And when you do the new thing, since you haven't done it in a while, or you might not have ever done it in a while, the internet doesn't help, by the way. If you're already saying you have ADHD and you think that you had ADHD at a younger age, once you start on the internet has already convinced you of the one thing that you're going to do very well. That could be doom scrolling. Doom scrolling could be very much be that one thing. Or being a keyboard warrior on 4chan forums. Whatever it is, being a Discord only moderator, professional Discord moderator, or your favorite trolling content creator. That's what your fixation is. And then what happens is, in my opinion, juggling all of anything else is going to deviate from that high functioning focus. So that sucks, because what do you get with that? Perfectionism, diminished return, right? The stuff I talk about is anecdotal from my life most of the time. When I talk about understanding how learning curves work, right? This is often the learning curve for most skills. Like, or technically this is the learning curve, and then this is the exponential phase, right? And then this is the commitment phase, right? This is where diminished return kicks in, and then you have the effect of perfectionism, right? But this should only make up one of your skills. A balanced lifestyle, someone who is not necessarily high functioning, right, has other balances of skills. There are skills at like different stages of their development. So these skills end up balancing the time of this. But when you're heavy in ADHD, this skill is your only source of reward. But all your other skills will fall by the wayside, will fall off. And what happens then is there's not enough of these maintenance to support that. So then you have someone who feels like, I can only play one video game to feel happy. And the internet doesn't help you with that, because live service is a thing. So you probably habitually cater to a very long live service game. I don't know what it is, but maybe Apex Legend, Minecraft, Roblox, pick your poison, right? So then that live service consumes all avenues to enjoying anything else that are smaller. The joy of smaller games and smaller projects will sap out for the larger commitments. And then that means that you won't get to start anything even within your hobbies, right? These are the patterns that become very consistent with, I feel, ADHD-like things. And I talk about these things most of the time because when I was younger, I coincidentally, it's coincidence, not for the same reasons, but it's coincidental that most of the strategies that I talk about now are coming from the symptoms that I feel most people share when they say they have suspicion that they have ADHD. Definitely, you're a bit of a perfectionist, but you've been trying to decondition yourself, accept little mistakes and flaws here and there whenever you can. Yeah, and here's, before I get a little too overwhelming, right? I love talking about this. Know that what is a flaw can also be your saving grace. You can make a flaw into something productive. When I was talking to Jazz earlier about mood, when people, like other people who may not necessarily be high functioning, but they are like creative and stuff, like for example, your flaw, that mistake could be your source of inspiration. I'm saying this as a personal anecdote. This is my personal anecdote. I run towards mistakes because the mistakes are where I shine. So when I see someone saying that they suck at something, let's talk about it. Because if you give me the opportunity, like the goal is, if I am given the opportunity, I'm going to make you think sucking is when you improve. If you are unable to know that you are bad at something, or appreciating what it's like to where you start, like if it's a bad thing to know that you're starting somewhere, ultimately I feel like it would be very difficult for that person to ever feel the satisfaction of improving and becoming better at things, or even starting things. Like, you can't start things if the only thing you can think about is not screwing up. Right? And this is talking to people who are specifically on the high functioning scale. Like, if your mind is constantly operating at a specific expectation, most of the things that suck are the things that will be able to tell you how much you improve over time. But that fixation may not be appreciated because you're not going to do it in the first place, because you don't want to suck ever again, right? You don't want to ever start again. That sounds like a tragic nightmare, right? Like language learning. I think one of the most common questions that would tell me a little bit about them when it comes to high functioning is when someone says, what if I am learning wrong? Like, I'm not sure about how to tell you this, but if you're learning, you're right. If you're wrong, then you're not learning. Like, if you think you're worried about learning wrong, then I don't think there is learning to be had. Because if you're always right, you're not learning anything. So this is my euphemism for turning around something. When you suck, it means you have a lot to gain for a high functioning person. So if you're high functioning, the way I get myself to do things as a personal share is that when I know I suck or I'm starting something, it only means that I'm going to get that much quickly better at it over the next amount of time, because I am potentially high functioning. High functioning people are not necessarily afraid to get good. They're afraid to suck. And starting again sucks because you're already good at hopefully you're already good at what you're managing. And the idea, one of the ideas that I harp on is organization. Organize your thought on things you're starting, things that you're good at, right? Right? And things that are bad. The idea is then you can do all of those things, right? Do not clump them all together, or at least try not to clump them together. When you need to remind yourself that you're good at something, do the good thing. And then when you feel good about the thing, start something that you're not good at. And that gives you enough room. And then when you start feeling bad about sucking, go back to the good thing. That's a great way to remind yourself. And I don't question people who are high functioning at how they can snap back and forth. If you're high functioning, you're probably snapping back and forth anyways. Like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. So you're reserving yourself. You're, in my opinion, you're creating your mood, and your mood is being used as your form of inspiration. So if I'm feeling really good, I would tackle something that I'm really bad at. because I can do it then. And the moment I start feeling too bad, I go back to doing something that I can do well. And I'm doing it right now. The thing I'm really good at is yapping and talking about being motivational and talking about my life, because most of the stuff that I'm talking about is not because I read some book about on ADHD or self-improvement or whatnot. I'm talking about what I learned in my life about organization and whatnot, and it just happens to coincidentally line up with a lot of people who happen to have ADHD. So why not? This is me doing the easiest thing I can do. Wait till you see me try to play a video game and realize how much I suck at playing video games. But the moment someone asks me about why I suck at playing video games, I'm going to yap your ear off and demonstrate to you that it's because I don't really focus on the video games as my best thing. I use it as a way to help me understand how to start new things and finish them. It's my therapy in a non-official way. It's my therapy. It's the way I manage my mania. I start things and I ask myself to finish things. The thing that I never finish and never get good enough because of my high standards is communication skills. So communication, organization skills, the drive to teach, that will always be there. It is my bread and butter. So the things I'm talking about now, I rehearse every single day. Like, how do I get better at making someone not feel like they suck? They need to stop feeling like they suck so you can get to doing things, right? So each and every day when I have a new idea, I write it down, I try to think about it. And then during the times of my highs, I would try to start new things, because if I can't do it then, it's rare that it's going to be able to do it any other time. Right? It's so rare that you're going to be able to do something if you're already not at your best. So that's kind of what we do here, or at least what I do on stream. I'm at my best when I'm streaming. You don't want to, maybe I'll share some people what happened in the evening. In the evening, I watch movies, I veg out. I get other people to tell me things because I'm not at my best anymore. So I know when I'm not at my best, but I take advantage of what I can do when I'm not at my best. So when I'm not at my best, yes, I'm hitting up that live service game that I enjoy, Persona, which only lasts like 30 minutes. I veg out to 6 episodes of a show that I watch at 2.5 speed, by the way, like 2 speed, 2.5 speed. Sometimes I do 1.5, but usually it's very quick, right? So I would be watching a show, writing something, and I would not be like this. When I'm streaming, I've set myself up to do that. So I'm removing and compartmentalizing in a way. I think a lot of times people like to compartmentalize. And that's a really effective way if you're kind of like high functioning. That's one. There are plenty of more things, but we'll kind of save that on the. I don't know what time it is for you, Tessera, but this stuff should sound very familiar because I think it is a pure coincidence. However, even if it's a coincidence, we can use it. It's very advantageous, right? Yeah, you're so scared of screwing up, but you know that you'll just have to power through it. One day, I hope that instead of saying, like, I hope that instead of powering through it, you'll be saying, I'm going to see what I can get out of it. That's my phrase that I would say would embody a person that rarely ever have something to lose and all to gain. Oh yeah, you started again after failing a couple times is the hardest thing, which is the current case. Yeah, so repeated failures is rough. And that leads to the powering through mechanic, right? The powering through status. I talked about this briefly, right? Today, I've already achieved my goal, right? So I set this to Jazz today, where like last month was Inktober. And in Inktober, someone asked me earlier, I don't talk to them anymore, I think. But they asked me like how much am I gonna do? Because I had to draw for 31 days, right? So the thing is, I already know I can draw 31 days. So oftentimes when I'm thinking about it, I set myself up for success. And it's exceeding that success is my mindset. So I tackle something that at the baseline I will achieve it. What I'm really trying to do is set myself up to know that I can do more. But I can choose not to. So most of the time when I'm talking about like a project, it's like, oh yeah, this is a challenge, right? It's great, but there is some discipline to setting a goal. This is what the whole like realistic goal setting happens. You probably heard this before, realistic goal setting. The thing is, if you can ask yourself, if you're able to right now, ask yourself, what is a sufficient goal? And if you can do that task, but aim for something higher. And the idea is that if you don't get to this goal, you will achieve that thing. So it doesn't bottom out. You may not, it's unlikely to fail, but it's also a chance to exceed the thing. So oftentimes when people do set themselves up for goals, what they would do, in my opinion, when they're looking at things, is that to be successful, you reach a goal. So this is the goal. So anything below it is failure. Right? So you have no headspace. You're reaching your goal. If you don't reach it, then you fail everything below. Instead of looking at a goal and know that anything here is success. So most of my tasks and my project is, I have a, what is it called? A flex goal. That would be like a business term, a flex goal. And this would be failure. But honestly, if I had to be real, most of my projects are more like this. This is the tentative goal. I mean, this is the point of failure right here. This bottom is failure, right? Usually this is the goal. And this is the flex. Not like flexing like this way, but it's the extra. So what happens is I aim for here, and if something goes terrible, I still have a, this is a, what you call a buffer zone. I call it the buffer. And then there's also a room for exceeding expectations. However, not taking that choice also creates confidence as well. So often when I ask someone, you know, if you have 1 hour a day to spend cleaning, let's aim for 20 minutes. You already know you can do an hour. Let's aim for 20 minutes. And if you do that 20 minutes and you're saying, nah, I'm good, let's go for 1 hour, then you have achieved this. You are looking at things where you're looking at your bottom line, which is 20 minutes. Your flex is 1 hour. And anything in between is a combination of flex and success. Is how I would organize it for someone who is possibly having problems with feeling like they're rewarded for trying, right? It's 6 a.m. You work nights, so you awake at this hour when you don't work. Oh, same here. It is also 6 a.m. for me as well. Actually, 6 a.m. is kind of my cutoff. So we are in the same time zone, and we're kind of probably in the same thing. I start at 5 a.m. I wake up at 4. I mean, I start at 6 p.m., 6 to 7 p.m., and I wake up at like 4 p.m., do some upkeep, go out and run, and then here I am. So you haven't really missed much. I was here since running after 4 p.m. And then that's more or less it. It's nighttime of 6 p.m. here, so basically you've been on and off recording. Oh, okay, 6 p.m. So you're exactly. I'm good. I'm good. My voice, like my voice is exhausted. My voice is exhausted. If there's anything that you probably could appreciate, is that I stop when my voice stops. So it's about now. My brain doesn't turn off. Like I know it's 6 p.m. now, but I still gotta eat. So I haven't eaten yet. I typically eat after I stream. So then I eat, and I still consume media while I'm eating, and then plan for tomorrow, right? I have to plan all these things, and that's good. But I stop speaking, so I don't need to worry about hydrating or that type of thing. My eyes kind of give out too. I talk about the 3 things that will stop me from streaming. First, my voice is optional because I can reduce how often I speak to a frequency. I can pace myself. And then eventually my eyes give out. So my eyes will stop, and then that's when I have to like stop. Usually though, hear me out, I usually leave 3 hours or 4 hours for any new stranger that I meet, because I only meet like 1 stranger to 2 strangers every month on average. And I would talk and exchange information, if like, you know, like talk and share for as long as that person can stay online. Usually my goal is to outpace and outextend the stranger, because if there's any opportunity, is that if we are going to have only 1 discussion ever, like between the 2 of us, and Jazz, between the 2 of us, it's going to be one heck of a conversation. So here we are, right? So every time I meet a stranger, I've already set 3 to 4 hours aside. I really love talking with new people too. You won't out-talk me though. I can stay awake until... Yeah, so this is where you probably got me beat. But hey, we can always do that the next time and the next time, right? Today, you win this. You like your way of thinking with talking to strangers? Maybe they won't come back again. Yes. So it's the other way around, right? There are people who think, I don't want to invest in this stranger because we may never talk again. And my opinion personally is we should talk with strangers because we may never talk again. Like I understand, like this is where it gets a little comical. Every time someone says a thing, I could say the same thing, but I would mean the opposite. If you have a chance in making someone's day, why not take it? Exactly. If you have someone to leave an impression, take it, in my opinion. The worst can happen is the person hates you, and that's happened before, by the way. People like believe that I'm, you know, they disagree with me and whatnot. But the thing is, I will still take that chance every single time. If you want a secret, quote unquote, if you want a life hack to starting things and ending things, and you're scared of performance anxiety, start a new conversation on a stranger or with a stranger, any opportunity you have. And I think those lessons are sufficient, in my opinion, to trivialize the other things that you have more control over. The one thing that you can start that is hecka performance anxiety, which that's what the internet generation is about, right? What is one of the major sources of anxiety online? Talking to other people. You can even like to talk to other people and still have severe performance anxiety, and that's through communication. Usually it's called social anxiety, but it's part of the performance of communication. I talk in a very in a very specific way, I can tell you that I have rarely smiled, nor have I made friends until I left for college. I've said this many times in like greater length. It was due to other types of circumstances because it's not social media. Social media is not around yet. When I was 18, social media is not around yet. So, but there were other things. And 20 years later, 20 solid years, when I went to college, that's when things changed. And it starts with trying and trying again. And then again. I said this in my Discord, actually. I was talking to Fetishas in the lounge one, the most recent thing about gambling. I also talked about how it's shocking, it's a little disappointing or a little disheartening to me that a lot of people think that there isn't anything in life that you can do more often and consistently and it gets better. Because most of the time you're thinking about the worst things that could happen and what could go wrong to avoid ever doing it. And I don't think that's something that you're you should blame yourself for or necessarily any specific thing. The idea is it's fairly normal to feel that way when you spend most of your time being reinforced that way. But I can earnestly say when you start something and then you end it, but you internalize it as starting and finishing something, that's different from starting something and not completing something. So if you start something and you completed it, as in you stopped using it and you learned the lessons from that, you've completed your task. Then you start the next thing. You extract the lesson. To me, the goal is record and ask yourself, what did you learn from it? There's no reason to say there's nothing worth in it, because that's an L in my opinion. It will make you feel like an L, and there are plenty of things in life that will tell you you're an L. So maybe not try to make this is a little bit of victim blaming, but try not to tell yourself like you yourself telling yourself a loser, right? You're not having losses, you're having progress, right? You're making attempts, and those attempts come with mistakes, and mistakes are your inspiration to do better. Other people can tell you other people can challenge your performance anxiety and your stuff. That's what you're building up for. But the last person that you don't have on your side is yourself, which kind of sucks. So let's try to change that, right? You feel like you could indirectly teach you a lot and really like that? Well, let's share some. By the way, the Discord, yeah, feel free to type. I type paragraphs in the Discord, so you can probably already tell if you're looking at the Discord. Most of the long digressions are just this. I actually type more than I speak because my voice gives out faster than my hands. My hands are good to go for like ever. I think sleeping is the most difficult thing that I would have to be disciplined about. Same, even for today, you have like 2 friends and you have a lot of trouble warming up to people usually. Yeah, it can be tough. Also, remember a random mention. Losing own voice is not pleasant. I lost my voice because I sang a lot yesterday. Oh no. And yes, you have yourself by your side. Yeah, things look awesome since. Definitely. I know there are a lot of popular people that have different takes on self-love, right? Self-love is not the only solution to these things. Being surrounded by or being adjacent, motivating yourself to be expressively proactive also means that there's a chance that other people who are socially proactive will be around you. It's impossible. Like, it's highly improbable unless you get really lucky that if you're not expressive enough, if you don't record something that can demonstrate to someone something about yourself, the likelihood of someone being able to also reinforce that self-love or like provide other forms of affirmation become very rare, right? It is when you maybe luckily chose a skill that is very visible, like visibility is very good about it, the optics is very good, that those individuals who also are high functioning get attention. But you might not always win the lottery. In fact, most people don't win the lottery at having a skill that is very visible. Like, what is my visible skill? Honestly, I've yet for a stranger to come up to me and say, I bet the thing you're doing for streaming is practicing communication skills. Because communication skills are not visible. Like, not in social media. Like, what is considered good communication skills? It's kind of hard to demonstrate that. The easiest ones are if you're lucky, and I don't find value in those things. So we gotta change it up a little, right? And the way you can do it is you can find ways to show that, and in the process you get a win-win because you win too. Because the moment you look at your journal again and it's packed with ideas is the moment you say, well, your high functioning mania is also a great product and producer, at least in my opinion. So all this scribbling that I've done online and the journals and stuff, man, do I have something. Let me show you what it's like back in the day when I used to draw graphs, right? I always keep some of these for the heck of it. I used to do this thing. It's called graphic stories. And it's the beginning. What my graphs that I were doing right now, like when I was drawing and doing that, that wasn't what it used to look like. This is what it used to look like when I was first starting out. This was like 4 years ago. So I can show something that isn't very good. Like, here you go. This is how I was explaining. It's called graphic stories. It's a like a gimmick that I've done before where people can spend channel points, and I would tell them a story, a narrative, and I would slowly build the graph and talk about making like fun little jokes along the way. There's actually a comedian that does this. I didn't know about this comedian until like 3 months ago. There's a comedian whose act is this, where they take graphs and they make it funny because they're an engineer. I think they're an engineer or something. And I've done this before where like you draw graphs for comedic effects and conversation skills. So that used to be what I did, and now it's no longer that. It's kind of just baked into everything else, right? Not a great conversation. You struggle to know what to say, respond to things sometimes, but you usually bounce on broader topics. That's fair. Hear me out. If you wrote a lot of things about yourself, eventually you've already practiced it. At least in my opinion. It's a great bridge. So if you're already self-talking, self-made, like having self organization and whatnot, your ideas have become organized as well. And at some time, I feel there's like an intuitive bridge. So this is no different from the things I write. The topics that I'm talking about are the things that I write to make sure that I can go to sleep at night. Like, if I don't get something written down, I will continue to think about it. And when I continue to think about it, I don't get sleep. If I don't get sleep, you can see the rabbit hole, right? The in my opinion, I would call this like the ADHD like spiral, the mania spiral. If you don't get sleep, then you won't get up tomorrow. And if you don't get up tomorrow, you're going to be late for this, which feels awful. So then you can't do that, which then you can't do another thing. And the idea is you spent so much time in that spiral that your window to sleep and start those things already have gone. That window is already passed. So how do you get these things to do? There are many ways, and if you ask other people who are kind of successful, like they are very successful, and you find out that they have some high functioning things that they cope with, a lot of times they found their way of offloading the thoughts. At least that's what I find. So what is a great way to offload my thoughts? After 100 days of language learning on WaniKani, I have a lot of thoughts. They come out, they yap. Like I speak at length 4 to 5 hours whenever someone asks one question. After 100 days, it becomes like really all wound up in there. So I take a canvas, which is what I did the last 5 hours. I organize all the thoughts right here. All my energy is to organize all the thoughts, like the archetypes and whatnot. And I share them in a way that I can offload these ideas. And then I can continue on and do more. Then I look back and I continue doing that. It could be artwork. It could be music, cleaning your room, having a fitness tracker, which is what me and Jazz talked about earlier. Using a fitness tracker, you can see your numbers go up. That's fair enough, right? Then ask yourself, what can you do more when you see your number go up? Maybe you can add a second thing to that number. And eventually, at least in my opinion, expressing yourself to me is simply telling the other person all the things you're already actively recording. Like, I can sit here as long as my voice persists. I can tell you what I did in the last 100 days of WaniKani again, because I've done it every single day. And that would be something you say or respond to. And then when someone asks, share with something, if you've written down all your manic thoughts, right? Because if you're a functioning person, you would have a lot of information. If you wrote a lot of it down, the moment someone, and you said you already bounced off brought up topics, right? At some point, those brought up topics can also be about you if you wrote those things down too. Oftentimes when someone is very high functioning, they spend more time taking in information as opposed to producing information. So if you're able to also produce information while taking information, that production of the information comes very rapidly, at least in my opinion, over time. So when I ask someone, how's your day? What have you been doing? You could already have this prepared in an indirect way, and I have to. So tomorrow, I can tell you what I'm going to do tomorrow. I can tell you what I'm going to do for the next month, actually. And then I can tell you what I don't know about the next month, because those are the times I've set aside. So I can tell you that I've set aside 3 hours every single day for the next month, and that could be anything there. But I've already expressed to you that I have set aside 3 hours to expect anything, like a random conversation with a viewer. And I can tell you that I will start with 10 or 15 systematic questions about it, right? The way you do things is that you see everything as a potential idea. Topics you bring up in stream can be processed by me and see how I can implement new techniques in your own life if I want to. Exactly. And I can do the reverse. Like, as in, the moment you come up with a topic and then you spin a topic, I can spin the topic too. And that way, when you're spinning topics with each other, you have permanence, a bit of permanence anyways. Any form of permanence is great, right? I want to be, and permanence is a way to say, okay, at least someone knows what's going on. So that means that you don't necessarily have to be the only one responsible for knowing what's going on. It's kind of great to have, I understand how cheesy this sounds. It's great to also be in the company of friends and support that has like that interaction, because then you know that if you forget something, you're not panicking. If you're gonna miss something, you're not panicking. I panic a lot. Before, when I was younger, like one day when I was 22, I kind of had a panic attack because I was trying to remember something that happened when I was 21, and I felt like the memory I had was not the real one. So I had best friends who came with me on those trips, and they had pictures. So we sat down and we talked about it, because when I lose track of something, it's rough. Like, if I start thinking about something and I forgot it, like I just don't know, is that the real memory? Was it the dream? I start to panic. So the idea is, it's great to journal things and write things and categorize things for those times. Even like, this might not be the problem that you're experiencing because of performance anxiety and stuff. Like, your memory might be still working overdrive and all that stuff. It's great. There are lots of other alternative reasons for getting used to starting a habit of writing something, because then all your starts mean something, in my opinion. The more times you start, the more times you write. The more times you stop, also the more times you write. And it doesn't have to be literally journaling. It could be making music, right? Like, you record yourself saying something for 30 seconds to solidify the action. I said this, and this is probably the last sentiment I want to say about language learning and artwork recently. There are individuals who find great reward in knowing that they know things. And to me, I think a greater reward, it's not a competition, but for myself personally, that information you have, being able to make something of that information is my TLDR in things that are related to high functioning problems and other things like overstimulation. Like, the information you gather, the things that come easy, right? Like getting a reward, clicking on a button and it gives you shower things. Those are instant gratification. And that's great. You can use that still. When you take those things and then make something of it, like writing a story about it, writing how it makes you feel, making a piece of music based on it. Like, if you like Duolingo, go make a Duolingo meme or something. If you like drawing silly, goofy circles, and you learn how to draw, like someone draws really good circles, and you're like, okay, now I know how to draw a really good circle. Go draw a circle. That, to me, is how you get started on starting things and finishing things in a way that you don't want to make it sound like it's the biggest deal. I know that's kind of an oxymoron here, but one of the greatest like antagonistic things to starting for at least a person that's high functioning is that you want to do it really well. So if you emphasize the importance of it as opposed to the consistency of having to do it, then you kind of just psych yourself out most of the time. I didn't start drawing until 4 years, like literally like 4 or 5 years ago, which was when Inktober was done. Like, the first thing I thought to myself is, it's not going to be good. Like, why spend time drawing when I know I won't dedicate enough time to drawing that would be to my satisfaction? Well, the thing is, I started drawing, and the rest is history. That's unfortunately, I don't want to I don't want to like tell you the life story about the drawing thing in the interest of time. However, I can tell you that I only draw in a very specific window, and even then, every time I draw, it's great because I'm making something. I'm constructing something of all the information that I've gathered. It's not that cheesy, it's really great and true. It's good to have someone there to accompany you. Absolutely, and that rhymed. All right, guys. It is time to head out. I do need to eat before 7 rolls around, and I'll be back. Right, I have to do my lessons. But this was a great conversation in the end. I was gonna do a personal take, like I was gonna talk about this stuff at the end, to myself or to my future, and you showed up very coincidentally. I really appreciate it, by the way. I really appreciate it. Hopefully your night schedule is good. Like, I would love to ask you about what you do in your night for future. So we got a lot of things to look forward to. There's a lot of things to look forward to talking to you about. And you are in like a weird hour in which I'm in the weird hour. So that's kind of cool. And Jazz is like 24-hour difference. So we got plenty of time, right? It was a pleasure, by the way. It was a very great pleasure to meet another person who hopefully we can talk more about, right? And all the good things. So I'm gonna wrap up here for the time being. This is my 300. It's not always like this. This is just the 300-day review. Well, it'll be even more casual, and we'll have even more time yapping around outside of this. So let me wrap up today. I was trying to find where my thing is. Yeah, here it is. So I think I went over most of the stuff that I planned, right? So we did the self-evaluate, we did the facts, we did our archetypes, which was low-level systems and high-level systems, and then we did our personal anecdotes, which were all the things that the workflow and going over some of the mnemonic parts. And then we had a personal guest, which is wonderful. I really appreciate it. I was gonna go through like FAQs, like frequently asked questions, and it would deal with managing study schedules and diligence and time management. But we already talked about some of these things, so that's great. That's a really wonderful place to stop for that. And until then, right, feel free. This is the end of our WaniKani 300 day wrap up, right? It's our tentative takes. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try, and let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap, chat, exchange ideas. Fill up the text box if you want. I would love to be the reader as opposed to the leader, right, in the conversation. Definitely feel free. I am always available when I'm streaming. That's the whole point. Priority number one is for yapping. So you're always welcome. We always set time aside to exchange stories, keep each other motivated. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right? Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye.